up, you're the battery that keeps me awake. Reload under your control before I break. Still in frustration, have to do it all to survive the nightfall.
Doki sees one look at the patience. He just has to send away to the lineup. 1-2. Oh, Doki, what a play! That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now. Now adapt, and he can swing this with the Ella striker, and they're not ready for with the Ella SMG.
He's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires. Planning on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He got a huge slam. Picks up two.
That's surprising that no didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Ryan has just walked his way through. He gets two.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but with his back against Unica, Rothka's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there. That's huge.
Hello everyone, we're back as if we've never left. I know the last couple of days without us has been a little gruesome, but we're here and all I can say is welcome to day 13 of the Northern Premier League. We got a lot of action, so let's just jump right into it. I'm Jiro, your host for today, and thankfully for every single one watching, I'm not gonna be the only one on the desk because we got Jerry, we got Novi joining us as well. Hello, both of you. Big Brain 5-head analyst. I'm going to start with you, Jerry. How are you feeling? Welcome.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling fresh. I'm feeling ready. I'm looking forward to every single one of today's games. This is probably one of the best play days that we have in terms of games and the quality that are going to be coming our way. So yeah, absolutely hyped.
Novi, you sharing the hypeness?
Oh yeah. That hype is coming real. I've had a bit of a break. I've been on holiday, and I've in my hotel room with the very bad Wi-Fi, been trying to watch some MPL games and being very, very jealous, but very, very excited for these ones coming up.
Well, that was definitely a lot of dedication, but you know, you might have seen it on a bit of a crappy hotel Wi-Fi. But let's have a look at the recap from last week specifically. And, you know, the first game we saw, it was Coalesce, and they were actually doing quite well, especially on the attacking side versus Ambush. It went to overtime. Can we say maybe, Jerry, that Ambush not in their best form? What do you think that was?
Yeah, that's probably the right call. I think Ambush, they just looked a little bit underwhelming compared to previous weeks and before the split in general. I feel like they've come out of that first split with a big target on their backs after finishing second, and a lot of teams are ready to try and take them down. Coalesce especially, they've been one of these teams that have come out of the split with a really impressive new looking lineup that have completely changed the way they play. And I think we were all surprised, even with the sort of improvement in form of Coalesce and the downturn in form of Ambush, that Coalesce were able to take a point off of them last Playday.
Yeah, and the second game, Novi, we had Viperio against Victus. Victus, if anything, they did not hit the ground running at all. They even called a very, very early timeout specifically, but they just weren't landing those shots. It wasn't in the books for them. What do you make out of this game? Okay, we've lost Mr. Novi, but
I'll jump
Jerry,
in. Yeah,
go for it.
It sounds like we're having some problems with Novi. So yeah, Viperio 86 versus Victus was such a good game, honestly. It was a great one to watch. I think the main thing was that 86 taking Victus to Cafe, totally out of the blue, clearly hiding it, prepping it ready for this one team, this one match, and they see it, and it tells me that honestly they went into that play day gunning for a high spot. They're gunning for second or first in the group stage. They don't want to have to go through the pain of playoffs at the end of the season. They want to get a straight route to finals and book that second or first place. So yeah, bringing out that surprise map pick against Victus, especially a team that love Cafe, and beating them there, huge win for 86.
Yeah, we can even see that on the MVP performance coming out from Hungry himself. Out of all the games we've seen, he's really the one that came out on top. So all in all, good individual performances from the players on Victus and Viperio. But again, they walk away with that win. The third game, however, it was Heroic versus SSP, and 7-3. What can we say here, Jerry, besides Heroic are doing heroic things?
Yeah, we expect them to win this, really. Big surprise they win against one of the lower placed teams in the league, as, they're dominating EUL right now as well, alongside Rogue. SSP, to their credit, 3 rounds against Team Heroic is decent. They managed to finagle away onto Chalet, which is a map that they do like, and they looked all right there, but I don't think anyone expected any different result. It's going to be a really telling Playday today when we see them and RIDDLE in action, because that is a massive, massive game for them.
Yeah, another massive game I would say last week specifically was TENSTAR against MNM Academy. I think MNM in general, just one of those teams that haven't been performing at all after the break. Do you think maybe the fact that there was a break at all, they got a little rusty, maybe a little too comfortable?
Yeah, I think that it was one of those games for MNM Academy where they need to turn their split around. They've been having such a rough run of things, 4 losses since the break, and they come up against TENSTAR, who now 4 wins since the break. It was not written for them, MNM Academy. They couldn't have come up against a tougher opponent at that time, and if form like this continues, then they need to be worried, because Coalesce are going to be nipping at their heels when it comes to the playoff spots. TENSTAR, on the other hand, were just incredible, and here we've got the highlights running through of the previous play days. These are some of the highlights from Coalesce Ambush. This was such a mad map from start to finish, quite honestly, Ginny. I don't know how much of it you managed to catch, but it was just mental.
Yeah, this map specifically, Coalesce versus, Ambush, I think everyone expected it more to be very one-sided from Ambush. The fact that it went to overtime, the fact that Coalesce really, really put up a fight, I think they might be benefiting a lot from the roster changes. They really benefited from that break as well, got that practice in. I'm gonna ask here, Mr. Novi, 1, 2, 3, over. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, Ginny.
Well, hey.
Hey, welcome back, Nervy. Looking at Victus against Viperio 86, that was the second game, of last Playday 12. Novi, how are you feeling about this one specifically?
So, I feel like just looking from the results, Viperio 86 looked very good pre-break. And the roster changes obviously seem to have bolstered their confidence, just brought them up to another level competitive-wise. Victus losing Plexi feels like kind of a big thing, even though their replacement has been doing really well. And it feels like we've sort of seen across the whole league is not necessarily teams reducing in performance, but pretty much everybody, the vast majority, raising their game. And suddenly this middle to slight top, is getting incredibly competitive right now.
Yeah, everybody wants those sweet 6 spots to qualify for those playoffs. Again, something that you want to put yourself through. And you mentioned it yourself, Jerry, that some of these teams even gunning for those top two spots because they don't actually want to go through those playoffs. They want to just instantly lock themselves into those finals. Would you say Heroic, with the performance that have been put forward, that is a possibility for them?
I'd say that it's almost a given that Heroic are going to be finding themselves in either the top 2 positions, most likely first. I mean, they've been pretty flawless up until now. My money is on either 86 or TENSTAR stealing that second spot from Victus right now. Depends what we see today. If Victus can start to turn around their fortunes, if we see an improvement in the sort of gelling of that roster, then I think that will be the most important thing for them right now.
Yeah, and TENSTAR against MNM, the game that we're looking at the replays of now. You mentioned potentially TENSTAR walking away with that second spot. Nervy, when we're looking at the TENSTAR versus MNM game specifically, TENSTAR, if anything, performing incredibly well, whereas MNM on the complete opposite of the spectrum.
Yeah, I feel like TENSTAR has kind of had, based on the roster change, to me, it was almost the kind of high risk, high reward kind of thing. They were losing, 40% of their team, essentially, swapping out. But I feel like that roster beforehand, we always talked about where they could go, and I feel that they kind of hit their peak. They needed a switch up, and this switch up has done them wonders. They look way calmer, and I think that's the key thing, is there's a lot of young players in this league, and we've seen this sort of, yes, there's raw firepower, but also the calm experience, the level-headedness in really clutch situation overtimes is absolutely invaluable.
Yeah, because those specific moments are really going to be impacting the results and again impacting the standings as well. We spoke about how close it is towards that middle top side of the standings specifically, and looking at how it is at the moment, what's really shocking or like really standing out to me specifically is Ambush really just falling from that top position towards the middle, bottom middle, if even. Is there anything else or any other team, Jerry, that you think, okay, this is what we really need to be keeping our eyes out on?
I think that 6th, 7th spot is probably the biggest deal, right? If you don't make playoffs in this league, then you face potential relegation. And that's something that's a massive difference between those two spots. And we're in a situation where Coalesce are flying high, MNM Academy are stumbling. And I can see a world where we get a few, play days in. I think that MNM Academy play Coalesce in the coming weeks. I'm just going to have a quick check and see. It's going to be... No, I shouldn't have attempted that live, but whatever. At some point, they're going to play each other soon, right? They must do, and that's going to be huge. Have they already done it? They have already played each other. Coalesce won it, so they played a couple. They played last week. They played each other, and Coalesce won that game. So my point is that Coalesce, they could be stealing points off of these higher teams, and there's a world where they overtake MNM.
Yeah, and the standing so far, this is what we're going to be starting off with today. We have games coming up as we're, that's why we're live here. That's going to be impacting the standings as well. The first game we're going to be looking at, I think the game that everyone is incredibly pretty much looking out for, that is Ambush against TENSTAR. We're done have the second game. We have SSP versus RIDDLE. The third game, Heroic versus Coalesce. And the final one is MNM Academy versus Victus. MNM potentially, they really have to do something because as far as we've gotten back, they're currently 0 wins, 4 losses. So they need to start crawling back up because, as you mentioned yourself, Jerry, Coalesce really on that steamroll coming through. But Novi, from all these games that we have today, which ones do you think are the most important in regards to impacting their standings?
Weirdly enough, I feel like the Sissi State Punks and RIDDLE one, interestingly, yes, the teams are really low down, but if, this league appeared to be this marathon task right at the beginning, but we're really deep in it now, right? There's not many games left. If Coalesce and MNM have a bad couple of weeks and suddenly RIDDLE and Sissi State Punks step it up with their roster changes, there is a legitimate scenario where either of these two teams could weasel their way into 6th. It could happen, and I feel like this is their proving grounds of saying, no, we're not a bottom team, we're a challenger. RIDDLE need to step up. They have to step up here. I think if they don't beat Sissi State Punks, we can write them off and it won't happen. But for Sissi State Punks as well, this is that first step up the mountain to try and reach the summit.
I love the wording for that one. And Jerry, looking at the games specifically for today as well, besides the importance in terms of how they're going to be affecting standings, is there any game that's really screaming your name that you're really, really happy to be watching today? Because you said it yourself earlier as well. This might be one of the most important playdays so far.
I think that first game is huge. For certain, Ambush TENSTAR, and I think I agree with you honestly, Novi, in that SSP RIDDLE is probably the biggest game of the day, but I'm gonna disagree on the reasoning. I think it's bigger because these are the two that are fighting against auto-relegation. If one of them wins and the other doesn't, if one of them takes all 3 points, then that is the team that are likely to survive the season, right? That's a massive, massive deal when you think about the fact that SSP, they beat RIDDLE last time of asking, they have that one up on them. RIDDLE haven't won a game yet. And if RIDDLE can finally steal those 3 points back, then we're in a situation towards the end of the season where every round could matter for those two sides. I almost hope that RIDDLE wins so that we get this strange kind of 1v1 situation towards the end of the season where we're just watching and hoping that both of these teams can string rounds together. Because if I'm brutally honest, I don't think they have other wins in them.
A little bit of caster bias, but what would be a show without some caster bias coming in? But also, what would these teams be without their players? And of course, we have top 5 players that we would like to highlight and just show how incredible they have been performing over the last couple of weeks. These are the top 5 in terms of KD ratio. And I'm going to throw this one to you, Novi. Of course, all these players, they're incredibly talented individually. How big of an impact do these KDs translate to in terms of how they're affecting their team's performance as a whole?
So first off, gonna immediately address the elephant in the room, which is Gorgona and Benja. Those guys, the fact that they've played so many games on that stat just shows. I think it highlights just how good an EUL side is, right? It is
dominance.
It's just absolute utter. This is why the team is lossless right now. Like the team is so good, but also Jegs as well. Because I remember when we first introduced this stat weeks and weeks ago, Jegs sort of like worked his way up there. The fact that we're this deep and TENSTAR, they're not second on the leaderboard. They've lost a few games, and Jegs is still up there. Is absolutely incredible. And of course, the 2 new pickups, like working their way into the top 5. Yes, it's only 4 games, but it's a really, really good sign that these teams, bar Heroic, all of them are looking and hungry to improve.
Yeah, and Jerry, would you say that, Upor maybe for Victus, one of those teams that is towards the upper part of the standings, how has their performance been and how has their performance impacted the team as a whole as well?
Well, Upor's slotted in very nicely in terms of his role in the team. He's getting the frags that Flexi would have been otherwise, and the stats are there to prove it. But I think that we're yet to see Victus to be continually tested. They've had that one loss against Viperio 86, and I think we need to see how they do against other teams, because the wins they've picked up have been pretty dominant wins against bottom of the table sides, and I feel like that's where Upor has racked up his stats considerably. I'm still not 100% convinced by this slightly new look Victus, which is understandable given the nature of that roster change.
Yeah, and let's also have a look specifically at the graphic from the previous meeting, specifically to see how these players individually, have phased up against each other. Maybe put a bit more of a narrative towards that, but let's look at the top 5 casts first. So again, I think there's quite a similarity in terms of these players, repeating themselves on these top 5 spots. And Novi, is there anything specifically, maybe any reason that you could put behind this?
I think it's similar to what Jerry touched on, which is what games that these teams had, right? Victus has had team. I know they're very high in the standings, but they have had teams near the end, near the bottom of the table to play against. And that, of course, is if you are showing a dominant fashion, your stats are of course be higher, which is why Gorgona and Jegs, why I really wanted to highlight the Heroic and TENSTAR players, because these guys have played every single game, and still a 69% cost is fantastic this far in the season. And it's very interesting to me is the fact that TENSTAR's record is nowhere near as clean as Heroic's, but Jegs is that close to keeping up with the top performing statistical player for Heroic, which is kind of insane when you think about it. The same for Nick on Ambush as well.
He's one of the top performing in EUL right now as well, Gorgona. So it does speak some credit to Jegs and the level that he's at and the level that Nick is at as well. We had a bit of a worry with Nick at the very start of this split. He was just not hitting his shots, but he came alive during that Coalesce game when Coalesce looked like they could overturn Ambush and cause a bit of an upset. So it's good to see him back up here. I think we're going to get used to seeing Gorg, Jegs, and Nick in these top 5 stats, but I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the season you're still seeing Zenoxo, you're still seeing Upor up here as well. There's some very, very talented players on very capable teams.
Are there any specific players that maybe are coming to mind right now, Novi, that you think by the end of the NPL, we will be seeing them on this graphic, we will be expecting them here, and you are expecting them to be on this one, and you think their performance really allows them to do that?
Ooh, that is a hard one.
I'm surprised not to see Oscar, personally.
Yeah, Oscar.
Like he's disappeared from these.
Yeah, he's gone very quiet. And also, where's the rest of the 86 players as well? Like, they're on a pretty good form. Like, where maybe it shows that they're more consistent, as in all the players are delivering, rather than some slightly better than others. But every single team has a different dynamic. I know, like, MNM Academy were talking about how they need to step up their consistency. One of the consistent factors in their wins was Skiddy, and now Skiddy's not there. So when you have that, hyper talented player in your team, it's up to the rest of the team to kind of step up, and that's what we're sort of looking for.
Yeah, let's have a look at the opening KD as well, Jerry, to see whether or not this theme of recurring players is going to be continuing. Take it away.
We found Oscar. There he is, finally hiding amongst the opening KD. And you can see as well, Grubby, there's a Viperio 86 player, as you were mentioning, Novi. It was surprising not to see any of them show up just yet. He's had a great season so far. Somewhat living in the shadow of Astro in the first split, but he's really come alive here now. And the rest of them here, Jegs, Rhodey, Azza. It's a good spread. You've got a couple of entries there for TENSTAR. I'm not surprised to see Azza here, but at the same time, you know, in some ways I am, because he doesn't, necessarily stand out to you as a massive player on the side of TENSTAR. He kind of goes about his duty quite quietly a lot of the time, and the fact that he's putting up these numbers is just a testament to his impact. So yeah, huge stuff. Not surprised to see Oscar at the top, though. He's always been Mr. Consistent for Victus, and there's no reason to sort of think that he will have any kind of slump anytime soon. I know his the rest of his stats weren't quite up to scratch here, but stats don't tell the whole story. He's a massive, massive impact player for Victus.
And Nervy, looking at all these top 5 players, we've kind of seen a little bit of a theme, if we do say so ourselves, in regards to the players that have been performing quite consistently over the last couple of weeks. And we're going to be heading into even more games today. Is there any player that you think really we need to be looking out for just because they were mentioned on these top 5s, and you think that that's something that we can be expecting time and time again?
Jegs. I feel like he has proved himself unanimously. The fact that he's not only one of the top 5 players in KD, one of the top 5 players in cost, but also on entries, shows that, like, for instance, Oscar, the reason he's not as high in the KD is, although he might get the entry kill and he might win that gunfight, he's not, progressing beyond that point. The fact that Jegs is so high in those statistics means in every scenario, in every single point of the game, Jegs is delivering at the maximum. And if he's done it this far in terms of the season, I don't see this slowing down anytime soon.
Has this impacted your predictions for today? Let's have a look at those, because I know all of us have put down our favorite teams looking to collect some of these points. So, Novi, talk us through the first one, Ambush versus TENSTAR. It feels like a little fish out of water. You're going for Ambush?
Yeah, I feel like I need to try and catch up to Ubros. I feel like so beforehand, I think I wanted to see the dust settle with TENSTAR especially, but also I feel like Ambush is, because they haven't had any changes, they've kind of been at this pseudo disadvantage where all the other teams are practicing forming this new style. Ambush hasn't. We're talking with Ubros beforehand, and he's like, Ambush hasn't changed. So there's all this data on them, but not much data on the others, and I feel they'll start to find their footing at some point, right? And there's not much time left. So come on, Ambush, please find your footing today.
Find your footing today. Give Novi his points, as he really much likes to have. But on the other hand, it looks like every single one from Talon does feel to be going with the exact same pick. We got TENSTAR for every single one of us here. So Jerry, talk us through your predictions for TENSTAR. Novi coming out with, there's a lot of data, but TENSTAR, on the other hand, they've just kind of been running up to speed.
You can't vote against TENSTAR right now, surely. They are so on it. They are the informed side coming out of the split. 4 wins in 4. And the nature of those wins have just been incredible. Like they have really improved with the pickups that they've gotten. Hungry and Yonka lend so much, not Hungry and Yonka, sorry, Yonka and Zanoxo lend so much experience and so much talent to that roster. And I think that they will beat Ambush today. I'm with Ubros on this one, because Ubros, let's give him a shout out, right? He's still top, and he missed a week. All right, he
what are you guys
just straight
doing?
up lost like 4 potential points, and he's still ahead of the rest of the pack. So yeah, he's played a blinder this season with the predictions.
Yeah, Ubros is absolutely on a roll, but so is TENSTAR, and that's going to be our first game as well. So, Jerry, out of all these games that we've spoken about, all these players that we've discussed, what are you really looking forward to in terms of today that you want to see these teams put forward?
I don't know. I think that's a tough question. I think it depends on the match. I think for Ambush TENSTAR, I know that's going to be a good match. No matter where it is, no matter what it is, I want to see teams complete their fundamentals for the most part. I think that's probably the best overriding theme, is I want to see teams that can drone effectively, that can cover each other, that can be, within 5 seconds of each other, get those refrags, and to have a tight coordinated unit. Because At the moment, there's a prevailing sense in EU that that's just not happening at the top level. And I think that looking at the Nats leagues, we actually see a lot of that from time to time and quite consistently. So I think this is an opportunity for EU to redeem themselves, given the sort of stick that we've been throwing at ourselves of late.
Well, I guess today is the day of the EU redemption arc. Novi, would you agree with this? Anything else you really want to see on screen today? Maybe any upsets, potentially? Okay, well, Novi has been lost on VMix, so I'm going to say that he is definitely looking forward to those upsets. That's exactly what he wants to be seeing today. Totally what he said. He's not agreeing with Jerry at all. But, well, Jerry, I think that's it from us for today. Novi, we can see you again, but we are going to be going to a break very quickly because we have that first game of the day lined up. The game that everyone is looking forward to, Ambush versus TENSTAR, coming up shortly.
Hello, my name is Nick. I play for Ambush Esports in NPL, and I'm the fragger for the team.
My name is Kylius. I play for Ambush Esports in NPL, and I'm the hard support for the team.
Kylius has actually got the warden activated here inside of the tunnel. He's got the shotgun at close range. He's going to pick himself up too.
I at least joined 2 years ago, and through the seasons we kind of switched players based on what we needed. We played with Nick in the same team in like 2018 or something.
Decision from Ambush to buy me out from KVM came actually kind of fast, and like that's my way kind of getting into the team. I knew about them before, and I know it's a strong roster, but I saw that they need a fragging power as well, so the fit was kind of perfect. Communicating in Finnish is much easier, obviously, because it's like the main language we all speak, so like making calls and all this is so much easier, and it obviously helps the gameplay as well.
I feel the same. I used to play in an English roster as well, and I feel like you can do much more broader calls and faster. I think Nick can agree that we were really happy and surprised about the results that we had in first split. We knew that we were strong, we had practiced so much, so we had the hope and know how to go through these situations, but seeing the results in the end of the split, we were really happy.
For myself, I kind of like to put the expectations to be the best. Being on the second place after the split one was obviously like really good. Facing Heroic it's a best UL team. I feel like we can be happy about being like under Heroic as well on the leaderboard. Everything is paying off, and I think it's really good for the team to see as well that like what we do is actually working. So yeah, it's a good thing to see, and big relief.
If you can keep that second spot, it's so valuable in the playoffs, so we definitely want to keep it.
That's the focus, that's the goal, and I think that's where we are just focusing on now.
in. 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates. Grizz steps up huge for Ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCs. What?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first game of this evening. We have Ambush versus TENSTAR, the team that is falling from grace that really needs to catch up. TENSTAR was actually climbing back, and they're just putting forward such a great performance. Once again, I'm Janiro, your host for this evening, and joining me are Jerry and Novi. We're going to be talking through this, but Novi, first of all, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Nervous based on my predictions. I'll be honest. TENSTAR are like very, very good, and especially after that pre-show, I'm starting to regret my decision a little bit. But it's fine, you know. I'm sure the Nordic teams will represent for me. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But yeah, it should be a good one. This especially this map pick ban is going to be. I think maybe we could see something a bit wild. I don't know.
Maybe.
We'll see.
I guess we're going to have to wait and find out. But let's look at the roster specifically from Ambush first. Novi, I know this is the team that you've been voting for. And last week specifically, they were really relying on winning those individual gunfights. What are you expecting to see from these players today? And who do you think, Novi, that we should be keeping our eyes out? Because you voted for them after all.
Yeah, so like Nick's the easy answer, and he's had sort of middling performances since coming back off the player break. But also the other one for me, especially when we're looking at the top players across the league, was actually Rody. You know, in terms of his entry ability, it is something that is quite, I don't want to say Ambush relies upon, but it certainly helps, especially when their back's against the wall. Having a player who can just step up out of nowhere, get that first kill, and then you can try and convert the round is huge. But the rest of these teams we've seen in multiple games where Rastin can like pull something off, Kilius can pull something else, Defeli, like all of them can step up to the plate. It's just a case of getting all the cooks in the kitchen rather than a couple who still haven't like woken up yet.
Yeah, so today we're going to see what's going to be cooking. But TENSTAR's roster, on the other hand, they're cooking for sure here, Jerry. And they've done incredibly well last week. Is there any player, again, you know, besides maybe Jags, obvious that we've pointed out a couple of times, and how good he has been for the team, that we need to be looking out for, that we need to say, like, yeah, this is the player that we have to be watching for the rest of the day?
I mean, who do I pick? Honestly, you've had Zanoxo. He's made an incredible impact, and him and Jegs will probably have a good... If both of them are fragging, then TENSTAR are going to have a good day. But Jonker and Leader as the new backline duo have just been phenomenal. We've seen some big rounds from both of them, clutches galore. And then as that kind of middle of the pack player that just does a lot of the dirty work and gets things done and sets things up and sacrifices himself for the team a lot of the time. I really cannot pick a single player. What I want to pick out is actually that entry conversion statistic and say that this is a lot higher than what we saw from Ambush, which I believe was 63%. So if you see the entry kill go the way of TENSTAR, then you know that they're quite likely to convert that round. So keep an eye on those opening engagements for certain.
Yeah, and TENSTAR also coming off on the back of winning 4 games in a row, so they're very hot coming into this game specifically. That momentum could potentially help them as well. But let's have a look at the previous matchup from these teams specifically, see how they have performed then. And Novi, are you still feeling comfortable with your prediction? I'm going to keep asking you that.
No, I've already made it clear. I'm bloody well not. But like, come on, like, I've got to just back the horse that I've backed, kind of thing. But,
yeah, so back it.
To be fair though, like Ambush has shown us that they can perform at that level. They can. Oh, I'm actually hearing maybe that. Oh, the result was wrong. Actually, no, you know what, Ginny? The result is wrong. Actually, I was right. Ambush did beat TENSTAR last time. So actually, I'm feeling pretty well comfortable right now.
But that was last time, you know?
That was last time, exactly.
Was different. That was at the point where Ambush were flying, TENSTAR was suffering, and yeah, right now, it's the other way around. It really is just a completely different day and a completely different month and a completely different week, and I think that you still got to be backing TENSTAR. I feel like my confidence in my prediction and your shakiness, Novi, is very telling.
Oh, I feel like there's a little bit of a spiciness going on here on the desk. Jerry really going all the way for TENSTAR. Novi, on the other hand, feeling very comfortable with Ambush. But looking at these teams so far, so Ambush, they've already have those 7 wins secured in the bag. TENSTAR with 5. This is the last matchup, 7-5. So yes, Ambush won, but with the changes that has been added to the TENSTAR roster, do you think, Jerry, that this roster specifically is feeling more comfortable and more confident than they did before the break?
Oh, absolutely. I feel as though they were doing okay before the break, but they weren't living up to the expectations that they set themselves and that a lot of us put on them as well. And now they are meeting those expectations and almost surpassing them at this point with the new look, with the experience they brought in, with the way that Zanoxo has slotted in, and Yonka. They are absolutely flying. And yeah, I think that you'd be a fool not to back them today, Novi.
Oh, no, that's very personal, but we have the map vetoes ready as well. Last time they played Clubhouse here, Novi. So are you expecting this again to be the map that we're going to be taken to, the map situation between Ambush and TENSTAR? We're going Oregon. How are you feeling about that?
Okay, all right. Interesting. It's okay, so it's like Ambush's favorite map that they like playing. Of course, recent results have been a little bit closer than they would have liked, but I feel like in terms of strategy and everything, it's kind of a safe pick. And if they're comfortable in delivering and stepping up to play on an individual level, then I think Oregon's a very good pick for them. It just depends where we see them turn up today. If they wanted to go more strategy heavy, there were other options, but they did leave it between Chalet and Oregon, so TENSTAR had that choice in the end of the day. I think for both these maps would have been very comfortable for Ambush, likely TENSTAR as well.
This is the one map that Ambush never ban as well. It's surprising to see them take Clubhouse out right at the start, but at the same time, Chalet, Oregon, very comfortable maps for both sides. So TENSTAR, I'd say, with the choice here, maybe have the slight edge even in the map ban phase, because they both like these maps and they've decided to go for Oregon instead of Chalet. And of course, what's interesting as well is that Ambush, it appears, have opted to start on the attack. So for a map that is still fairly defender-sided, despite the sort of lean towards attacking in the recent meta, we're still seeing Ambush favor their attacks, and that leans on the fact that they have said they're a comfortable attacking side. So yeah, it should be an exciting start to the game for certain.
Yeah, Novi, taking into consideration the performances from Ambush and TENSTAR over the last couple of play days, what are you expecting to see from Ambush, the team that you voted for, the team that you want to be walking away with the win? What do you think they can do and implement into their strategies just to walk away with that win and just hold on to that position on the leaderboard?
So I think it's interesting because, sort of just looking through, I think the reason that they left, because Chalet is a very comfortable map for TENSTAR, and Oregon, although they've only played it once, TENSTAR, we know that they've got individual performers. They can easily play, anyone can play Oregon kind of thing. However, I think it's one of the cases that if Ambush has been struggling in terms of trying to sort of catch up and get data on these other teams, well, TENSTAR played Oregon last week. They played Chalet last week. They played these maps. So at least there's something from this new roster that they can go off of. And that is the straw that I'm going to be clutching onto as we go into this game.
Well, we're going to be heading into the game in the end this time around. We got Uberus and Snurra as your casters. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much to the desk. This is going to be squeaky bum time even with the barn burner. We're going all the way to overtime, and if you can get those 3 references despite the terrible impressions, I do salute you. My name is Snurra as always, and with me, Uberos, the Finnish mastermind, and of course that we got a little bit upsetty spaghetti when they showed that TENSTAR beat Ambush on Clubhouse the previous time, but we sure got that one straightened out quickly. But Uberos, for once, actually for many times, we are actually divided in our predictions on Ambush versus TENSTAR, and I do believe that just shows how tight or close this matchup is, because keep in mind we don't know the maps prior to the matchup. So Uberos, are you still comfortable with your TENSTAR pick and the predictions and your betrayal of your Finnish compatriots?
Oregon has made me even more nervous than I was before the game started, because it's one of those Ambush maps that is a coin flip. This season they have been really great on it, but the last season in the Nordic Championships it was rough one. But then again, it's Oregon. Anything could happen. Like last week, we saw them have a really tight game against Coalesce there, where it went down to the 15th round, the overtime, and it was a super tight match. And I hope we're gonna see something similar this time. And having voted for TENSTAR, I'm happy either way this game goes, because either
That's
it's my
fair point.
favorite team winning or me getting the prediction right.
Biased caster. Oh no. How are we ever going to survive this cast? But I was going to say, we're going to go into the operator bans here. Now, with Ambush picking into attack, as we are going to see Ying actually being banned here by TENSTAR, is there any reason for Ambush fans to be comforted by the fact that Ambush chooses or opts to go for the attack first? And should TENSTAR fans be worried?
Something that Ambush have been really good this season is pushing back on the defense, like getting really gritty with it and winning back those important rounds, being really clutch, clawing back like whatever they might give up on the attacking half. They have been a stellar defensive team, and that's something like, even though they are having the attacking half first, it can go a bit rough for them, but they can like really turn it around when they get on the defense and bring it home at that point, which is an exciting prospect for anybody watching the game, because like we could see the game totally flip when the sides are swapped.
And now we're seeing the ban come through here. Ying, Maverick, Azami, and Kai. That leaves power picks such as Mira and Thatcher open. Now, for the observant viewer, we did not have Mira in the previous week due to a bug which allowed people to actually kill anyone playing behind a Mira with an explosive at the worst case scenario. But that bug has now been resolved in a fix, and Mira is again left open to play. But with the Azami ban here, it kind of affects the bans coming through. It means that Mira will be open on a site such as Laundry. And Uberos, as a former Tier 3 coach and player yourself, could you help bringing some light to our viewers as to how strong Mira is as a pick on this site?
Mira is a great pick on this site, like a classic basement operator, all the way to the back of the old Oregon. You could see a lot of Mira being played there, and pretty often being banned, but I think the Azami ban is actually worth leaving the Mira open for Ambush, because they struggled a bit against the Azami on some of the earlier games that they have left it open, and it's something that I don't think they are totally comfortable playing against. Azami is a super strong operator, and playing against Mira is more of a devil you know. There's less like new stuff coming out with Mira. You're gonna know where those windows are gonna be, and you're gonna deal with it. We see them. They had the Twitch pick, but they opted for the Ace instead. And Hibana, they have like a lot of long-range hard reach to deal with it. There's not a lot of wall denial. In fact, there's none on the side of TENSTAR.
No, it isn't. So, the Kai ban as well, leaving Thatcher open. We might also see a Thatcher, but considering how often Thatcher is banned. Oh, and the fella with the opening pick onto Zenoxo there. A little cheeky peek from the big tower, but should have been heard out by Defella, and he's able to punish that one. Now, that is the Rooney, I was going to say, who's been picked off, so it's not the worst in terms of utility, but such a strong operator in terms of creating rotations. But Azure being able to reply there with a pick onto Nick, who has been one of the standout players throughout this entire season, that is a massive pickup for TENSTAR to retaliate that first blood.
Yeah, a good play from them, getting the instant equalizer there. Pretty instant, near enough. It's looking quite bleak if you lose the first roamer in like the first 20 seconds of the round. There's a lot of room that you're going to be leaving open. You're going to pretty much have to fall back completely. But having one pick for your own right after the attackers getting the first blood there, that's going to help them massively. They're going to be bleeding a lot more time on the attack now, having to do more stuff, clearing more corners, having less utility to do so.
Now, I believe the positives here for Ambush would be that, I mean, yes, Sledge is a great operator here, especially on the entry, but since it's Laundry, you still have Finker, you still have some nades, you still have the like the hard breachers that you need, you still have some throwables that you can use to get rid of these Aruni gates, so it's not the worst operator that you could lose. But of course, Nick, as I've said before, has been a staple player for on the side of Ambush, and of course, who is holding the gun often matters more than what kind of gun they're holding. Now, less than a minute to go here, and Ambush are setting up for this course, execute Jags. He's going to be playing here, the fellow Finnish player around Harry Potter and Blues here, just watching. He's not going to be playing all the way down by the pillar, but Azur's going to try to be holding the angle as the ADS is going to be burned out, and the nades are going to come in, and it's going to be Roddy to pick Jags up. That leaves pillar somewhat open with the fellow with his second pick of the game thus far. It means only Jonka and Leader left alive, but Jonka, the German Shepherd, has been such a watchdog on the site before for the side of TENSTAR and, of course, Tier 1 teams. Less than 20 seconds to go, and with the Vector up close, it's a strong gun, and they have full intel. There's still one more player inside of blue challenging it, but Rustin is a massive player. Leader, though, equalizing their 2v1. This is winnable for Leader in a 1v2 clutch, and as he takes down Roddy, it's only Rustin left. 7 seconds left to go. One player inside of Elbow. He's going to try and go for the plant and force Leader out, but keep in mind, he's got the shotty. If he can swing this with a shotty, he should have a massive advantage, and there you go! Leader takes round number 1 for TENSTAR.
That was such a smart play from Jonka and Leader there. Being in the 2v4, they pushed up front, and that's something Ambush didn't expect them to be so aggressive, and they got the picks off of that. It was such a cool read, and it's amazing to see that kind of adaptation there, a split moment decision. I think that's something the newer players like Jonka are gonna be bringing to the team. They're gonna be able to adapt fast on the moment, do those snap decisions, because there's a lot of experience behind those players, like Jonka, even Tier 1 experience, and it showed in round like that.
Showing around, and that's what you get with someone like Jonka, who just joined TENSTAR in their previous transfer window that we just had, a 1 month long break, and his value is shining through. The experience that you spoke of, having the big brain place Leader with a massive 3k playing on site the entire time, and Ambush was just not able to punish with some of those refrags and the number advantage. Now this is round number 1, not the greatest crisis for Ambush, but it does go to show that TENSTAR on a site such as Laundry with players, anchors such as Leader and Jonka, should never be underestimated in terms of being able to claw one back. Now, this was a 7-5 result the last time these teams met as well, so there's a reason why the talent is so split in predictions between these two teams.
Yeah, it's rounds like that you can't afford to throw away. When you have the leads in those kind of rounds, you get the first blood, that you get it to a 4v2, and losing those is gonna hurt in the end when it's really tight. And I'm fearing for Ambush, if they throw away a couple more of those, it's pretty much the game at that point, because TENSTAR are gonna get some of the rounds cleanly for them all, for themselves. It's worrying signs early on. It's something that Ambush sometimes fell a bit victim to.
So, I mean, round number 1 and 2 can often be the pace there as well. Sometimes some teams just need to get that round number 1 or 2 under the belt just to get some of the nerves out of the way, or just feel okay, we're back and we're playing a competitive game now. We got our feeds back here, and keep in mind that Ambush did opt into the attack first here in Oregon, and it's one of those staple maps. But TENSTAR as well. One of the things that we spoke of in the talent behind the scenes before the game started is that these two teams actually do enjoy the same maps. And there you go, Jags lines up for Rustin. It didn't look too good for Leader, taking a lot of damage there, but it's going to be Jags going off with the first blood there, and this time it's going to be TENSTAR with the first blood. And of course, our great analyst on the desk already pointed out the 74% entry conversion on the side of TENSTAR. When they get a first blood, they usually tend to win the round, and at least in the vast majority of them. So this is not a good sign for Ambush, but they are also not uncomfortable with playing from behind as Jonka. It's going to be visited by Roddy, but that is a good pick up there, and that is a smoke. No, sorry, mute. Sorry, of course, not the smoke. That's a Noxup, so that's my bad. But not the worst operator to lose, because the utility is already on the ground, and you were just hoping to stall some time. And with 1 minute 30 into the round, it's not the worst for TENSTAR in terms of losing a player at that time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that is classic Ambush. The late bottom clear, or the midway point bottom clear on Oregon. That is something we've seen Ambush do all the way back in the last season of Finnish League. It warms the heart.
They're sticking to the guns. Makes it a bit easier to read though, with great minds such as Kangaroo Kenny on the counter. Ooh, a counter aggression there, but the Concrete saving Azur, and there we go, being able to swing it back as Roddy, of course, having just naded that, wouldn't expect someone to just swing it, but with the Concrete saving the life of Azur there, he's just able to swing that and give the man advantage back to TENSTAR. Now 40 seconds left, and Ambush are sort of trying to look if they're going to go for let's see, a little bit of an execute here, but it's all going to be a double window take with Tefeli on the window here in the kid. So this one's going to be very risky because there's no Ying. Keep that in mind. We had Kilia's attempt that previous week. Might be also why we saw the TENSTAR ban here on the Ying, but didn't succeed very well, and there we go, with Jags being able to just swing the fella because he's all in his lonesome. This is looking very much like a 10-star round. Nick's just going to have to run through, but with Jags and Azure watching every single opening, I was going to say, it's yet another round for 10-star, and this one looked far more comfortable for the side of them as well.
Yeah. Getting too early picks tends to do that. Like, they weren't in any rush at any point, they were just kind of chilling. They got a couple of picks gifted to them, and then there was the Jonker roam there, but it felt more like a bait to just waste time. He didn't really do anything there, it was just waiting for somebody to come and clear him. And Rody did just that, getting one kill, but that didn't help him at all when the situation came to the site execute. It's a really solid stuff from 10-star so far, and it's starting to get a bit spicy. Now is the time to get on the board, Ambush, or you're gonna really have to like tie those rounds together on the defensive hull like you talked about.
This is the second time these teams are facing off, and if there's one name that I was introduced to very quickly as we joined the former Yukon, I was going to say Talon, on the MPL cast, one name that they highlighted was Kangaroo Kenny. The guy puts in so much work into the stuff that he does as a coach for his teams, and now, of course, coaching 10-star. He is a guy that takes his job very seriously, and in the previous interview that he had as well last week, he was so chuffed, I was going to say, to borrow a British term, he was very chuffed, he was very proud of his team and his roster. He's really confident, and I probably, to me, as someone who's like, you know, a little bit of an ambush shrill, well, actually a big ambush shrill, it was a bit worrying for me to see Kangaroo Kenny being that comfortable after having had interviews in the previous season where he's been a lot more reluctant to sort of be like, well, you know, we're happy with this win. There was always something to pick on, but right now he seems like he's in a very good place, and with 10-star having a 4-win match streak, I could see why they're comfortable, and that is what's kind of worrying me with Ambush. Like, I'd still pick them to win here because, hell, I'm a Nordic show, but it is essentially, I mean, it is, if anything, a very 50-50. 10-star is looking far stronger this part of the season than they have previously.
Yeah, at the first half, it was a kind of swapped. 10-star weren't looking comfortable, they were kind of itchy, they were not, like, feeling for this, like, looking like themselves from what we heard like of them and seeing them before in like Yukon 2. But Ambush were like flying through the first half. They were really comfortable, they were having fun, they were having laughs, they were like in great moods, and I think it's swapped a bit because Ambush have been having a tougher go on the second half, and it's showing like when you see them in the interviews and stuff, they are more like focused, they are less happy go.
Yeah, I see what you mean. And it's almost like Kangaroo Kenny just found a way to just, like Space Jam, I was going to say other movies are available, just the talent of Ambush, just take their mentality over to 10-star and be like, nah, we're going to get in a new player, and we're going to steal your talent. I mean, it's not like we're far behind you, but we're going to steal your mentality and just be way more comfortable. As leader here is, you spoke of these late laundry clears here, and leader is downstairs here inside the freezer, but of course he just wants to waste a little bit of time right now, because why wouldn't he? Because it's a meeting hold, and Rustin and others, of course, inside of the Finnish team of Ambush are going to have to worry about him on this push, because if they start to go for a plant from rear stage, which is very common here, and now with the backup of Azure as well, Ambush going to have to worry a lot for a potential plant here. This gunfight could be crucial. Less than a minute. Rustin, if he can hold it, but it's going to be Defeli to pick down Jags. The smoke, that's a massive pick on meeting to pick down the smoke, and Defele taking down Zanoxo as well. He's aware of that, and Rustin is now in a gunfight down in Laundry, so now they know there are 2 people down in Laundry, meaning there's at least only 1 on site. Someone's gonna have to be pushing down tower stairs. There you go, they're gonna go for the plant because they got the confirmation that there's 2 people down in Laundry. Leader's gonna get killed onto Defele though, and the rotation's gonna come through, so the plant not going down still is a bit confusing to me personally. The pings are coming through, might be why, but it gives 10-star time to relocate here. One's gonna go for the attic, get the hatch. Killius is pinging. Just keep an eye on this here, all the way from kitchen. This is a great setup, but he's not able to hit those shots. But Nick will be able to take him down instead. So leader's the only one time on attic now. They are getting pings. They have tons of intel on the side here, but they don't have the manpower. So Ambush looking very good here to pick up their first round here. 30 seconds left, but of course you have to keep in mind there's 7 seconds as well for the defuse, and with the air jab stalling a little bit more time for leader as well. It looks like he might have his first death of the game thus far, unless he pulls out a miraculous play. Less than 20 seconds. 1v3, they know exactly where he is. Gula set up there with the SMG, but he's just hitting the feet of Killius, and he's just laughing. Hee, that tickles. Now less than 10 seconds to do it as well. This round is going Ambush's way. Leader, valiant attempt, but Killius is going to find it, and Ambush takes their first round in round 3.
There's just something special about the spidey senses that Ambush have. Every time there's anybody lurking anywhere near the basement, they just like, you can see one of them react to it instantly. They have some really nice drones there, I bet. And it's been like this for a long time. I mean, ultimately, they didn't even get anything out of it. Rust died there, but Diffele he put in the work. He got like 3K on the round. Huge, entering through the attic and getting the double at first.
Like, do you store your food in the basement in Finland or something? Because I mean, there's a lot of Finnish people down in the basement here.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm hungry. It's like, there's food in my pantry. Get out. It's like, I don't know.
You can hear just rats sniffling around.
There we go, it's the rats. Well, but you spoke of how important it was for Ambush not to fall further behind, and it's a talking point that I've been nagging the Nordic listeners to for several seasons as well. Like, 2 rounds down, okay, that's fine, but when you're starting to get 3 and 4 rounds behind, that's when you're starting to really sweat and worry a little bit. But very crucial here for Ambush to get that one. That's a tertiary site. Of course, a 4-2 half wouldn't be the worst on attack for Ambush, but of course, having picked themselves on the attack here in Oregon, you would expect them to be a little bit more comfortable in the attack. But of course, you can never predict what the other team are going to ban and how they're going to play. And of course, with the Mirror being back in play, it was a little bit of a snap decision coming through from Ubisoft, not of course from the NPL production. My apologies, but it does mean that some of the players might have, or teams might not have been prepared for Mirror coming through. But I do think that you are correct in your assessment there that Ambush just wants to get rid of that Azami more than the Mirror. And I think, all in all, that could be a very good decision for them at the end of the game, because we still have several rounds to play.
This is a really wide defense coming out from TENSTAR. It was like one smoke on site, everybody else is roaming around. This is something that the Ambush were usually like really quick to pick up on, and they were like really good at identifying these chances to maybe go for a quick side push. But I think this is a game where even if they knew, they wouldn't like go for it because it's a risk always. It's a really intimidating round. And Zenoxo finds the first one. Nick dying again first on the sledge. That's a really rough one for Ambush.
Rough.
Yeah.
Oh, Zenoxo being picked up, so that's at least the return kill. But Leader with another trade back onto Rustin as well. One of the best gunners on the side of our Ambush, at least in terms of the role that he's been designated. So with Nick and Rustin taken off the board, not the best performances in terms of this map thus far, though. So that's a good sign, at least potentially for Ambush. There we go. Kilius didn't have the best of weeks previous week, or at least one game day. But right now, he does have 2 kills of the 4 rounds, which is by far a lot better than what he had earlier. Oh, the fella just too slow. Brody and the fella I was going to say, have been playing a little bit in the shadow of Nick of the course of the season. Brody was, of course, given a little bit of honorary shout out there on the desk previous to the map, and this is why. He's a really good entry player when things hit, but the fella usually being honed, I was going to say, or mentioned for his brain plays, big brain plays, he can also shoot. So there we go. But there's been a lot of Ambush side here now from us, of course, naturally, because we are from the Nordics. But if you look at the side of the TENSTAR, the way that they've been playing thus far has been really, really good. They're winning these first gunfights, and as we have said before, their entry conversion is very good. And this is Laundry, and Ambush couldn't win this with a man advantage the previous time around. We did see in previous week be able to turn some of these around, though, miraculously. Leader still playing inside of Elbow, Yunka on the other side of the Mirror, inside of Laundry, and a little bit of a setup here. Ambush gonna have to push together. Defela getting the opening pick. That's huge on Laundry, but look at this flank from Azza! But he's whiffing these shots. He's not being able to take down one. Yunka was also not gonna be able to finish down the kills. Defela with the team kill, though, helping Azza and Yunka. You don't need to give them that hand. Rody, so close with the Finka LMG. Is gonna have to rotate. So close in the Vector. With the fire range as well, with the bulletproof cam, he's going to have to reload. He's actually playing with the spear, not the LMG. I'm completely blind as Yunka will finish that round. And oh my, Ambush. Laundry just seems to be a curse so far this map.
It's all gone so wrong in the end there. They had a great chance, especially when was the leader on the Legion missed all of his shots down the hatch. Oh man, team kill. Such an unfortunate moment there. And there was some work that Tifele and Rody put in the mid-round, though. It seems like the old guns are still smoking.
The old guns are still smoking, but again, we've of course been a little bit lopsided here against the side of Ambush, or towards the side of Ambush, I'm going to say. But TENSTAR, again, all credit to him. Looking at Leader, 5 kills now. He had 3 kills already after round number 1, so hasn't really picked up that many kills in the previous rounds. But his kills have been crucial. Been one of the players to survive the longest, playing on the site or close to the site. means that every kill that they've been getting have been impactful. The same thing for Junka as well. When you're on site, being able to get 2 kills in that one round, it is big to have an anchor player who you can rely on to win some of these rounds where you have the advantage of the defender, you have some of these power positions. And when you see the fella getting the opening pick heading into Laundry as well, yet another numbers advantage for the side of Ambush, and yet another time they lose it, and that is not a good sign. I was going to say TENSTAR looking almost cursed there in the way that they were whiffing some of these shots, not whiffing in the sense that they didn't hit them, but they were just not landing them where they wanted to. And then Ambush still able to not capitalize on that, and that is a mistake that will cost you rounds.
Yeah, this match is all about adaptation, and this far TENSTAR are doing way better of a job of it. Like the round that Ambush won was kind of like they got the picks, they just won by like immovable force.
Mm-hmm.
But the adaptation coming out from TENSTAR in the late round situations, they have been like getting the better of Ambush every single time pretty much, and it's really nice to see. The structure that the team kind of lacked in the first split, it's there in like bundles now. They are just, they make all the right choices almost every time, and it's frightening to look at them going like playing this well against a side like Ambush that gets their mid-round picks. They don't get just the keel over him and they lose the first pick.
It's almost like there's a reason why we're saying that TENSTAR and Viperia 86 are probably the teams looking the strongest after transfer window. And as I say that, Jags taking a lot of damage here. Rustin on the side, but Azur with a great save. Rhodey will be able to trade back, but look at these refrags coming through from TENSTAR. As I say that, Nick will land with a nade below inside of security, but that was an incredible setup by TENSTAR. Every kill that Ambush got just went the other, like, was just replicated, and TENSTAR was just, okay, thank you very much, I'll trade that one back. Una reverse card right back at you. And it just goes to show, like, this setup is something that you practice. It's something that you communicate. It's not just something that happens willy-nilly, and that is the TENSTAR that people have been talking about. It's not just about the addition of Junka and Xenoxo. It's about the team looking like the team that we were warned about as the Nordic players coming in, or Nordic casters coming in. Nick taking a ton of damage there, of course, with the Finka boost, be able to boost a little bit up, but of course Azur will be like, sure, okay, more health for me to clear out. And if you don't have any Ying, you're going to bring the Capital, but with a number disadvantage, Defele and Kilias both at the double window, or close to the double window, and White Stairs push. This has, oh, actually, sorry, never mind. Defele's going to rotate all the way down over to the Armory Stairs, but not looking too good.
Fantastic smoke. That's a fantastic smoke from Xenoxo. Kilias had no idea it's gone that far. It took like almost all of his HP with one can of smoke. That's a nice one. Love to see it as a smoke player.
Chef's kiss. Oh, and Leader getting a kill as well. The fella, you know exactly where he is. It's just going to zap through the Aruna Gate. We'll expect someone to be playing in both Massive Bedroom and Pigs, just hoping that he won't lose to it. With the LMG, he's now being actually contested with the Jaeger pistol because he was running out of ammo. Still, no one has won that gunfight yet with 15 seconds left in the 1v3, even with a Fink LMG. Yet another round seems to be on the board here for TENSTAR. 8 seconds left. The fella, you're going to have to pull out something miraculous here, but you won't. Xenoxo with the miraculous smoke instead, and with the SMG, we'll finish it down. And already 4 rounds to the side of TENSTAR, and it was much closer the previous time these two teams met on Clubhouse. So TENSTAR looking strong here on Oregon.
That's discipline right there. They had live ping on a guy reloading the LMG, and nobody swung him.
I like
he
to
has
see that.
his troops in line.
I mean, I called Junka the German Shepherd earlier, so I guess that would make Kangaroo Kenny like the kennel master. I was gonna say, like he's it's not just a Kangaroo Kenny. He's like the I don't know what's it called, like the head of a dog pen. I should know this.
That's not my forte, I'm afraid to say.
What, you usually don't do a lot of like dog related casting references?
I'm more of a cat guy myself.
Wow, why not both? See, that's the thing. I don't get people. It's like, are you a cat or dog person? It's like, why not both?
I'm not opposed to dogs. I like dogs.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying like in general. Just saying in general. What was that, Medic?
10 seconds left.
Medic is saying it depends on the allergies. That's a fair point, I guess. That's a fair assessment.
Roll the dice, see what it goes.
I thought Medic was giving me the silent treatment because I was giving him a little bit of a heat because he wasn't able to post an Instagram link properly early in the Discord, but he's nice. So it's all good.
It's all going off the rails here, as it has for Ambush.
Way nice little segue there. There you go.
Yeah, I'm getting it. Getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like a must-win round, I think, at this point.
Attackers have located
Yep.
a bomb.
Sure, you have had some heroic performances on the defensive half, but 5-1, come on, against TENSTAR, come on. That's not
Yeah.
happening.
I mean, I was gonna say, like, TENSTAR usually, if anything, they've had slow starts and then be able to claw back. It's not usually been the other way around. Like, when TENSTAR has a lead, they're usually, like I said, disciplined enough to be able to just go through on that. And like, the only saving grace here now for Ambush is to win this round and be able to completely reset over on the defensive half and just take another 4 and 2 half or 5 and 1 half on the defense, essentially. And you know, hindsight's 20/20 and all that. And it's like we spoke about before. Ambush are playing these maps that a lot of other teams are comfortable with as well. But Ambush is like, well, I mean, we've been winning these maps against these teams. Like, why wouldn't we pick them? And it's not like Ambush. Even though I've been saying like, oh, there seems like they're in a little bit of a slump, you're saying more like, well, the other teams are a bit more of the honeymoon phase. As I say that, Jags, he's divorced Nick. He's just saying you're not even allowed on the server anymore, not even on the same plane of existence as me. Nick is just not having the form that we're used to seeing from him in terms of getting the kills. That's what Nick has been doing this entire season. He's just not finding it, and it's just TENSTAR being able to punish him. And this is the one site that Ambush have won. Jags is injured, and with the exception of, I mean, unlike Rhodey, he will be able to pick himself up, but Junka is there to pick him up. Who needs a finger boost when you have a friend in need, indeed?
You've got 4 players roaming around that front door just because Jags got downed.
Yeah.
And that's something I'd love to see Ambush capitalize on.
Oh, but it's just the team play as well for TENSTAR. It's just these refrags that we've been seeing. These trades
it's a buddy
have been
system.
on, but yeah.
Trade.
It's a very good buddy system coming through from TENSTAR, and they're looking giddy right now. 5 and 3 in terms of manpower here on the server, and they're making Ambush look like... Oh, good reaction there from Coalesce, because we're playing with ping, so that's a crucial shot there, and that is the smoke player taking off the board. One smoke canister coming up, but of course making sure that they have no, I was gonna say, reminding that they have no addy control. Rustin is gonna have to find it. Oh, look at this cam though, as all the intel just can swing it and pre-fire. It's all so beautiful to see from TENSTAR, the siege that they're playing right now, and the confidence. Killians will be able to punish it, but with Azure taking down Rhodey, it's gonna have to be a 1v3 here for Killius, and he has no idea where they are, and Junka is just saying, hello, guten tag, see you later, we're swapping sides. 5 and 1 for TENSTAR.
That's good looking half on TENSTAR. Can't fault them from anything, pretty much.
Your predictions are looking good right now.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, they're just playing great cheats. The adaptation on point. They are doing all the right things. They are playing super smart. They always have a trade available. They are like meeting Ambush halfway point. They are not letting them take anything for free. Everything has a price. It's fantastic siege. Love to see it from TENSTAR. I just wish Ambush were more apt for the challenge and we'd have more of a match evidence like this. It's they can maybe get one round. They really have to like put the work in on the defensive side now.
Yep. Oh man, it's gonna be it's gonna have to be a completely different side here, or sorry, half for Ambush if they're gonna be able to call himself back in. I mean, I promised so many great things, like in terms of barn burners and stuff. I mean, look at this. Look at the leader, KDR 3.5, 100% cost, and with a 1vx win as well. Been really playing up here, and Defele had a really good start to the game. As I'm not saying that he's like dropped in terms of not playing well. I'm just saying that he was alongside Rhodey and to an extent Killius as well. Like the positives coming through here for Ambush. So to see like him kind of being shut down and clapped down and be told to sit back into the naughty corner, it's not a good sign for Ambush. But of course, again, going over to the defense, it could potentially look very, very different here. Just like two halves in any traditional sports could look completely different from one another.
Yeah. Having Nick and Rostin have a rough game, that's unfortunate for Ambush. That's not what you want to see from your two young guns.
No.
Hopefully they can bounce back on this half now, because that would make this game a much more even. As we see on the side of TENSTAR, there's really nobody lagging that far behind.
No.
The Nexus on 3 at the lowest, and then you have 2 more players on 4.
Yeah,
with the Azure and leader leading the way.
And Nox has been playing a little bit of a smoke as well, and just having some good plays. Even though he hasn't been able to like contribute in terms of kills, he's been on point. So, everyone's kind of doing their thing for the team. It's not like, I'm not saying everyone's getting the same kill, but everyone's like contributing to the team, if that makes sense. It's not like anyone's feeling like a little bit of dead weight, and that's what you want to see from a team. You want to see everyone doing what they have to do. Like, not everyone have to get kills, but they have to be in the positions. They have to be there ready to scratch their buddies' backs and get those trades and play in those positions, get those smokes underway, deny intel, etc, etc, etc. And it just seems like TENSTAR has got Ambush's number down to T right now.
Yep. Their prep has paid off. We see them opening the hatch here, getting some of the pre-execution stuff worked out of the way. They have a lot of map control. Ambush are really not contesting it that much. They're pretty much given up the whole map at this point. It's still 5v5 though, and it's a tough site to take 5v5. There's a lot of angles you have to clear, a lot of utility you still have to burn. They still have like a lot of nades. They have 5 nades left, 3 flashes. But that's a minute to work with. You're gonna clear a lot of these angles, but there's always something that you're probably gonna miss. And that's where Ambush has to be sharp to strike. Like we saw Yonka and the leader do on the first half. The very first round of the game, in fact.
Indeed. And it would be crucial for Ambush now to get around here, because keep in mind, TENSTAR, if they take one round on the attack here, they're going to be a match point to secure themselves at least a point. And with Jags getting the opening kill onto to Rustin as well, it's already looking a bit dire here with the Fenka boost being able to stem up some of these attackers. Good, great shot by Rody to shut down his fellow countryman. It's going to even out the tally, like I said before. Oh, but leader, there are other LMGs, not just the Zofia one. Oh, sorry, the Fenka one. You have the Zofia one as well, but Znox are going to hot drop through the freezer. He's going to try and make advantage of this number advantage here. Nick, though, playing by the chassis, will get the red ping, will get the kill. Took a little while, but they will now know where he is. Nick trading out here as leader gets it going to the valley. There he goes, C4 from Kilius. That's the anchor play you like to see. Yunka, though, chasing. 2 seconds left. Both players close, but Nick will shut them down. And with 2 kills, or 3 kills almost on the side for Nick this round, hopefully the start of a comeback for Ambush.
That was a fantastic round. Really love to see it. Some really nice shots there. Nick going huge with the kill on the guy hot dropping freezer. Kind of have to question, why was that the play they went for? It's a tough one.
Could it just be that since they didn't see anyone in freezer and they had numbers advantage, it was just trying to rotate and try and get, like, putting a pressure from the freezer door, or?
Yeah, but then again, if you kill the guy pillar, you kind of have to like watch for the holes and the default behind the bomb when you rush through the freezer corridor. That's where Xenoxo went wrong, in my opinion. It's a minor misplay, but it's really costly in a round like that. We didn't see really what went down on the other side at that moment, so...
No. Fair point, fair point.
Yeah.
And it is those split-second decisions that you make, or maybe it was a call as well, just like, oh, you know, get your butt over here. So it's like, that's a difficult thing sometimes for a caster, because you see players make a rotation, you see players make a decision, and it's like, okay, sometimes it is just the heat of the moment, and it's an individual miscalculation, but sometimes it could be communicated, and in the heat of the moment of an execute, sure, it's the wrong decision, but the player at least is doing what he's being told to, because you have to trust your teammates being able to back up or back you up when you're asking for that backup. So it's all speculation at this point, but I do agree. It made Nick, or gave Nick, a little bit of a freebie in terms of kills with the way that he rotated past that opening there, and certainly, hopefully, for the side of Ambush. Now Nick, all of a sudden, all the way up to 5 kills after that one round. It might be the confidence boost that he needed, but look at this, Amaru. Are we going to see a little Chica one, or is Aster just going to... Oh, look at this. There's absolutely no one inside of B. If TENSTAR gets that intel, it could be a little cheeky little... There we go! Azur, inside of kids already. Jake's getting the opening kill, actually opening double. And with Azur cutting off the rotation as well, Yunka has full control of sight. They have no idea what's going on, and it looks like it's gonna be a flawless for TENSTAR. It's Nick's the only one left alive. Ambush is just completely taken off guard. The kit already down, and in one of the worst retake sites in the entire game. Ambush is sleeping as TENSTAR is making the most of it and going all the way up to map point.
They got Ambush sleeping at the wheel there.
Ambush got ambushed.
No 2 ways about it, yeah. That's a rough one. I mean, sometimes rounds like that happen, but the higher you go in the tiers, like less often you see stuff like that, but sometimes you just get tripped up. The enemy has the intel, there's one drone you missed in like prep, They got the intel, they go for it. That's really nice execution from them. Also, like, the coordination between the team members, they're spot on.
Yeah.
Instantly, as they went in with the Amaru, Jax jumped in the big window, got a double. They were like, caught 3 defenders like rushing back to the site.
Even and this is an important thing, even if Jegs doesn't get those 2 double kills, because you're jumping in one of the most exposed areas of that bomb site, you have someone inside of B site that can just clear them up, because that's essentially like they're not expecting someone to be in that window, like inside already, and you can cut off the attic rotations. But with Jegs getting an opening double kill there as well, it's just like, well, this is more of a freebie than we thought it would be. And I think I love to see these kind of executions coming through from teams such as TENSTAR, because it just means that they have the intel, they have the setup, they're pushing the execute button, everyone's on board, and it just looks so clean when it happens. Like, it would have been a flawless, arguably, even if a player didn't decide to just go and chase for that kill. And I mean, when you're a 5v1 and it's a retake on the 2nd floor of Oregon, you're okay to have one player drop down and see if you can get a kill. Like, that's fine. Because everyone else is just like, well, I mean, we're just going to sit up here. There are only 2 staircases he can come up through, so here we go. TENSTAR. Massive performance from them thus far on offense, and really showing that they are ready to start climbing, to continue the climb up the table and scare the rest of the players and teams inside of the MPL.
Yeah, they are looking terrifying.
A bomb has been located.
I'm looking forward to them meeting Heroic for the 2nd time. That's gonna be a bad match.
It is. I mean, if they're going to keep this up, then sure. If they're going to play with the disrespect that they're playing right now, then and do that same thing against Heroic, then they can absolutely be able to take a lot of rounds, maybe even take points off of Heroic for sure. Yep. Now, seeing this Claire coming out here, going to be a 2nd floor Claire, because keep in mind, this is kitchen and dorms, as we're seeing here. Oh, no, sorry, was it meeting? It was meeting, my bad. Yeah. It was meeting. I just get confused because kitchen is thank you, Medish. It's just it's always kitchen. I just see kitchen as it's like, oh yeah, it's dorms. It's like, no wait, it's meeting. Ugh, I keep forgetting because I casted so many games in the Nordic Championship when it was still like kitchen dorm meta, and I was just like still there. Oh, Jags with a great shot, the leader taking off the kills. This is not looking good for Ambush. Still all 5 players left alive on the side of TENSTAR. Rastin's gonna try and hold the fort there with the fella's trying, but he's gonna be traded back because they have number advantage on the side of TENSTAR. They can just do this. They can just keep trading there. The nades come out, so Rastin's gonna have to swing this, and Jegs is just ready. It's gonna be all down to Kilius on a 1v4. Still 1 minute left on the board for TENSTAR. This is looking like a clean sweep for the UK side here. Kilius will swing. That is a clone. They know exactly where he is. They're just gonna be watching it. He's got an SMG. It's gonna be a long range, and Zanoxa will clear it out, and TENSTAR made the closest game of the evening look like it was nothing, and TENSTAR are looking terrifying for the 2nd half of the MPL.
They really had like something left in their teeth from the last game.
Yeah.
They were not happy with Ambush.
they had a point to prove.
They really they torched the earth.
Oh man, it was not just. I am convinced by this performance. I'm not gonna say like, because this is not down to like an individual player popping off. This is not like Kane B having a life game, dropping like almost like 20 kills and carrying Coalesce over the finish line. This is TENSTAR working as a cohesive unit, and I would be very surprised if we don't see some big grins on whoever we get to interview from TENSTAR. Hopefully Kangaroo Kenny, because I think we're just gonna see his smile just get wider and wider throughout this season.
Yep, I think we saw like a complete team. It wasn't like, as you said, individual outplays. It was just they outplayed Ambush as a team. So here's the thing now for you, Uberos. I mean, you're happy because of your prediction, of course. I'm not so happy because I'm an Ambush shrill. But are you still? I mean, we had a little bit of a disagreement. Not that we're fighting and throwing chairs at each other or whatever. Because I was calling a little bit of an Ambush slump. You were saying no. I just think the other teams are having a little bit of a buff from the transfer window. Now, are you still committed to the fact that that's the case, or are we seeing that Ambush have some players or as a team are struggling a little bit after this break? I think they are struggling a bit. But I think it's a two-way street because like TENSTAR look way better than they did on the first half. I think Ambush would have beat the old TENSTAR on the day still, even though they played a bit poorly, because like TENSTAR made the same kind of mistakes that we didn't see today at all. Like they look so much stronger than they did before. I think they have done fantastic work over the break, and they are reaping the rewards now.
That's the problem though with us boomers. We can't keep living in the past. We can't be the TENSTAR of yore. We have to be the TENSTAR of now. So all due credit to TENSTAR. And I know I'm going to see some very chuffed faces on the desk here. So Gennaro, Novi, and Jerry, take that one away.
Thank you so much, Nira and Uberus. And yes, me and Jerry, we are pretty happy, pretty content, pretty comfortable with our predictions. Novi, on the other hand, trying to catch up to Uberus, the big brain, when it comes to those predictions, but instead, he fumbled the bag. Novi, talk us through it. Talk us through the emotions of that game, and talk us through what went wrong for Ambush specifically.
I feel like it's not that a ton went wrong. I think TENSTAR were just better. Like it didn't come to necessarily Ambush were fumbling too much. TENSTAR, like if Ambush is here, TENSTAR is just out here at the moment. They just look really, really, really clean, really crisp. And I think it's what Star and Uberos said was that it wasn't off the back of one individual player. It was the entire team effort was just, yes, there were some standout clutches, but the entire team was just good. And that is the scariest thing, because a lot of the time when it's just one individual player, you just go, oh, look, they're going to have an off day at some point. Well, TENSTAR, like where is this? When are we going to get an off day? At the moment, they're like 5-0 since coming back. Like the team looks incredible.
Yeah, and Jerry as well, looking about the fact that we went for TENSTAR, their performance over the last couple of days has been quite impressive. How are you feeling about their performance today? And, in the future as well, do you think this is just going to be one of those roster that keeps on improving?
I think they're hitting form at the right time is one of the best ways of putting it. When you've got things like the Challenger League Open qualifiers around the corner, you've got the stretch until the end of this season, this is the time to be hitting your stride. And we said this about teams that were really, really rocking it in the first half of the split. Victus and Ambush, they had their great runs, but now it's about consistency here, and it's about maintaining a pace up until the end of the season. TENSTAR, they're doing that right now, and I think they want it to continue, of course. That game was just utter dominance. I don't think any of us expected it to be a 7-2 scoreline at the very end of things. And like you say, Novi, it was just a team performance. There were clutches. There were definitely rounds that they should have lost, but they had that clutch potential, and maybe Ambush did spill over a little bit in some of those rounds, took their eye off the ball. For instance, that rush you think about in the second to last round in Dorms. And yeah, it was a close... I feel like it was a closer affair than 7-2 does justice for, but TENSTAR absolutely deserved that win.
Well, we can hear from TENSTAR themselves as we have Zmoxo ready for the interview. So first of all, hello, welcome to the interview. Congratulations on the win. You guys are on an absolute steamroll. How does it feel to be winning so many games after coming back?
I think it feels great. Absolutely. We just came back, we came as a team recently. And we thought we gonna maybe tank some losses at the beginning, because of momentum and stuff, getting into the right form at the right time. But the statistics show right now that we actually are already on point. Our form is there, and if we keep on doing this, the future looks bright.
What do you think has allowed you guys to get on point and in form so quickly?
I think it's more everybody is motivated to work, and we put in the work outside of scrims. We did put a lot of work outside of scrims with strats and making them suit us better. And especially Yonka, obviously, he brings in the experience, so we don't do simple mistakes which we would do without him, without the experience. That makes a massive difference. So we can skip these steps and do the right thing right off the bat, and it shows.
Yeah, it definitely shows in your performance. You guys are doing really well. Is there any team that you want to be playing against again, or anything that you really want to just, whether it's a rematch or just play them in general?
Actually, I personally don't have a team I really want to play. I think like the closer it gets is probably Heroic. I want to have a really good match against them because obviously they have a only Pro League team in the league now, and beating them, it kind of shows what you can do.
Well, hopefully we will see that coming through soon. But before we close, any final shout outs you want to give?
I want to shout out to everybody, our fans, my fans, like a group of mine, like friends, 360. They're supporting me all the time. Like all the people behind the scenes, whether it's for MPL working behind the scenes or like our organization as well, they're very active on supporting us. Feels very blessed to be in this position, especially with this group of guys.
Well, thank you so much. Enjoy the celebration, enjoy the win, and we'll be seeing more of you guys in the future.
Thank you. Have a great stream.
Thank you. Well, that is absolute wholesome vibes coming out. And, Novi, picking up that point specifically where they mentioned that, yes, they put the working in scrims, but they also work outside of scrims specifically. Do you think that that gives them more time, more practice is really what has been translating in regards to their performance? Or are there other things that the team is doing that is making them stand out?
Well, I think it was with the AMA with the coaches. It was something that Jake Souster, who's the coach for Victus, said that he was like, what can you do outside of just playing the game to help? And it's like, spend time with your team, like regardless if it's watching a video, if it's playing some other games or whatever, because all that experience, you start to learn on people's personalities and things like that. And you can tell that when you vibe, not just in game, but out of game, then it just makes everything easier. And you can tell that from the team as you bring in 2 new players and it just works like that. That shows that the team works, that the coaching is everything is working, and they're building on that. They could be very complacent right now and go, hey, we're winning, but they're still pushing to be better, and that's a really good sign.
Yeah, spend time with your team, spend time with your friends, spend time with your loved ones. We're going to be heading to a break so you can spend some time with them. We're then going to be back with the second game. We have SSP versus RIDDLE, and that's definitely something that you don't want to miss because it's going to be impacting the standings. So we'll see you shortly.
My name's Will. I'm a C4 tetraplegic following a cycling accident in July 2012. I got back into gaming in 2013 when I found out about Special Effect. The first time I came, I really didn't know what to expect. I've been playing a lot of games prior to my accident, and of that, FIFA was one of the main games I had played, and literally within half an hour we had the shoulder switches and had FIFA set up. I've got movement of the shoulders to limited hand movement. So I've got 2 shoulder switches. They can be set up for whichever trigger button you need them for. For example, you've got X on one shoulder, circle on the other. So for FIFA that's 2 button modes and chin control, like the one I use for my chair, on the analog stick to control the ball. I was quite fortunate that after being to visit Special Effect the first time, I took all the equipment home with me, and it gave me a couple of months to actually get to grips with, whether it's something that I was going to enjoy and something that was going to be suitable for my needs, and it certainly was. And then got the links to purchasing the right equipment. Games are another aspect of the life that I had prior to my accident, and a real social occasion. Great to be competitive with friends or just to pass time myself. When I was in hospital, I was seeking advice as to what would still be possible, and I had been told that I wouldn't be able to play games like FIFA again. I'm just really grateful I managed to find out about Special Effect, that I've had this opportunity to get back into gaming, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without Special Effect. And I would recommend it to anyone else in a similar position.
3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Chris steps up huge for Ambush.
3 kills. All E1 DCs.
What?
Welcome back, everyone, to the second game of Playday 13. We got SSB versus Riddle. I'm Janiro, your host, and joining me this time around on the desk, we have Snurra and Uberos. We did a little bit of a switcheroo. Snurra, how do you feel about that?
About the switcheroo or about the previous matchup?
About the switcheroo first.
It's nice. It gives you a little bit of a, like, you get to cast a game and then you get to just like chill and do some predictions and you just chill and watch the game. And if there's any game I want to watch tonight and not have to worry about like I have to be at my best casting performance, it's this one because it's a Nordic derby, so you know it's gonna be a good one.
Well, Uberos, welcome to you as well. Let's talk about last game. Let's talk about your feelings. You predicted TENSTAR. That was correct. How are you feeling about the performance from both of these teams?
Ambush a bit disappointed. TENSTAR super impressed. I think this is the TENSTAR that we saw everybody speak so highly about when the league was starting. And I think now they are reaching like the level that everybody was expecting of them, and they are looking scary. They are super scary. And I think Ambush are having a bit of a mid-season tumble. They are not having like the benefit of everybody else like having something new in the team. They are still the same old Ambush. Everybody kind of knows now what to expect from them, and they are
Well,
dare I say,
we have...
they are kind of having to try not that hard. They have pretty much already locked down their like playoff spot, so we might see some of like, I don't know, it's a bit of an EU meme, saving strats.
Okay. Saving strats. We have SSB versus Riddle. Both of these teams looking to be walking the Nordic Opium. SSB versus Riddle. And Snare, let's have a look at the SSB roster specifically. This team, we all voted for them. We're all expecting them to walk away with this W. Any players specifically that you think we need to be keeping our eyes on because they could be the ones bringing that W home?
I would say Rixi and South Park. Rixi has been a really good addition to the team, I feel like, and it's weird for me to have seen, you know, Sissi State Punks for quite a while and the core, like, and knowing the Finnish tier 3 scene a bit, like obviously not as much as Uberos and with the tier 4 level as well, but to see a full Finnish roster actually swap up a Finnish player for an Austrian player and change her comms over to English it was a little bit of a surprise to me, I'm not gonna lie, but I think Rixis has definitely proved why he would be a good pickup for the team, and it's giving a little bit of extra confidence back to the team or to the side of Sissi State Punks, and of course a little bit of punk rock doesn't hurt either. And South Park, I mean, give the guy an alibi and he can just run out and shoot everyone in the face. So it's tough to talk about individual performances on a team that, I mean, they are at the bottom of the table this season for a reason. This is a leg above what they did expect to compete in this season, not gonna lie. But I do think it's great for Sissi State Punks to get all this experience, and I mean, they are still close to being able to save a spot in this NPL for the next season as well, because keep in mind only one team gets directly demoted after Navi had to forfeit, so it's still everything on the line here for Sissi State Punks.
Yeah, they're going to be up against Riddle Esports, though, and as well, they have everything on the line, too, Uberos. And the players, the roster, the couple of changes did come through. Is there anyone that we think we really need to be keeping our eyes out, or any player that has truly impressed you over the last couple of play days?
I think Reich and Vabs have had really like nice debuts, considering they are still in a team that hasn't performed that well as like in terms of like points haul. But they have been playing some solid Siege. They are like, I know the UK Siege like darlings because they have come up all the way from like the collegiate leagues or like the Newells and stuff like that, like UKIN 2s and even lower levels than that. And then like I can see why they've had such a meteoric rise as players. They are really solid players even at this level that is like new to them, and they have still been like, they haven't made themselves look bad or anything. They've looked like good. They made a good account of themselves, and I think they are the players to look out for. And of course, we have the like usual pundits like Kit, who might go off in a game, might disappear.
Well, let's have a look at the previous matchup as well to see, last time that these two teams faced against each other, it actually went in favor of SSB. And I guess we are, banking on history once again, because that's the one that most of the talent went for. Looking at these players, let's start off with the map vetoes actually specifically coming out from SSB. Do you think that this is, again, what we can be expecting from them, Snur? Or are you thinking that new players, new strats, everything's just coming out?
I would love to see Skyscraper or Theme Park in the MPL because I love those two maps in a competitive setting. Just because they're spicy, there is something else to bring to the board, and if there were any two teams that could risk bringing him, it would be in these two teams. But I think the gravity of the situation is kind of settled more now for each of these teams because they both have more to lose now than they did the previous time they met. Because at last time they met, Navi was still in the competition that two teams would get directly relegated, if I remember correctly. So I think, with no disrespect to the teams, they both felt like, well, we're kind of here to gain that experience. But now they can they actually have something to play for. They actually have a qualifier to play for, and I think that could definitely affect the map veto, and with the addition of the new players on both teams as well, definitely that we will see a bit more of a traditional map veto, I do believe.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at whether or not the map veto is traditional, or if we're going to be looking at something completely different. We got Clubhouse here, Uberus. I'm assuming this is what we expect to be seeing, this one specifically?
Yep, it's a SSP, like, they have played a lot of Clubhouse. They like the map. Riddle, I think, also enjoy a bit of Clubhouse every now and then. It's way more classic than what we saw last time. Skyscraper was a bit out there, and I think both teams were kind of like, why did we do that? Of course, SSP walked away with the points there, but it's a bit out there, especially playing, like, you're quite inexperienced. Why not build up the experience from the more known maps, especially where you're playing each other now, especially that you have, as you said, more on the play. So just take it to somewhere where it's not a total coin toss.
Yeah, last time specifically for Riddle, it was Kevin who came out as the MVP. Snur, do you think this is something that we can expect to be seeing again today? Do you think that it's just an open playing field for every single one of the players on these rosters?
Open playing field. I mean, I think with all the respect to the teams, I think we're going to be seeing more akin to a rank plus FPLC match, really, because that's the benefit with Clubhouse, right? Like what Uberos is getting at. It's like you don't need to have a massive strategy here. You don't need to have this tactical mastermind just pulling all the strings in the background. Everyone knows how to play Clubhouse. Everyone knows the basic. It's a cookie cutter map. It's a basic. I can't remember the name of the sandwich that they keep referring to in the British casters, but it's a sandwich. It's cheese and ham. I'm going to make it even easier. But yeah, I think it's everyone's game at this point since it's Clubhouse. So I'm really excited to watch this game, actually.
Well, thankfully, we have Jerry and Novi on the cast, and they might be able to tell us the exact name of the sandwich that we were looking for.
Plowman sandwich.
Jerry, which one is it?
Plowman sandwich, I think it was. Plowman's sandwich, right? Jerry, help me out. Sorry.
Yeah,
Jerry, take it away, casters.
Sorry.
It was a Plowman's. You got it right, yeah. And ham sandwich siege, I think you've come out with at various points. We like our sandwiches here.
NPL. Yeah. We like our sandwiches a lot.
We've got a club sandwich here, though, haven't we?
We have got a club sandwich. Yeah. We've got a. Wait, that just dawned on me. I wasn't.
Oh right, okay. There we go.
I skimmed past that comment and I went, "Wait, club that's genius." But yeah,
it's the map.
But I mean, Clubhouse. Are we disappointed? Are we excited?
I don't think I'm disappointed. No. They set a very high bar, these two, in the first split, going to Skyscraper. The first Skyscraper we saw in MPL, and possibly one of the first we were seeing in sort of tiered competitive play. It had a few goes in EUL before that, but we have a Clubhouse now, ladies and gents. A bit more solid, a bit more standard. Interestingly, the players on the side of Riddle that have been recently picked up, Reich and Vabs, they are known to love a bit of dub, a bit of club, a bit of dub on club, because they tend to go here when they play with Newell, and it's a very sort of favoured map for them. But, Clubhouse, like we know, is a good map for everyone. So this really will be a good marker of who the best side is. And I think there's something that we haven't really touched on properly here, Novi, on the desk or ourselves, which is that this is really a relegation game, isn't it? This is the last chance for for RIDDLE to secure their spot essentially in the next season of NPL, if you assume, as a lot of us have been, that they might lose a lot of the remaining games.
Right. So I'm going to preface this now because all the talent have predicted, or I think most of the talent, at least the talent here today, have predicted Sissi State Punks are going to win this game. However, I will be so happy if RIDDLE win, because I know that the Nordics did a good job at sort of representing them, but Vabs and Reich, they are two players who are, and Grace goes, I love them to bits. I genuinely love these two players. They came right from the university scene all the way up here in the UK. Reich has been like the staple when the new roster originally got announced. Everyone kind of went, haha, jokes, uni team competing, you can too. And then Reich kind of showed up and started just taking heads, taking names. So I wouldn't be unhappy if they managed to, step up to the plate, but then also predictions and whatever. But like you said, it feels unfortunate if you get, for both these teams, new players come in and essentially already with more games to play, it's basically like, well, this is your chance to show us what you can do, because otherwise you're probably going to be relegated next season.
Yeah, it really is that important. And just to kind of spell it out for people as well, if at the moment RIDDLE are 3 points behind Sissi State Punks, basically because they lost in that first split, if they get a regulation win here today over Sissi State Punks, then they'll be tied on points. And like I said, it is a big assumption, but if they don't make any gains in the remaining sort of 5-6 play days, then we're in a situation where you're looking at round differential to determine who's going to get auto-relegated and who has to play relegations and who will survive into the next stage. In fact, I think it is an auto-relegation for 9th and then a relegation game for 7th and 8th. So it's a massive difference, and that auto-relegation spot is scary, right? So I'm kind of hoping that RIDDLE get the 3 points, because I really like the idea of, lots of weeks where we're going, come on, just get as many rounds as possible against every single opponent. And that would be really exciting to me. But like we said, everyone's kind of predicted Sissi State Punks. And to be honest, I feel as though that's not really fair, because we've seen a decline in the way that SSP have been performing, in my opinion, over the past few weeks. They've struggled a little bit with trying to replace Tricky. They've brought in Reaxis, who's done fairly well, but RIDDLE, on the other hand, they've had an upgrade in a sense with the new players that they've managed to gain, or the ex-new players. So it is a lot closer than we're pegging it, I think. And I think a lot of people are just, we're predicting SSP, but it really is like a 60-40 split, in my opinion.
It's one of those things where, like, you look at the results and you go, okay, well, SSP is looking like the favorites because at least they've managed to get some wins, right? Like RIDDLE haven't managed to do that. But then in the back of your mind, you do sort of the mental gymnastics and you go, well, if you actually think about it, these teams are actually a lot closer than they might seem. And that's why, like, my predictions, I was actually like 50-50. Do I flip a coin? I'll go with the historical data, but like this, everyone, I think we're discussing like we're all like this could go either way. And I think the fact that it's Clubhouse as well, like if it was some like spicy map like Skyscraper, then you could argue that maybe one team's prepared something a bit different or a bit new. It's Clubhouse. Like, this is as level of a playing field as you can get in Siege. So it should be a good one.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a good one. Apologies, by the way, for the slight delay. We are experiencing one of the players, unfortunately, had a PC crash right at the start, so they're just working on getting themselves back in, and we'll go back to the game as soon as we can. But for the time being, Novi, I feel like we've had a lot of time to kind of digest the Ambush TENSTAR game, and we know that was a very important one for the standings. We didn't mention that TENSTAR have now climbed into 2nd place, so that's a massive deal. Of course, this battle down the bottom of the standings couldn't be further from that situation, but I think that we are just about ready to get on into the game, thankfully, and we can see the bans coming on through. Thatcher Jackal, an interesting pairing there, so leaving open all of the hard breaching opportunities that any team would want. Kaid being removed, almost a necessity when you've got Thatcher off the board, makes those basement attacks very difficult if he's left up. You think about the numerous hatches that are just impossible to tackle if you've got anything like a Kaid in play. And then Mirror rounding it out. So we're going to see probably a fair bit of Azami, maybe some Valkyrie play. There's a lot of powerful operators lurking around after these bans, as we're sort of getting used to now with the growing operator pool.
I'm very excited because if we do see Azami, this is going to be my first time at actually getting to cast her, because she was...
You were on Polybobs, weren't you?
Yeah, for the first, out of all the operator releases, right, that was the first one where I went, oh my god, this is gonna really shake things up, right? So I've been really curious to see how she's gonna play out. I know she drew a ban actually last map as well, but we're not seeing her this time. We're down in the basement. Riddle playing it, well, I say safe, but there's plenty of good sites. We've actually even seen Bar being used a couple of times to mix success, but certainly getting up there a little bit more. But in terms of roster lineup, this feels like a very classic defender operator lineup. You got the double SAS operators, you got an information op in terms of the Maestro, the Jaeger, of course, and then some kind of movement denial Melusi who can put her stuff down and then just run off.
Yeah, she's good for gathering that intel as well. It's essentially extra barbed wire, making sure that you're not just snuck up on. You think about operators like Nook, how prevalent they are in the meta right now. You don't want anything like that catching you out. And it looks like, yeah, like you say, Riddle playing it safe with a very turtle-based lineup. And the question is now, can SSP establish this early control? You can see that there is some roaming presence. That dim silhouette on the main stairs is Katal as the Melusi. He's just sort of lurking around, maybe looking to shoot a couple of drones, fall back. There's not much utility invested up here, so I doubt he'll be lingering very long. And in fact, it would be a good idea for him to get out of there as soon as there's any real pressure. And here comes that pressure, the buck on the jacuzzi balcony, opening up that wall. And sure enough, Katal will dip, dive, duck, dodge, and I've done that in the wrong order, out of there.
He's gotten out. He's been removed from the situation, but it makes sense. There's no point in hanging around and outstaying your welcome. Attackers aren't too keen on defenders who will take that sort of approach. In terms of the rest of the map state, so top floor has fallen away, and that's SSP's control. Now they're looking down towards that ground floor or first floor if you're American, and then into the basement. They're making quite good process, but at the same time, Riddle is at least doing certain things, like at least extending out upwards just a little bit. Does delay them just that tad bit more, because SSP need to make sure that they're ticking all their boxes. Be interested to see if they can try and rotate back up onto the ground floor and go for a flank, but they've got to pick their moment very, very carefully.
Still plenty of drones in pocket and available to this SSP side, so you do wonder how long these Riddle defenders have left on their lifeline. Heat comes through from Perry, tags Reactis up a fair amount, but Katal is the first to find the opener of this game. Reactis, though, responds to that damage with a well-placed nade onto the mute, and down he goes. No chance to spend that C4. Babs holding a nice little pixel with the side of this third box and does tag up Reactis again, but that's another opportunity to kill the sledge missed out on. And with the Buck already out of the picture, you can imagine that the sledge will play a pretty big part in trying to clear this position. Farah picks up on Vabs, though. A bit of poor positioning coming through from the Maestro, just exposing himself to that hatch. And now we see SSP with that man advantage. 40 seconds left, though, and they need to get an execute going.
Riker needs to be so careful around those Jennies, just because that Finker has to line up on the hatch. You see Reactis is just looking for that entry, but because the team is sort of stalled and they're not 100% sure of where the Riddle players are sitting, we've got to kind of wait for someone just to bite the bullet and run on in. Q6 the first to fall. Riker's going to be waiting for him to be spotted. They weren't expecting him to be there. Katal's got a triple, and this round has fallen by the wayside. SSP get annihilated. Katal ends up with 4 the round, and that is a very, very tasty last-minute defense by the Riddle players.
Good start. Great round from Katal, as you mentioned. I feel as though SSP, they didn't quite lock down the site in a way that they expected to. There was a lot of pressure in lots of different directions. They had people pushing blue, down main stairs, down kitchen. We didn't see any moto drop at any point, but it was almost throwing your eggs in every basket, and I'm not 100% convinced by that strategy. It was a little bit rushed, it was a little bit dicey, and considering the amount of drone utility they actually had in pocket, their economy was pretty good from start to finish. They went in with seemingly not enough intel. How many kills did we see Katal get from that spot under kitchen, just quite often called pulse spot, and just prone with those angles? And then, for instance, the only other kill in the round coming through from Reich, just sort of sneaking his way around in Jenny and finding finding the person coming down that oil pit corridor. I do love as well that after one usage, you've managed to sneak Jenny into my lingo as a call for generator. I hate that you have that much influence and power over me without even meaning it, but we move.
All right, speaking of influence, something that I wanted to touch on actually was the Thinker, because this has been a hot topic operator that we often talk about purely because of what she brings with the frag grenades and the LMG. But something that I'm pretty confident on, I might have to go back and rewatch the VOD to do the maths on it, but the Sledge, who actually, I think they've swapped operators as well, but beforehand, the Sledge for SSP would have died on the second tag of damage he got from the order if it wasn't for the Thinker boost. And that, like, we often go, it's just a little bit of health, but that is genuinely the difference between a player dying late in the round and them not. And that just shows, often we talk about everything else that Thinker brings, but that health boost is huge for the attacking side.
You mentioned the roll swap as well. I feel as though that's necessary. We saw a bit of a slip from Reactus in that round. He used his nades well, so you're keeping him on that nading operator, but sticking an LMG in his hands instead. But he made the mistake of not really helping out with the push inside of Kitchen, and the Kitchen drop wasn't really an option for them, despite the fact that they opened, they tried pressuring it. They just spread themselves too thinly. So I think, yeah, having someone like Southbark who will understand that role and make sure that he's got that, that slot in the team, he's been part of it for a little bit longer. Reactor's coming in a bit more recently, might make that difference. We're yet to see, but we'll find out. So, Southbark, speaking of, has managed to sneak a drone into the corner of logistics, and he has a hot ping on Vabs, and it's only a matter of time before the nade comes up, but it's mishooked. Nevertheless, it opens up a bit of a sightline, and Vabs stays put for some reason. We see Farah pick up the frag with the FMG9 instead. Opening frag going the way of SSP.
What just happened? Did Vabs' keyboard just disconnect? Like I don't understand. Ooh, that okay.
Damage.
In terms of HP, that was basically a kill. That was a great frag grenade. But Kevin manages to at least find a reply, so that's another player with frag grenades removed off the table. There are still 2 remaining. Reaxis is gonna find Perry to finish him off from downtown. That was the other side of the court. That's a half-court shot right there. Another one goes through, doesn't quite tag. Kevin loses out on the stairs, and this is disastrous for Riddle. This is falling apart at the seams. It's all in Katal. The hero from the last finds one, looks for the second. It's not going to materialize, and SSP, they bounce back.
Great round from Farah there. I think picking up a 3k over the course of it on that Nook. Solid stuff with the nade work and then pushing up the stairs and getting the job done at the very top too. Speaking of nade work, I mean, I couldn't contain myself that round. There were some luscious nades throughout the course of that round coming out from SSP, and it's good to see them lean into that utility. It's been dominating the meta on attack for quite some time, and for good reason. We just saw it right there. So, round apiece, and it might be a bit early to say it, Novi, but I feel like we're in for... I'm not going to use the word. I'm going to use an alternative. Let's call it a hut heater.
A hut heater?
Yeah. You've got to keep the alliteration in there, right?
All right. Okay. All right. Sure. I'm trying to think of one as well, and the only thing
I'm way ahead. I've got a list going. Don't worry. I've got you. I'll cover it.
Wait. I've got one, and it is awful. It is a firehouse fire.
That's awful. That's really just. I was about to swear. That's how bad that was. You almost made me swear. But no, I shall hold my tongue. Katal is on the Azami, as you will be perhaps excited to see, Novi. And this is one of the strengths of Azami on this particular map. There's been a recent decline in the success rate of Cache and CCTV as a site. It's very well understood now by attackers, and a lot of the time they can just get it to work and do what they need. It's a very, very tough site to defend. But with Azami in the mix, you strengthen that Rafters hold quite considerably. Stick out a couple of Kiva barriers, and suddenly you've got an even harder to assail position than it already was. So, what are SSB doing about it? Well, they're focusing their efforts elsewhere. You can see the hard breach on that side trying to do something, but everyone else focusing elsewhere. Reaxis finding a pickup there onto Vavs after again South Park goes down. He's not having the best of times here on the sledge or whatever operator he took in the first round as well. But at least the rest of SSB are there to pick up the slack.
There's the wall opening. Really, a minute in is pretty good. Pretty good. I'll give them that. Oh wait, is that the? No, okay. They're taking their time to open. I think that's all the way on the other side in construction.
The con single, yeah.
Yeah. So okay, that's fine. They're not exactly applying pressure. I would have thought that just to give Reaxis a little bit of space here, they would have sent someone around there, but I guess not. So now Reaxis is in a position that can start applying pressure towards the cache room, and that's of course going to restrict what the defenders can do. But this is, you know, a great thing about Azami. Okay, there's an open doorway for a kunai, and then you can cover it a little bit. It's not going to work totally, but at least can restrict their movements, maybe give you a better angle, and suddenly that rotation or advantage you might have thought you picked up just becomes a lot harder with deployable shields, the kunais, everything else that goes into it.
It's worrying though to see absolutely no attempt to get that east breach open and no pressure on the garage side from SSP. This feels to me as though they're walking into a trap of their own making. Still got time though, 49 seconds left, and they might try to get something going. Perry though able to play in this position because that breach isn't open. Katal as well inside of Rafters can just hold that cross. Nicky Woot though picks up Perry, and that is your bandit gone. Not a massive pick, C4 perhaps not spent, but that was the guy sitting right in the middle of servers, and he is now down for the count. Farah to try and mount an attack finally onto this position, and he's sneaking in, maybe unawares to the Azami, does react but goes down, and that is a key pick. Now it's all up to Reich and Kevin. They smoked off the wall, a huge double there coming through, but the res comes out with the stim. He comes through and gets a second, and now it's a 1 versus 2 as his teammate goes down. He's snuck around, he's done them the loop-de-loop. Reacts is sticking the diffuser, he's going to find the diffuse carrier and get the second. That's a down and a confirm onto Farah. What a round from the smoke.
Okay, hats off. I'm just like I'm requesting that is definitely a contender for NPL top plays. 100%. That was just what
was
happened?
it him playing well, or was it Riddle kind of throwing it? Like, look at this.
I think it's a mix of the two, because I think Riddle at one point they got a little bit timing with the garage push. Like, that was just a case of just fairly lucky timing on Pharaoh's part. But the way that was played around the corner, the choice in which to push through the smoke, and you know, there was some yes, it was a lot of mistakes being played, but there was a lot of like individual decisions, if that makes sense, by Kevin there to go, okay, I'm going to dance around here. I'm going to pick this kind of position. And yeah, SSB did definitely make it harder for themselves, though.
It was basically an ace. He had to kill the Yana twice. Like, that was crazy. That was all within the span of a few seconds.
5 seconds to go.
That's insane from Kevin. You gotta give him credit, but at the same time, Riddle really dropped the ball there. No, not Riddle. Sorry, SSP really dropped the ball there. So that was yeah, a bit of a questionable one, but it gets them around, and that's the important part. So 2-1. Riddle now getting back down to their primary bomb site, and I feel as though we need to cool off a little bit. My heart's still racing after that.
Yeah, that was an interesting round for sure. But look, yeah, there's mistakes being made by both sides, but really we can only go up from here, right? Because as the pressure mounts, these guys are going to get more relaxed. Well, get both pressured, but also more relaxed, because those first few rounds are, to me, are always kind of a throwaway, because there are some, you know, for like Reich and Vabs, yes, they've assimilated very well, but they're quite new to this level and to the stage, and those first few rounds can be a little bit shaky as people warm up, and now we're getting to the point where everyone should be feeling at least, you know, there's no excuses, right? We're 3 rounds in. You should be, if you are going to hit your shots, you should be hitting your shots now, right? And so this is the round I'm interested in. SSP came close, but sort of fumbled it. RIDDLE had an individual outplay. How do these players bounce back from that mental position that they've kind of put themselves in?
We're seeing the Buck and the Sledge come out yet again to try and apply pressure from this kitchen side. It didn't work especially well the first time around. I want to see them be a bit more efficient when it comes to opening these hatches. And of course, Kusik is going to be the one to facilitate that on the Habana. Still plenty of pellets in tow, but it looks as though they haven't quite got a full lock on this drone clear yet. As we see Reich skirting around, but he is detected. Farah on that drone has caught this Jaeger out and he doesn't know it. Doesn't want to move this drone around too much. They have a read. They're just opting to ignore him at the very minute because they've got a network of drones on that top floor to keep watch, and they need to be focusing on this execute for the time being. Still a 5 versus 5 and 50 seconds left with nobody dead. At some point, either Reich is going to appear in your kill feed on the left-hand side or the right-hand side. He's going to have a massive impact on this round, whether he dies or lives here. That's the question. Which will it be?
Frag grenade, pushing Vabs a little bit back. Reich is somehow managed to work his way down onto the stairs. Salvar is staying firmly locked on with 20 seconds remaining, but while he's drawn off, these players are now in a 1 vs 1. He's not there with the rest of the team to help them push on. Hopefully there's enough time for them with 12 seconds left on the clock. Niggu is just going to sprint straight in. Perry's there with the shotgun to shut them down. Vab sprays with the order, but it's not enough. Very rare to be saying that. Diffuser is planted and Katal gets taken down. SSP looking a little bit better here.
Farah literally coming back from the dead there to finish off the final player on RIDDLE. Brilliant stuff. A great blue push coming out from the Finker. I think grabbing a 3k in that round. Sorted. Absolutely brilliant there from SSP. I did have my doubts given the fact that, you know, they weren't executing with 20 seconds left. They wanted to wait for that trigger. The trigger was the kill onto Reich. They knew that the drone would come at some point, and Reich did the right thing. He bode his time. He waited for so long for the ideal opportunity, but he was making that flank completely blind, and SSP, and South Park in particular, had the patience. He's only gotten 1 kill this round, but what an impactful 1 kill this game rather, but what an impactful kill it was. Back down to the basement for RIDDLE. They're opting for a slightly different lineup this time. They've got Vabs on the Valkyrie. It's going to be an interesting one because, of course, they were maybe a little bit blindsided by the particular approach that was coming out from SSP there. It looks as though this X-Arctic roster, they are very glad to push in lots of directions at once, and any sort of read on that for RIDDLE could be a real win condition for them. So I do like this swap.
I've also got to praise both sides actually on that last round. SSP certainly looking way more decisive when it came to executes. Yes, they left it a little bit too close for comfort, but also RIDDLE, they got caught out by a lot of frag grenades. They understood where these frags were going to come from, and we actually saw the position on site by the church wall change to compensate that. They knew the sledge Reaxis was going to try and throw a frag grenade down through that angle. So good adaptations. There's one Black Eye taken down. There's no IQ to try and deal with it, so they're going to have to keep their eyes peeled. But already pressure. The SSP are moving. They're ramping up the pace, looking a lot speedier than they did in the first few rounds.
At what cost? They're still skipping steps. They're still leaving roamers upstairs, and this time it is Katal. He's got the impact in hand, given that maneuverability. He's got Reich in tow as well, like the ability to refrag here. This is a nice positioning. It looks as though they are content with the time wasting that they have done and are going to fall back down secret. Reich looks like he is lingering a little bit, and we'll see if he can have an impact in this round as well. I'm not going to say he was impactless last round. He certainly did have that impact by just wasting a lot of time, but it turns out that SSP, they didn't need much in the end to get their plan flowing. Right, still lurking inside of Garage this time, just hunting for drones. Meanwhile, you can see the execute coming out here from SSP. They've got all of the soft destruction they need, and I feel like this is a round that we've seen play out time and time again already this game, Novi. Lots of 5v5 executes coming through. Just everything coming down to the last minute, and there we go. The first slip up. Perry picking up on Reactis as he turns to try and take out that evil eye, or that black eye rather. The intel provided to him by it gets on the opening frag.
SSP, they pulled the trigger first last time, but this time it is Riddle taking the first. And with that, you can see SSP suddenly being a little more caught. They were looking very, very bolshy, sort of like swinging these angles, swinging these corners, trying to get a peek in. And now they know that Riddle will try and swing them back. That's caused an issue, but what a drive-by. Perry gets destroyed. And now South Park can potentially set his team up to try and worm their way in, but it still feels a very one-sided push. They're still attacking from that west side, and the rest of Riddle can sit pretty on site.
Farah providing overwatch on that hatch. Meanwhile, Nikaboo and South Park once again looking to get that main push going. Kuzik wants to get the drop. They are without that fifth body to push down blue that they have had in previous rounds. Nikaboo once again going for that Ash Rush plant, but he's chosen a point to plant that's still within range of the toxic gas canister. And he gets taken out. Farah now has to drop, and they're going for frags. Reich finds him. The opportunity to try and pick up this fuser is only there in spirit, as Vabs and Kevin will close it out. Absolutely meaningless at the end there, but a tight round coming through from Riddle. A great one that they needed as well. I mean, 3-2. This is so back and forth, Novi. I cannot call it.
I feel like this is what I wanted to see. It's like both teams is when they step their game up, the other one matches. And I feel like it's going to get to that breaking point where one team is just going to stay slightly in front of the other. Riddle is certainly setting the pace at the moment. SSP has shown us signs of brilliance. They just need to carry on that form. But Riddle will be very, very happy with a 4-2 half. I think 3-3, although it looks like from the pattern it's going to go 3-3. Riddle just putting a little bit of distance between them and SSP with the fact of how close this game would be, I think would comfort them a lot into the halftime change.
Even after halftime, it's going to be impossible to call, right? Because we're in a stage of Siege where 3-3 on 4-2 doesn't mean as much as it used to, you know? So I think that it really is just a case of who's going to be playing better once SSP get onto that defensive split. We've seen a good half from Riddle so far. And now back up to the gym, and grenades were the bane of their existence on that last defense. So now armed with a Wamai and a Jaeger. I don't know whether that's an adjustment on the previous setup, but either way, they need to be protecting themselves from these and watching out for those upnades from beneath as well, because of those did quite a bit of damage. Even, you know, that's a great way of avoiding the Wamai and the Jaeger and that utility. And we saw, you know, one kill come from an upnade pretty much indirectly, another almost in terms of HP damage. Now Farah, he looks to do the same thing he managed in that first gym attack. 9-3, by the way, this guy. And I mean, he's been putting up the numbers in this game slowly but surely. So keep an eye on him for this one.
Absolutely. He's been firmly putting his team in an advantageous position, and on the Nook as well. That's going to be an interesting one. We've seen sneaking in, or sneaky, like, I was looking for a synonym there, but couldn't quite think of one fast enough. But Pharaoh could potentially get in position with those upnades, which has been so prevalent this game, and create that opening, because both these teams, they've been looking for that first trigger pull to try and get an advantage. Mavs isn't gonna, he's not even gonna try and shoot through that. He's backing straight away out of that position, and that gives SSP a little bit of breathing room in getting this objective done.
They're using the line there just to clear those bandit batteries. They don't want to do the typical Manfred trick. They've got the thermite to open a big heckin' hole instead, and you can do so safely by repelling. So nice bit of teamwork coming through there from SSP. And here are the upnades, ladies and gents. Down goes a shield, very nicely done for the first one, and that's forced Kevin back somewhat. He wants to find a safe spot on the concrete here. Is just as good as any when you're worried about these explosives from beneath. Another hot yellow ping coming through, and it's an opportunity for another player on SSP to try and get into position. But look at Reich here. He's sneaking around. Does he know that the Nook is right next to him? I feel as though Farah is waiting to hold the angle, but now he hears the Jaeger. We're at a stalemate here. They're right next to each other. Who blinks first? This is the question. Reich shoots out, perhaps. Was that a drone? It can't have been. Otherwise, Farah surely would have swung on him at this point. See perhaps some support from above as well with a laser flickering around there. So Farah, he needs to be careful. I think at this point he just wants to hold this. Perhaps looks to try and peek through that hole, and finally Reich looks like he's had enough. He wants to go for this swing, but he isn't checking his corners. There we go. Farah claims that kill. Once again, a very late engagement coming out from Reich, and he comes out underneath. Here comes the push.
Pharaoh is going to make their way up the stairs. Vabs is holding, but Reaxis is already applying pressure on the other side of the site. This should be an easy pincer from SSP, but Kevin is trying to hold on as long as possible. As a diffuser. Oh, that was a little bit of a fake. Not quite going down yet. That's running a bit of tune. Oh, no, it was just a little bit of a bug. And there we go. It has been planted. SSP in firm control in the post-plant. Easy pickings. Reich has been doing a spectacular job of just drawing pressure on the road, but it feels like maybe he just needs to leave it alone and stay wherever he is, because whenever he tries to take the initiative, he gets punished, and then SSP end up winning the round off of it. It's not necessarily Reich's fault, but it's almost like a battle of the patience, right? And as a defender, he needs to realize that the time pressure is on Riddle, not him. He can just let that clock run and just be a nuisance. Even if he dies for it, at least he can get it as close to the margin as possible. And it feels like he's getting a little bit impatient, and I want to see him just slow down a little bit more. But anyway, we're on to the other side of the half.
Yeah, that was a good round overall from SSP. They did the work, and like you say, I think it is tough when you're in Reich's position because you're in that playmaking spot. You're expected to make things happen for your team, but the payoff so far just hasn't been there for him. It's just not been his day. And no matter how much time he wastes, it's never been good enough for the defending side. But different role now. We see a very different philosophy coming out with SSP on their defense of the basement. They've got a couple of delaying tactics in place in terms of those Banshees and those Goyo canisters, or Hot Pockets as a lot of people like to call them. But overall, there's a commit to the roam here. They've got the Vigil, they've got the Oryx, they've even got the Thunderbird so that they can take multiple gunfights and juice themselves up if need be. Plenty of 3-speeds here. Farah as well. I highlighted him before that round. He's managed to pad his stats even further, 12 and 3. Very excited to see what he can put up on the defensive side, because quite often that's where you get, you know, a lot more kills a lot of the time. So exciting stuff for him, and a good day at the office.
Very good day at the office. And it's quite good sign for SSP that there's a player who is not just 1 or 2 rounds, is being consistent. So if their backs do become against the wall, they know that there's a player there who's just going to push on through and get them in a position where they can win. Interesting with the Thunderbird. Huge fan of the operator, but feels like on Clubhouse a lot of other things are getting prioritized. In fact, it's a very different approach by SSP, full stop. And Riddle opting for pretty much similar double hard breach. You've got the Thinker, the Yarn, and the information gathering, and then some soft destruction thrown in for good measure.
So looks as though they're done. They've called Hamburger. They've decided, all right, we're falling back. I suppose Hamburger is a slightly different call. You know, that's when you pick up an opening frag and then you need people to calm down and just hold positions and gather intel. This is a bit of a different one, I suppose. But either way, the call was made. We're going to fall back. We're going to leave one player a little bit extended. And in fact, they are happy to go up and grab a couple more drones, it would seem. Here we go. This is that one extended player. Reaxis on a Vigil, looking to try and avoid detection. But there's Perry on the top floor, halfway down the stairs, just finding Reaxis. The attempted refrag came through there from South Park, but doesn't land enough of his shots. Tried to send a couple more. There's a spray up through the floor. Doesn't tag Perry at all. And now with a minute left, Riddle, they have a man advantage and the opportunity to try and put together and execute. Looking pretty good for them.
With Moto hatch open, Vabs has a little bit of an angle, but not maybe quite yet safe. They've still got to look towards kitchen hatch, and time is ticking, but they should be able to open it. Not too much of a problem there. Ooh, okay, dirt wasn't reinforced. I mean, not that it matters because a hard breacher got sent over there, but it does present an interesting opportunity, although the Goyo's gadget is on that barricade. It is destroyed. It should pop and just deny them a little bit of impact, but that is another angle that Riddle is opening up, and you can see the SSP players get very uncomfortable right now, sort of diving and switching around these positions, looking for an angle in. South Park at least replies with one, but now is the lone ranger on this side. Gets the one, looks for the second, but the plant's gone down. That is incredible stuff. And now we're into 1v1. Katal just about brings that back. That should never have gotten into that position. But my lord, SSP. I mean, not just SSP, but, you know, like, it's just one player who really stepped up to the mark.
Yeah. Huge round there coming through from Katal. Just rescuing his team at the death. That was such a good move there by South Park, remaining undetected. Unfortunate, in fact, that he didn't manage to get that diffuser planter before it got confirmed. Because then at that point you have the opportunity to run off and play the timer, but he knew that he was in a 1v1 and Katal was right at his tail, in fact. So a tough situation. I do believe we're having a tactical timeout coming through for it looks like SSP, which makes sense. You know, they just dropped their first defensive round. You expect to be picking up those defenses, especially on your primary site. So they may feel that something hasn't gone particularly right there. Maybe there's some communication issues at play. There was a bit of an issue as well in that they left one player for dead at the very start of the round. I have to say, I feel like if you're going to do that, you have to play two there. At least have the ability to refrag, or just all commit back. You know, it was unfortunate, really, and unfortunate for South Park as well, because he was the one that tried to go for that refrag. You know, a last-ditch effort to get some value off of that roam, which was maybe a little bit poorly coordinated when it came to the fall-off, and it didn't work out for him. But almost rescued it at the death, so you can forgive him for that.
So close. That would have been another play straight up there as one of the top plays we've seen. You know, it is what it is. Doesn't always work out, and now we've seen swap-in strategy from SSP. I'm quite a fan of this. If you lose that opening defensive side, why stick with the same one? Why not rotate off to another site that you feel comfortable on? Keep the attackers on edge, that they're not going to be experiencing the same thing over and over again. Music, though, we can see the bandit charges have been put on both walls, but mainly on the bottom garage. The frag grenade goes through, so burns one from Reich, and the drone should spot the bandit out. If we see a reaction from this, or is it a trick? I think he's going to try, but I think it's too late.
Definitely try it with the Hibana, but unfortunately, even with that long defuse timer, it doesn't work. In the meantime, SSP have grabbed themselves a couple of kills after Reaxis goes down, so defenders with the advantage, taking out both Sedge and Hibana. I believe that must have been a run out, because you see that, you know, the Hibana just used her X-Kairos out there. Yeah, look, it's an absolute, like, graveyard out there by the black van. A good peek coming through from pool table. Thank you very much, Medics, for highlighting that. So yeah, difficult situation now for Riddle. They find themselves with an interesting setup placed in front of them as well. That you see the open wall inside of server, so they don't actually really need the thermite to open that up. It's already been granted to them. Instead, SSB, they're happy to fight out of it. But Reich landing the nade after a barrage of throwables to burn through whatever ADSs were protecting him. That is his army gone, and with only 40. Or rather, about 80 seconds elapsed. That means that you've got not much value out of those keeper barriers. In fact, they were all invested around that area, around the rafters, and now they're gone, and so is the position.
Yep, garage is purely fallen, and with the wall open as well, that just adds even more problems now, because that's something that they didn't have to check off their list, and that just makes their job a little bit easier once they get control of garage. It was kind of everything was invested there. It didn't pan out, and now we've seen, despite the fact that SSP looked so strong early on, we've seen a complete 360. You could see Reich just barraging on in, but South Park again being the player to step up to the mark for SSP. And now we've got Katal in a 1-on-2. Lots of time to play with and a bit of utility. Such a good read by Nicky Wu to know the frag grenade would come. Backs off from the position so doesn't get hit, and South Park does it. Wasn't able to achieve it the previous round, but does it this time, and SSP get another round and bring us to another level playing field in terms of round count.
it's been constantly back and forth. 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, 4-4. There's no separating these teams. And when you consider the stakes, it's understandable, right? This is the relegation game. I am perplexed at this. Why did Riddle go for kills here? They had full control over server and plenty of time. I think that was the final gas canister coming out from the smoke, and they had the opportunity to get a plant down and protect it. And, you know, there was maybe the one C4 in the hands of Farah, who was on about 1 HP, and that would have been called. You know, they would have said mute low, whatever, at one point during the round. It's surprising to me that they decided not to use the time available to them and just play for frags. And you saw how it turned out. They just fed into South Park, and that round was essentially a South Park showreel at the very end, and he'll be very glad of that. We're down here on bar. You mentioned it earlier, Novi. Look at these hot pockets we've just seen stationed around the stage area. You got 4 ready and waiting to be detonated at any given moment by the defenders, possibly from above. As you can imagine, they want to hold up there. They'll be having those prepped holes and those that hatch open. But look at this from Riddle. They have a plan for this site, and you know what tells me that? They are bringing the Ossa. You do not bring this operator unless you've got a plan.
One thing SSP might be lacking a little bit in is that anti-utility. There is no Jaeger, there is no Wamai, and there's 6 frag grenades, and we've seen how prevalent. I mean, I know we're in this frag grenade meta, but they've been especially... Oh, what? Oh, get...
Look at the camera. That was a very nice one. Good yellow ping. Good yellow ping.
Yeah.
I thought.
Was that a yellow ping, or was that just
I'm pretty
a
sure it
pre-fire?
was. I'm pretty sure it was the yellow ping. Yeah.
That is nuts. That is absolutely nuts.
That
And
may
that's
have looked like a vac shot, but I feel as though if you go back and look, I think there was a yellow ping. Yeah. So yeah, good stuff from Perry.
Tricky. Very, very tricky now for SSP, because they've relied on Selvark the last 2 rounds, and now he's gone.
Well, maybe it's time for Farah to step up to the plate. He's had a quiet attacking half. Let's say that. Or a quiet defensive half, rather. 12 kills on the attack, and so far only 1 over 2 rounds. Look at that, though. Reactors popping up from the basement to deliver a killer blow to Kevin. But, importantly, he manages to get that breach open just before he goes down, so the Thermite's job is donezo. 4 versus 4. Reich sends in a nade to get rid of one of those hot pockets. They've already removed another. Looks as though there's only 1 remaining, and that is directly on that default plant spot, tucked in just by the cooler. Babs setting a flank drone up, doesn't want to get caught out by the same flank twice in 1 round. You can understand that. And Perry, he's got a great position here with this Ossa shield, looking all the way across into that kitchen hallway and kitchen itself. Quite often a very powerful position for defenders to play from in the late game. And nailed sails in, almost catches Nikiwoot, but very difficult to cook that one. Has to sail over a lot of props and doesn't quite make its mark. So, 45 seconds left. Ara looking to try and reclaim this top floor. Riddle have done a good job of trying to get all of the control they need. They just need to flush out a couple more defenders to try and get a plant down.
Running out of time. 30 seconds on the clock. Nikiwu finds one, but it's traded onto Reaxis. Katal gets another. Riddle having the advantage in the last 10 seconds, but with 20 more to go. It's not quite done. Nikiwu going aggressive with the order, and that might just be enough to put his team in a winning position and break the constant win-loss streak. 10 seconds remain. The order is nowhere to be seen, has moved off the position. Now Reich has to check random ankles. The order sprays down. That rate of fire works out, and SSB have done it. They've taken the lead.
They've taken a bar defense as well. That's a big one. The first time as well we've seen a team string 2 rounds together. Finally, SSB aren't playing catch-up, but they have command. Great stuff. Great stuff from Nikiwoot in particular in that round. Great movement from the Maestro. Here's that ping again and that kill. There you see the yellow ping. The power of it. Nothing you can do about that. Nothing if you're Southpark. You know, you mightn't have an inkling that you're being droned, but that was quicker than it would have taken to cook a nade from beneath. All right, that was just instant death. And you know, there's a bit of luck included in that. Of course, hitting the head with the first couple of shots is not, it's not always going to happen. But after that opening pick, let's not forget, Riddle still couldn't cross the line. So SSP overturning that deficit. And now we have another timeout here. I'm assuming it is a tactical one for Riddle after, you know, losing a couple of rounds here. It makes perfect sense. And we see SSP, they want to go back up to Gym, or well, I say back up to Gym. They haven't been there yet. In fact, they've given us now a full site rotation of all three, and they want to make it 4. So keeping Riddle on their toes.
Attackers need to locate
Jerry,
and defuse bombs.
of all the times to break the pattern, break the mold, SSP has done it at a point where they just need one more round to guarantee themselves points. Which between these two teams is, like Jerry said this right at the start, there's 3 points between these two teams. Guaranteeing yourself points is absolutely instrumental, because whoever finishes last will be relegated from the league.
The 1 point for SSP might be enough for them as well, because they're the team that are ahead in the standings. So realistically, Riddle, to save your season, to give yourselves a chance of avoiding auto-relegation, realistically, you've got to play a perfect game from here on out. You've got to get all 3 rounds. No slip-ups. And they haven't had much of a chance to do this, you know. It feels as though this season has almost come and gone for them. They've made the changes. There's been improvements, but it hasn't been enough to convert into points over the season. And are we seeing that sad story play out yet again here? Only time will tell, as we're now attacking onto Jim. Plenty of nades in pocket, as is tradition at this point. But they're starting things off with clear from that CCTV side. They want to clear it fully through construction, through cache, through server. There's a lot of extension here from SSP. They've got the smoke and the shield at the top of the red stairs. Looking to try and peek this. Despite whether there is a rotate here, so we don't know whether he's playing his life, but he's got the support of Reactus downstairs regardless, so there is the opportunity to rotate away if need be. Yo-Yo as well inside there, sort of helping out, and something's got to give. There is a rotate here, so they are all playing off each other. And perhaps a bit more of a focus on the site directly could make a difference here for Riddle.
They've got to be really, really clever about how they approach this one, because now there is no margin for error. This is their, or maybe their entire tournament run is reliant on being able to play flawlessly from this point onwards. And you can tell this is very different from what we've seen before. It feels a little bit more measured. Kusik is getting tagged from that long angle by Perry all the way through construction. Kusik has managed to duck out and is just going to sprint through logistics and should be able to get out of that position, so that's fine. But that's one more step on Riddle's way through into removing them and setting up for the execute. Katal gets the first. That's Pharaoh getting caught through that window. That was a nice kill by the Iana to set themselves up for the last minute of the round.
Big kill, exactly what they needed going into this round. The stakes as they are, an entry frag is exactly the ticket. So, still power positions held here by SSP. Not enough pressure, it would seem, out onto that cache side from the attack, and that is punished. South Park able to swing that window, finds Katal. We're back at an even man count. 45 seconds remaining. 4 versus 4. Perry taking the time to reload that meat grinder of a gun. Looking to send up a nade. Maybe we'll catch out South Park, but no. Dry of intel. However, Kevin from the breach through 2 walls takes out South Park. 4 versus 3 now. You see Bright trying to get in. He finds a frag and now can go for the plant. Reactus and Nikabu last alive. We see the swing coming up from Reactus. He's trying to find the window player. The hard stick on the diffuser has worked out. Fabs picks up Nikavu. Riddle rather, keep themselves in this game. I made a Whittle mistake there.
Oh, a Whittle mistake. Riddle has whittled themselves into a... No, that doesn't really work. But still, Riddle has managed to even the points. So now, now we get into that dicey zone of who's going to get the next round. Who's going to be the first one to guarantee themselves points? Is the trend going to fall back into pattern? SSP is going to bounce back? Or is Riddle? They're going to do what SSP did and bounce themselves, break the mold, push themselves further. We're going to church. We're going to the Arsenal room, down onto that basement floor. Site that SSP. They looked, I want to say, fairly comfortable with the roam play, but they could have pushed it a little bit further. And Riddle seemed to have their number when it came to this site. It'll be interesting to see what changes, essentially, for them, because you know, Riddle kind of in that execute just managed to take the gunfights and pretty much just win.
Basement defense coming through. We've got the Valkyrie in play once again. That was something that proved pivotal in the previous basement defense. We saw the death of a player at the bottom of main stairs just because he had to turn around and take out the Valk cam, but unbeknownst to him, it already provided the intel to allow that swing from the triple wall. So you can see the impact it has directly, and obviously there's so much value that those cams provide that we don't get to see. You know, all of the droning, all of the camera work. Most of the time we're watching the gunplay, we're watching the raw FPS skills come out, and you know, it was something that, for instance, Fresh was highlighting on the EUL cast yesterday, was that Rise a couple of weeks ago may have had a 0-12 game against I'm trying to recall, against D2 I think, or Bank, and it didn't matter because they won in the end, and he was providing so much intel for his team. So, you know, props to the supports, basically. Make sure that you're giving them some love from time to time.
And it's also, sometimes it's not even the information you're getting, it's the lack of information. Like if someone's not in a specific space and you keep checking that, you can kind of, on your mental map, your mental mini-map, you can eliminate that off, and implicitly your actions as a player will change in-game based on that information. It's the same thing with defaults. Is a lot of teams like it when defaults are shot out, because it gives them a bit of information that they can use, and they expect someone to notice when those defaults are being removed, so the roamers can sort of in their heads map where the attackers might be approaching from if they don't have eyes on them. It's about both the absence and the presence of information.
Right now, just mapping out their control, making sure that they're painting as much of this map green as possible, but they've just been painted red. The kitchen is a blood-stained splatterhouse. As up goes that C4. Perry goes down as well. A pair of massive C4s, but res coming through. The stim from the Thinker enough to keep themselves within arm's reach, but they need this round. They need all the points they can get in this game. It's almost a shame that this game, really, I want it to go to OT, but that won't be enough for Riddle. They need these 3 points. Reich, though, with a massive double, putting that LMG to good work. Sends a nade in. Another reacts. It's just about reacts quickly enough, although that nade wasn't really cooked well enough anyway, so skirts away in time. 4 versus 3. Riddle looking to get this hatch drop to come through. Nikafruit still allowed to play inside of dirt, however. He can swing at any point. Looks like Qatar wants to drop blue as well. Everyone on Riddle dropping at the same time. The hatch is pushed. One goes down. Perry needs to try and get that refrag, but he can't. Kevin trying to enable, get that plant down. Southpark with a second here, and Reich needs to hold on here. Make sure the plant goes down. Kevin successful on it. Stim comes through, ready for the post plant. Both going upstairs. They want to play the vertical in this. Someone from SSP needs to try and retake here. They need to send bodies up, and they are doing exactly that. Up goes Reaxis, up goes Nicky Woo. Reich takes out Southpark to 2 versus 2. Reaxis finds one, and now it's all up to Kevin. He needs to keep his team in it. Reloading, doesn't quite do it quickly enough. And Reaxis with a huge retake play. They just need to drop the hatch, get that diffuser down. Could that be the round that sends Riddle out of the NPL?
I feel so upset because SSP, I really feel like they didn't deserve that round. How on earth was Riddle allowed to go into sight, plant, and then get back out of sight without anyone seeing or anyone knowing? Like, how? That shouldn't have happened. Here's the first kill into Fabs. You can see he gets ragdolled straight into the kitchen counter, but Reich did such a phenomenal job of creating enough space and enough pressure that somehow Kevin was able to sneak down the hatch, plant, and get out without anyone noticing. That was just incredible stuff for Riddle. Just unfortunate for them, and very well done by SSP to recover a very bad situation. Like, it's not easy to play that post plant where you have to go into an entirely different floor and not just clear the site, but clear a completely different space as well. Very well played by them.
So, a point guaranteed for SSP. That for certain puts them out of arm's reach of Riddle for the time being. So now, realistically for Riddle, you're looking to try and get as much out of this as possible. Take it to overtime. Get that turnaround. Get 2 points on the board, and then spend the rest of the season trying trying to steal points off other teams, get the odd overtime here or there, try and get your wins, whatever you can to give yourself hope. It's going to be a tough ride, but you've missed your opportunity for the full 3 here, so you've got to stick it out. Reaxis prepping a C4. He's got a hole in that barricade, but it's not going to be enough to get a C4 through. Just looking to land it on the window or perhaps wait for it to be open. Perry sending a few shots there, but those are warning shots for Reaxis. He knows that it's a bit too hot to handle. He will scarper back to the safety of the site. And now SSP, they still got some roam presence, including Kusik, who's out here inside of Strip Club. They're covering a lot of ground because, of course, this is a bar defense. You need to keep hold of a lot of map control here. And we're seeing now the Nomad trying to do exactly the same, but the attackers, a great tool for this kind of attack where you know that defenders are going to be trying to retake, trying to claim that ground above, below, what have you, try and flank constantly to give themselves the edge. Katal is the first to find a kill onto Reaxis. Good pick, and that could mean Riddle have some hope to push this to overtime.
Some hope, potentially. I would love Riddle to, even if they lose, I'd love them to get to overtime because they have played very well this game. You know, this certainly is a better demonstration of what these players can do, and I'm not just talking about, you know, I'm very biased toward Raik and Vabs, but the rest of them, Kevin, Perry, and Katal, all having a really good game. Katal has been so consistent on the entries. Actually looking for the second of the round. South Park is there with the angle in construction over. Pharaoh's on the other side in logistics, but has to be careful from underneath if there's any player presence. Doesn't seem like Riddle's quite pressuring yet, but they are droning in. I wonder if the Alibi's position has been revealed. I don't think Katal just managed to get it. So if he swings looking right, he might get picked off here. But it looks like they're turning their attention elsewhere. Well, no, Katal's still looking. Okay, South Park 100% got noticed there.
Maybe. He did shoot the drone before it turned to see him, so they're not 100% on his position. It might have been shot from elsewhere. They're not certain. Farah trying to get this cross angle, though, supporting his teammate. You do like to see it. Outbot now concerned with what might happen below him as well. This is a key engagement, and we've only got 35 seconds left. Riddle needs to get another body up here to support this clear, otherwise they have no chance of going for that plant. And Southbark taking out Katal as he tries to rotate to provide that. And now 4 versus 4, 22 seconds left. What do Riddle do? Vabs finds Southbark finally, but Farah still has control above. He's got the hatch control. He's just going to wait for the bodies to come his way. He takes out Fabs. That could be it. SSP, they need to close this out. Kevin finding a plant spot outside of the realm of the hatch, though. Nicky finds one to trade back and forth, and that's Diffuser cold. 1 second left. Riddle have no time. SSP take it. 7-5. All 3 points for them. And they put a massive chasm between themselves and their relegation opponents.
I was going to say, if Kevin gets away with another sneaky defuse when he should have 100% be denied that, I was going to absolutely lose my brain. I was about to say something else, but lose my brain, lose my head. That's it. I was going to lose my head at that because there has been times where both these teams have gotten away with things that they really shouldn't have. Riddle aiming to bring it a little bit closer was one of those sort of factors, and the fact that SSP managed to win a round that, you know, a plant shouldn't have been like actually been able to happen was kind of insane. But SSP proving that they are, you know, out of the teams at the bottom of the pack, they are the stronger of the two. I mean, Jerry, it didn't go overtime, but this game certainly delivered, right?
I know. I'm almost sad about that, right? Because it felt like a game that should have gone to overtime. So many rounds decided in the final 10 seconds or so, or by crazy plays right at the death. It was just a nail-biter from start to finish. Utterly chaotic, don't get me wrong. There was some beautiful plays, some nonsensical play. Everything you love and hate about Siege on either side of the spectrum. But just... wow, what a treat. That was a mad game to witness.
We said in the prep phase that we wanted to see good fundamentals. Now, that game wasn't like a masterclass in it by any means, but there certainly was throughout that some good foundational knowledge applied and used in the correct way. There's a lot of mishaps, but it was a good play, and I think both teams. Like, I hate when I say this, but like both teams should be holding their heads high from that performance because they both looked better. And it's a long season, and who knows? Riddle might be able to get a cheeky overtime here or a point there, and who knows how we'll end up in the end of the season. But let's hand it over to the people on the desk. What did you think of that absolute stormer of a game?
Thank you, Nufi and Jerry. This was definitely one of those games that we said was going to be very important, not just for the standings, but also because these teams were very closely matched. And that exactly was the case here, Snurra. How are you feeling about that game? Because that was a banger.
That was a banger. Banger and mash. But I mean, like, if you're coming to this game to look at like classy fundamentals or whatever, like games to look out for, you're coming up to the wrong game. But you definitely get an entertaining matchup, and that's certainly what we promised and certainly what we were given. And even I was a little bit confuddled there as to what happened in that last round to actually make SSP snatch that round. And you like Jerry and Kane said, there were a couple of rounds there that could have gone either way in the final couple of last 10 seconds. You could tell by the teams that this was a must-win game, because I could tell SSP as well were a bit more anxious, it seemed like. But I mean, I'm gonna let Uberos get this talking point, but I'm just gonna give him a little hint. Faro.
Yeah, I think me and Snurra had a bit of a chat after we went off the air and let the casters take it away with the game. And I was talking about the map pick. And I said that Clubhouse, I feel like, is a map that is gonna favor SSP a bit more, because there's that bit more of like structure in their play style. There's a bit more finesse, whereas Riddle are still kind of finding their footing. They are going more for the individual play and going for crazy gunfights and doing crazy stuff like that. And I think it showed there, because at the end of the day, Clubhouse, as we always say, it's a checklist map. And SSP got to do the checklist a bit better today.
Yeah, and we can hear from SSP themselves as we have an interview ready. So first of all, hello and welcome. Congratulations on the win. Krista, you guys did incredible. That was a banger, as we said it on the desk already. How are you feeling after walking away with the win?
Pretty good, I would say. It was an important game for us, so it's nice to win.
Is there anything that you enjoyed the most out of this game specifically?
This game, it was, I would say it was an important game for us to get the 3 points. So there were some nice moments, some, I would say, fumbling around a little bit. It was a bit shaky, but in the end, we got the 3 points.
You guys walk away with the win. Is there anything in the future that you want to focus on in the games you have coming up?
I think we need to get a lot better, I would say, closing out our rounds. And then just like playing the fundamentals. So it is a lot to improve, I would say.
Well, you guys definitely came coming out on top. I think this is something that all of us really expected. We're all rooting for you guys, and you guys lived up. So congratulations again. Before we close the interview, though, any shout outs you want to share?
Thank you for Norpa and everyone working behind the curtains, so to speak. A real big help improving us like past few weeks. And shout out to maybe Riddle, I would say. Thank you for the good game.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Enjoy your celebration. And again, congratulations. And we'll see more from you guys in the future.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Well, shout outs to Riddle for giving a good game. And that's actually correct. Shout out to Riddle indeed. Snurra, they did put up quite the performance. Unfortunately, didn't go as they might have wanted it to go. But again, we kind of expected SSP to be walking away, and they did. So anything Riddle should be focusing on if they want to continue to improve?
That one is too tough for me to call, because I think Riddle themselves are the ones best equipped to really be able to tell what to improve on. I mean, there's a reason why you go to Clubhouse, because you can rely more on just like Uberos and the others have said, it's a cookie cutter map. You can focus on the communications, and having cast tier 3 and tier 4 for a couple of years now, like I stand by my statements that improving communication and just having good communications in the team, being able to adapt on the fly can really make a massive difference for a team. You don't need to look like you have the flyest of strats or whatever, as long as you have good communication. And for RIDDLE, having swapped out 2 players in the transfer window, you looked the weakest team for an entire season. I guess from the outside looking in, the only best advice I can give as someone who has been a coach myself in traditional sports is just to find 1 or 2 things that you really need to improve on a short-term notice and take it from there. But it is looking dire for RIDDLE at the moment. It really is.
Well, find what you need to improve on it, and just keep going. Scrims, communication, and just going back to the fundamentals. I think these are things that we've mentioned time and time again. So make sure you're writing those down for your own performance, because we're going to be heading to a break. We'll be back afterwards with the 3rd game of the evening. We got Heroic versus Coalesce. So don't go anywhere, because I think, again, it's going to be another banger.
The best way to improve is constantly playing with each other, like in and out of game, just being together, learning each other's personalities, learning how each other tick.
Getting everyone on the same page in terms of how they see the team identity, what sort of situations do they want to play passive in, what sort of situations do they want to play aggressive, because everyone sort of has their own ideas and their own ways.
Maybe put the pressure on a little bit in terms of saying, you know, you're kind of letting the team down. You need to step up, otherwise you're gone. Then you give them that period of time to improve, and if they don't improve, you need to get rid of them. Because no matter how good they are, if they're unmotivated, you're not going to get anywhere with that player.
It's one of those maps that you don't really want to, like, it's quite ranked, it's quite, you know, gun skill orientated. So you don't necessarily want to just take teams to it without really knowing how good they are at it first.
You bring your soft breach, your entries, your hard breacher, and then you'll see what else you want. So it really could be, if you've got a good shield player, bring a Montaigne. If you've got a good Ying player, bring a Ying. It's really flexible.
When stuff isn't working, trying to figure out why it isn't working and being able to come up with a solution. It's kind of like, if there's an issue, then I need to be the first person trying to come with a solution and like being able to work it out.
We watch films sometimes. If we knew we had like a very late game, like 10 or 11, we would purposely stay up, you know, a bit late, and then we'd watch a film or something. And we do some other things, whether it's just like cheesy games online or Deal or No Deal or stuff like that.
In terms of pressure, it's definitely easier to be a coach because, you know, you're not in game. It might be stressful to watch, but you're not in game. You don't have to deal with actually playing to win those rounds. So I definitely think it's more stressful to be a player in that sense.
I've got a really expensive moisturizer up in this basket that I use every day.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
those 4 quick kills come in.
And Slafar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Chris steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills. All E1 DCs.
What?
Welcome back, everyone, to the third game of this evening. We got Heroic versus Coalesce, and if anything, we've promised you guys some pretty good, entertaining games. We've delivered, and this game is gonna be no different. Once again, I'm Janiro on the desk today. Joining me are Jerry and Novi. Welcome back, guys. After last game, Jerry, how are you feeling about the Heroic versus Coalesce squad?
Well, last game was pretty chaotic, and I think that perhaps the standard of Siege that we're about to see will step up a little bit in this one. We've got 2 relatively organized teams. It feels strange to say that about Coalesce after their first split, but they've really got their act together now, and I'm excited for what's ahead.
Well, Novi, are you showing that excitement? Are you showing the opinion of Jerry that this is going to be a better standard, maybe a little bit higher up? Or do you think that, again, we're in for maybe a banger that's very entertaining?
I think we could see a bit of entertainment. We've seen Heroic like to do a little bit of trolling, as they like to put it, where they don't maybe play as seriously as they should do. But that leaves points on the table, right? We know they're not infallible. They in the past, they've lost, not this tournament yet, but they have been brought to overtime, right?
Yep.
So there is potential, even if you don't win, there is potential for Coalesce to maybe take a few points here and there. So whether that will happen or not is an incredibly tough task at hand, but it's not out of the realms of possibility.
Well, let's have a look at the Heroic roster, the individuals that sometimes do like to troll, as you said it yourself, Novi. All in all, individually, players, they play very well. They also play really good together here, Novi. But is there anyone specifically that you want to highlight this time around, or anyone that you think we can expect to be really stepping up to the plate today?
It's Gorgona. He's insane. The guy's a monster, like an actual monster at the game. He is since I've got to cast him yonks ago, back when they were Kavana. Back when Nixon was on the roster, I believe, or no, it was when Anarchic was playing. Gorgona was a very, very good player, still then, but this is the best he's ever looked in this league. He is absolutely incredible. And also, the thing is even if you just shout out Gorgona, or if you leave him out, you've got names like Benja, like Sloth, like Grizzly, like Una. This team is star-studded. They're all the way to the 9s, and this is a team that takes incredible, insurmountable amount of effort just to get a single point off of.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's Coalesce, the ones that are going to be heading against Heroic. Coalesce roster specifically, Jerry, what is it like? What's it looking like now that there have been a couple of changes?
Well, it's looking a lot more organized, as I mentioned before, but it's also allowing players like Kane B to step forward and really shine. He had a ridiculous showing last week, I believe, putting up something like 20 kills. It was just insane. And having Nixon on the team and Divided coming along with him, it has just offered them that structure to be able to say, okay, this is when we push, this is when we fall back, this is when we go for those frags, this is when we go for those plants, this is when we play aggressive, this is when we play passive. And it's worked very nicely for them. They've picked up a fair few points that I think have surprised us. They've, beaten a few of our prediction elos down a peg or two for certain. So yeah, certainly capable of surprises. I do think, though, today this might be a bit of a stretch too far for them. Heroic are just that, I would say, tiny bit better. They're a lot better, let's be honest.
Well, they have played each other in the past, so we can have a look at that previous matchup as well to see how these teams have performed back then. And looking at the map specifically, it was Bank. Again, Novi, are you expecting the same individuals this time around to be standing out? Are you expecting similar map pick?
Well,
you know what?
So you can't.
I think it could be legit, because if I'm thinking back to that game, it was in the first half, it was actually relatively close for Heroic standards, right? Coalesce did a really good job in the first 2, 3, 4 rounds, And then Heroic was like, okay, now we're going to, just squeeze them a little bit, and then they won the game. So Coalesce, if they're, of course, in a better form than they were beforehand, and they went back to bank and they learned from their experience, I would be surprised to go back there and for them to at least do better than a 7-3 scoreline.
Okay, well, Jerry, is this something that you're expecting to see as well? I know the majority of talent did go for the prediction of Heroic taking it away, but realistically, potentially, Coalesce, do they have that opportunity to squeeze a point out of this matchup?
Potentially. I think it's a really slim chance though, if I'm being brutally honest. And I think I mentioned it sort of in a debrief a couple of weeks ago that if teams are going to be taking points off Heroic this season, it's going to be Heroic slipping up rather than the team. Like, you've got to come across them on a really bad day, and I think given their recent performance in NPL, in EUL, they don't show any signs of letting up. I would be surprised to see a bank again, quite honestly. I feel as though the way that this Coalesce roster has changed, they have been happy to bring out slightly different maps, and the experience that these new incomers have brought them has enabled that. So we might see a very different style of game, but I think the result will be the same.
Well, Heroic seeming to be the team that everyone is favoring at the moment, but let's have a look at the map Victus specifically to see whether or not Coalesce is going to have that opportunity to potentially put themselves in the driving seat for a little longer. But instead, we get the exact same map. Novi, are you surprised?
No, I said they'll probably take it back to back, and I was right, so I'm happy. Definitely happy.
Finally getting a prediction correct.
Yeah. Wow, you're going to do me like that. Yeah, no. I think it's a smart thing let's be honest, Heroic can play any single map, so it doesn't really matter where you take them. It's really where you feel comfortable. If you've taken them there before, you're going to have some inkling of maybe how they like to play. You can look at previous data, not that it's as reliable, especially when it comes to Heroic. But I think it's kind of a comfort choice, and I think that's a smart choice by Coalesce.
I feel the opposite. I feel as though Heroic are a very, very strong bank side, and they've shown that in EUL. And Clubhouse maybe represents a more even playing field where you can possibly upset. It's a bit more kind of straightforward, but clearly they're happy to take Heroic to a very good Heroic map, and I've got to commend the balls on them, if nothing else.
Well, it could be potentially that, could we say Coalesce is feeling much more comfortable on bank, just one of those maps that maybe with the changes coming in, they have prepped for a little bit more, Jerry? Or do you think, this is not it?
Maybe. I don't see it happening. I think you're right though, Novi, is that whatever map they would have gone to, I think Heroic would have won, but I think that they stand a better chance on somewhere like Clubhouse, somewhere like Oregon, somewhere more default where you're expecting 7-5s, and maybe if you get lucky, you force it to overtime or something like that. So, yeah, it's going to be a good one, though. I love seeing a bank. I know that Ubros was very looking forward to seeing something other than Clubhouse and Oregon, so He's got it.
Well, he's got it indeed. He's also going to be the one casting it, as we have Ubros and Snur on the casting duty this time around. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ginny, Jerry, and Novocaine. And Ubros, I know you wanted to cast bank, you get to cast bank, but there's one slight concern for me as a former Nordic Championship, or like in the previous format when Benja was still playing in a Nordic Championship. I have a slight concern with this map choice from the side of Coalesce. As someone who's played in that rendition of Nordic Championship, could you perhaps enlighten us as to what I might refer to?
I don't think there's a map that you're safe from Benja in. I'm gonna be honest.
That's true.
I don't think the map matters. The man is if Gorgona is a monster, like he's at least as much as a monster as Gorgona.
I mean,
Maybe a bit less experience at such a high level, but like, man, he's been tearing it up since he was like my knee height.
Yeah. So like what? Like last year?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
We'll see.
He's had an explosive growth. Now, I'm of course referring to the fact that I've casted Benja in so many games here on Bank, and almost without exception, the guy just seems to love Bank. He loves the space that he's allowed to play with. He loves the freedom that he gets to play with. He loves to gun people down. But Coalesce are going to be wise and ban away the Nook, because I mean, we're talking about him. There we go. Sloth is a little bit of a sad face there, but we know that Nook is just such a staple pick on Bank right now.
Yeah, and Heroic put up a show last time they were on Bank against TENSTAR.
Oh yeah,
the Sloth had topped like 23, 22 kills on or it was Benja. I'm not
it was
quite
Benja.
Sure. Benja.
How dare you? How dare you get it wrong? It's our Nordic compatriot. Why you do him like this?
Yeah, Sloth throwing out the disappointed face in the chat threw me off there.
Told you Denmark is mid. Wow. Wow.
That's rich coming from Nixon, having played with like Norwegian lineup or like a Danish lineup, I mean.
I was going to say like a Norwegian one, you're going to do it like that, but I mean, because I'm
mixing up everything. It's still hard for me to function.
Norway, Denmark, potato, you know. Anywho, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back into this. Now we have the bans here: Nook, Jackal, Kaid, and Valkyrie. Of course, Nook and Valkyrie, I would argue they make a lot of sense for Coalesce to ban them. I mean, it's a bit of a shame, of course, for Coalesce not to be able to play with Valkyrie's cams on the defense here, but in the hands of someone like Heroic who's playing with their EUL lineup, you don't want them to have this much free intel. As I say that, Uno is going to be picking an operator that I just love, which is, of course, Zero.
Uno brings the spice. He likes to bring something a bit out there. I remember back in the G2 days, he on like Invitational 2020, he was one bringing the fuse to Cafe, really taking the most out of it, and I was like, I'm a huge fan of Uno, of course, but like he does bring some funky operators sometimes, and it's really great to see the kind of innovation he brings out. I'd say Zero is one of those more funky operators. There's like a lot of cool stuff you can do with the cams. He's a bit less picked. He's like super useful situationally, but it's not an everyday operator you see in every game.
That's very true, and that's why we call it funky. It's like there's just so many uses for Uno. Like just he's not as easy to use in terms of the cams as Valkyrie is, but imagine it like. It's like a budget Valkyrie on attack with a decent gun as well to boot. So and a hard breach. So there we go. We're seeing it right now. And of course, this camera, unlike the Valkyrie one, can shoot the lasers. So there we go. Already a default cam taken out without them even having to step into the building. Of course, not the greatest of wins, but it's a nice little time-saving effort there from the side of Heroic. And Kane is going to be contested here inside of the lobby, and see if he is able to pick someone off, but he's actually going to just rotate back here. And I was going to note another thing. We have both Tachanka and Smoke on the board here with the addition of Echo on a side of a defense here, so that counts for a side where it's telling of a side that wants to play on site and try and stall as much time as possible on site here, because we've had some of these MPL discussions. I do believe it's Demo who usually asks, like, why would you bring Tachanka when you can just bring Smoke? I do believe it's Demo. If it's not Demo, I'm doing it dirty, and I do apologize. But hey, Coalesce is going, hey, why not just bring both? Because we just want to smoke and burn off the entire site.
Yeah, they googled what do you want to do on Bank Basement? Burn time.
Literally.
Yeah, they have even the Goyo up there. There's so much area denial they have that it's actually kind of nuts.
Oh, they haven't. Oh, they've taken a default cam, but they have not spotted the echo cam here, so it's a good positioning of the. The reactions from Uno! That would have been massive from Coalesce, and it's sneaky. But Uno with the reactions there, luckily for him, able to stay alive. But I was gonna say they were expecting the default cam, but not the echo drone being in that position. I was gonna say just to avoid the potential lobby hatch drop, and I think it's paid off great for them. And Uno, I was gonna say lucky, but talented as well to stay alive there.
Yeah, we're gonna rocking the heroic skin, of course, here.
Of course. It's available in the shop if you want it.
As you should, yeah.
And the card background as well to boot, so it's not just the skin, you also get the card background. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh!
That's an entry.
No. That's an entry. I was going to say, Noah's just kind of giving that one a little bit away, I feel like. It's just like Crouch working up towards the main stairs, and now with the Tachanka that we're talking about earlier with smoking off time is getting really hairy situations as well. And as Heroic is just bombarding the site here and just taking everything they can, potentially even getting a Goyo kill, but no, it's going to be Sloth to get off the kill. No death by Goyo is there, and Heroic, well, just doing heroic things.
That round was over just in a heartbeat. Like, they were building up for the attack, and then they just kind of washed over Coalesce like a tsunami does to a beach.
Yeah. And like the mainland even.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of tantamount to what we see here from Heroic in the MPL. It's just like sometimes a little bit of a build up, just getting the intel could sometimes be a bit slow, but whenever they decide to just pull the trigger, whenever they get an advantage, they just decide to, you know what, let's just go to site and shoot these guys in the face. And when you have someone, I'm not going to say that Noah's is a misplay. I mean, there was obviously something that he wanted to do there, and he's now in a smoke, but when you're trying to contest a Finka with the LMG in the main stairs, I'm not saying he knew that it was a Finka, but you have to play aggressive, but at the same time when you're in Laundry and you're not playing according to the own operator lineup that you brought along, which is all about literally burning time, it's a bit of a shame to do the things that he did. But hey, if he had gotten that kill, I probably would have praised him, and that's the life of being a pro player or a tier 3 player or a caster even, because you never know what goes through the minds of these players here. Now it's going to be open area as a site here, and yeah, let's just hope to see a little bit coming through here from Coalesce. We did see Azami being picked, and the great thing about Azami, and this was highlighted in the EUL as well, look at all these nice little extra corners that the Azami can create for herself to sit safely and contest some of these angles that attackers usually like to come from.
Yeah, this is a really nice site for Azami, because it's in the name. It's usually an open area. There's not a lot of cover for the defenders, but you can just make more cover for yourself with Azami, and that's like making it so much harder for the attackers to do the final push. And is he gonna bring in the fuse?
Yeah, you spoke of him, and the fuse apparently loses to the Iridigates and Benja. No. I mean, this is just what Benja does. I mean, I was going to say, like, Divide is taking that contest. It's just like, oh wait, it's Benja. Oh no. I mean, you have to take these fights. You can't be you have to be a little bit disrespectful. You have to fight with a little bit of confidence. But oh my, Benja there's a reason why he is by far one of the most talented players in the EU. And Uno is just holding the angle there. Nixon is forced to relocate, and we're barely a minute into the round, and Heroic has already been able to squeeze out the life of 2 Coalesce defenders here. Make that 3.
Yeah, the wheels are coming off the car, and it's quick. There's not much left to do for Coalesce in this round. It's kind of over before it even started this time. Last time they had some time to burn. As I say, that Noah gets another pick, and now it's all to play for still. You still got those Azami walls set up in the site, and it's gonna be coming into effect here soon as the final push is approaching. We are nearing the final minute mark.
Nearing the final minute mark, and keep in mind, if you don't remember, the Azami gates are bulletproof, and they can, of course, be blown up and be punched through. It takes 3 punches, if I remember correctly, to be taken down. But of course, with the distance that they've been put up, you would need explosives to be able to break down the barrier. Now, let's see here, with the verticality coming through here from stock by Gorgona. Close up on the Hatcher. Noah's just trying to look for the verticality, just hoping that someone's going to get close there so he can get himself and pick one. But he sees it there, and there you go. Gorgona's not expecting perhaps a player playing that close by, and we see the Hibana pellets going up to the wall, but it's being jammed, so he might not be able to open much of an angle here. So it's going to be down to Benja and Grizzly to attack this site, and that's not what you want to hear, because Grizzly, he is more than enough capable of doing it, and Benja, having rotated into admin, uncharacteristically of him, is actually missing the shots. Noah is able to take down Grizzly. Benja whiffing it means Noah can clean it up. A massive round by Noah.
That is huge. I thought the round was done for sure, but somehow Noah pulls it out of the hat, gets the 3k on the round. Wasn't even a 4k. That is fantastic.
I think it was a 4k.
Yeah.
Look at that, peekaboo. It's like, how can he, like, Benja goes from that, and then I don't know if you get it in the highlights here in the replay here, but that is no, we're not gonna get it, because I mean, but I thought when I saw a name coming up in the kill feed, that was Benja getting Noah, and I just waiting for the round to be over, and I was like, wait, what?
Like, yeah, that must have been a 4K.
That was Yeah, that was uncharacteristic, I was going to say, of Benja to miss those shots. But, I mean, it happens every once in a while. And, yes, it did cost him a round this time, technically. But if it hadn't been for Noah, let's get some praise to Noah there. There's a lot of, like, oh, no, Benja missed those shots. But Noah were able to win a couple of really good shots, land some shots. He's playing with the SMG-11, which, of course, does not have the highest damage in the game. He was able to get some kills even through the walls here. So, great round by Noah to get that round. And you never know in the NPL. There's still some playdays left here on the side, Uberos, and the round difference might come into play when it comes to deciding which teams are stay away from relegation and who gets to potentially fight out for the playoffs there. So every single round that Coalesce can get against a team such as Heroic is a win in their eyes.
Yeah. When Coalesce get into the playoffs, they're gonna be giving the MVP award to that cubicle wall that stopped all of those bullets there.
Very true. Who needs a zombie barrier? Like who? Yeah, like who needs keeper barriers when you can just get those cubicle walls? And Zeus taking down Sloth. Great opening pick there from Zeus and Coalesce, giving them a numbers advantage. Of course, it's still Heroic here, but I mean, if you can reduce the number of guns on the side of Heroic, you'll take that trade any day of the week. And there is literally no one to trade back here, and that's one of the advantages with Bank when you're playing as a defender. It's such a massive open space to cover for the attackers, and it does give some areas that defenders can use in order to get these little cheeky picks from the start.
Oh. Gorgona's having a chill out time there, watching for the rotates. Unlikely to catch anyone right.
Ooh.
We see no defenders really near it. Zeus gets downed actually there by Benja. Nice wall banks. This time it doesn't fail him, but Divided's there. Bringing cover, taking down Uno. Now it's a really awkward round for Heroic, yeah. Divided finds another one.
He gets to secure it. The kill credit should go to him. Gorgono is still lurking here, so they still know that someone's inside the kitchen. But there we go. All of a sudden, the round's over. Noah and Kane. They just prove that Coalesce are here to play. If Heroic are going to go for gunfights, Coalesce say that, well, we're more than capable enough to answer those. So if you're going to beat us, you're going to have to do what you had to do, against other teams. You're going to have to take this seriously. You're going to have to push in and show us the EOL quality that you have and take us down. Because when it comes to gunfights, we are ready to shoot back right at you.
Yeah. Funnily enough, going down all the way down memory lane to the Nordic promotion tournament, Bank is actually the map that Coalesce played the most. I think they played it like 3-4 times during the promotion tournament, more than any other map, almost combined. So it is a good map for them. And even though they have lost to Heroic here before, anything could technically happen. I mean, Heroic, they don't have that much of a chicken in the fight anymore. Whereas Coalesce are playing for directly for a playoff spot, pretty much. If they get points here, they are still alive in the race.
That is very true, because keep in mind, like, we haven't had the league table up since, I do believe, the pre-show or like the start of the round, of the show here, but keep in mind, Coalesce and MNM Academy are, like, if you were to divide the table up into portions, you know, no one's going to get close to Heroic in terms of group stages. That pretty much seems clear, right? And then it's the second spot down to the 5th spot that is kind of currently duking it out. And then for the final playoff spot, MNM Academy and Coalesce are actually only 3 points apart, which you wouldn't have thought of considering the start that Coalesce had. So any points, and that's why I'm getting back to my original point with the rounds making a difference there for Coalesce, because every round that they can get, every point that they can get, might pay off huge for them in terms of getting a playoff spot rather than having to go through the relegation qualifier for the next season.
Yeah.
I do concur. That's the great thing about you, Finns. It's just like it is what it is.
I was just about to bring up that Uno is playing some kind of operator roulette here. Is bringing yet another unique operator in the Ying.
Yep.
More funky stuff. That Sloth picks down Kane. It's an energy pick going for Heroic. They usually have a pretty good conversion rate, so this bodes well for them in terms of like equalizing the match.
Really does. Same lineup, it seems. And Zeus, that's a good pick onto Sloth, who had the opening kill here. Nixon I mean, a good. Oh, even the GM from Zeus. I mean, Zeus is not the guy. I mean, he has a lot of confidence, but I don't know if GNing heroic and thinking like, yeah, that's gonna get to their heads is the way to go. But we'll see. We'll see how that cookie crumbles over the course of the game. Perhaps Zeus is the kryptonite to the side of heroics in their mental game. As a couple of shots coming through, and Noah is still alive. Hatch is being open here from Open and Benja. No pun intended. Benja is just waiting here to see if someone's going to rotate here. Take a little bit of a risky rotation here. Time is still on the side of Heroic, and they need to get an intel game anyway with Uno trying to get the drones down here. And Noah yet again on the attempt of a swing here because he did have the Echo drone to back him up this time, but Grizzly was aware and able to shoot. And that means that the equal number tally that they had has been thrown out the window here, Riberos.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but not the end of the world. They still have some time to play out with. They have the Echo, they have the Smoke, and now they get the Equalizer as Nixon takes down Heroic. It's a bit of a grudge match for Nixon, as he was previously part of this roster that eventually became Heroic in the EUL back in their Yukon days.
Interesting little bit tidbit and trivia there for you guys, as Gorgona and the rest of Heroic are now going to seemingly just hot drop down onto site here, but the crossfire is still set up, but Rue's going to take a little bit of fire damage. Grizzly is going to go into B and plant, though. Not what you would expect, but the red pings are there. Let's see now if the Incandelas or the Tachankas will be successful. The Tachanka fire, though, is going a bit too deep, so Grizzly will stay safe over here. Will just keep swinging with the SMG. Zeus will win that one. We'll be able to find the last swing. He gets the pings. We'll be able to finish it through the wall. He will! A quad kill for Zeus to get another round for Coalesce, and that requires yet another good night, surely, from Mr. Zeus. 3-1 for Coalesce.
That's a great round from Zeus. Another 4K, netting them another round. It's going fantastically for Coalesce at this point. Like, you pretty much couldn't start any better. Of course, you could go 4-4, but against Heroic, come on. 3-1, you take it.
I mean, there are literally teams in the MPL that haven't gotten this many rounds over Heroic. And just being able to get, like, again, I hate to beat on the same old drum, but I cannot stress, if you've watched or if you're new to the MPL, there's no one catching up to the Heroic, even. The way that they've been playing this season. It's all about getting as many potential points and overtimes and rounds as you can. TENSTAR, I do believe, is the only team that have even pushed them to overtime, if memory serves me correctly. So, just being able to take as many as 3, 4, maybe even 5 rounds. But of course, if you have a 4-1 half, or 4-2 half, or 5-1, I mean, you're going to take that any day of the week against Heroic, because you want those rounds, particularly in the stead of Coalesce, who have been looking better after the transfer window.
Yeah. I mean, this is looking fantastic for them. This is the best we've seen Coalesce all season, I'd say.
Fair point.
They had a great game last week against Ambush 2. But that was more on the back of some individual performances. Not that this one isn't. We have to remind ourselves it has been one 4K from Zeus and one 4K from Noah that has netted them 2 of the 3 rounds they have so far. But it's good to see them firing on all cylinders during a week, as last time it was Kane B, who had the game of his life.
And it's nice as well, of course, for Coalesce to prove that they can shoot back and prove that gods can bleed. And that's the thing about Heroic, like, there's no question about their talent. There's no question about them being a league above the rest. Like, well, literally 2 leagues above. As Gorgona, I can't think a gunfight is actually going to be BP, winning that gunfight. Uno will be able to trade back, but still taking a lot of damage there as well. So that is a massive pickup by Kane, considering that he's playing the castle. And of course, all his castle barricades will be up. But look at Sloth. It's just literally just walking into the second floor here, trying to get some kills. They're spraying through the walls. There are 2 players up here, though, but Benja's right behind him and back him up. If the rotation's not there, 4-ping coming through, Benja getting Noah. Big pickup there. What looked like a great start here potentially for Coalesce, considering the operators have been taken off the board. They're all of a sudden in a number disadvantage, but still, it's all about the timer as well. With the C4 from below, Uno, with the experience that he has, is playing on top of that table and is waiting for that C4, and it's gone. And it even gave him a little bit of a vantage point down to the mute jammer there, so well played by Uno.
This
is it
nice
Uno or Uno, by the way, like in Finnish?
Uno.
Uno, okay, my bad.
Uno, yeah. I don't know which way he prefers it himself, because like when you get casted enough in English, sometimes you start to like morph even your own like perception of your name. So it might be that he responds more to like than Uno.
That's true. That's true. I'm sorry for laughing. It was just the 2 nades coming through. They're just completely catching the player in electrical out, and then at the same time, the nade opened up the door for Sloth. It's just like, hello. Sorry, it's just my sense of humor. It's a little bit of a boomer slapstick there for you. But what it means, with no fun at all, it's not going to be funny for Coalesce. Number disadvantage at 2v4, but of course, being a Rooney, you are able to punch yourself out and get a little bit of a rotation there, potentially up through the blue stairs. That could be big, folding off towards kitchen, where of course Zeus is currently the same, but Nixon's going to go up main stairs instead. And look at this drop, both of them just dropping, being prone here, and that means that Nixon's taken off the board. There's only Zeus left, and all the Kiba barriers in the world won't save you from the hellfire that is Heroic, and they will take 1 round right back.
His fortress didn't stand up to the challenge. It
Looked
was a
more
nice
like a pillow
spot,
for
though. Yeah, nice spot though. But like when you're in a 4v1, you need more guns.
you need more lives.
Win. Yeah, dual wield win.
Please no, please. Like the LMG is enough. We don't need dual wield. I mean, unless it's like a dual wield UMP, then I can live with it. But like if it's like a dual wield, like I don't know, MP5K or SMG11 is just like, nope, I'm out of here.
Just slap another LMG and Finka. What could go wrong?
Yeah, gee, I wonder. I'm happy that I know you and know that you would never in your right mind ever realistically suggest such a thing. Otherwise, I would be tempted to just disconnect my internet right here and right now and just be like, nope, not doing it. Just not doing it. Who's winning? Zeus? Oh, he got it. He got the drone. So
it's getting increasingly hard to juke someone out with a drone. Like people are getting smart to their drone tricks. Back in the day, you could like run circles around people's feet with the drones. I feel like it's like everybody's collective years of shooting out drones has like made them super good at that specific task.
You're saying like 7 years plus of siege actually means that people are finally able to win in a gunfight against a drone?
Yeah.
That's good. Another 7 years, I might be able to win it as well.
Yeah, you can keep that thought in your head to keep you going.
Wow, thank you. I appreciate you. Oh man. Zuzo in the rotation, the timing as Uno's drone is coming through and Benja's just jumping into Archives, taking him down. That's the first kill, and keep in mind it's Archives television, it's sight. And look, you all got 2 blue outlines in the close by, but no, we'll take down Sloth. They should know that Benja is close by as well because they remember his name from the kill feed. Should be able to pin him inside here, but it doesn't even need it because Divided will take him down. And all of a sudden the numbers have turned. Coalesce with the numbers advantage here, and the rest of Heroic. I mean, Sloth and Benja seemed like they were in a little bit of an expedition on their own with Uno driving him in. I do believe it was in a drone. Yes, it does seem like it was his, as his drone is inside of Staff, but could have been a completely different story if they had landed those shots. But right now, currently, it is there are more Coalesce guns in the server than Heroic.
Yeah, Benja has been having a terrible day with those office cubicles. They're out to get him today. Nothing swings his way when those cubicles are in play. Like,
so you're saying he's not an open office kind of guy? He needs more like his own office if he's going to perform.
Yeah, I think he's kind of the CEO office kind of guy.
Give me a leather couch.
Yeah,
away
with
you, cubicles.
Bottle of nondescript whiskey.
Well, Gorgona will finally be able to remove one of the castle barricades there. Nixon's still safe by one of them, but of course waiting for some projectiles to be thrown in. Uno's just going to prowl in. I was going to say proning even. See if he can prowl on the side of whoever's playing inside of CEO, shooting through the wall, but they are still alive. A little bit of luck, you could arguably say as well, on the side of Coalesce for them to be alive in these situations. And just as I say that, Nixon is cursed. Is injured, so no kill confirmed here, but a lot of proning on the side of Heroic. It seems like they're grabbing up another strategy. That's the Kit as well, taken down. Kane has taken down Uno. Kit is on the floor and the second floor, and keep in mind, at the time, 30 seconds left. Grizzly, though, will just be walking around as Kane's trying to swing him a little bit. The injure as well means it's only 2v2 right now, and that surely should be an advantage for Heroic, considering who they are, but still, wrong floor for the side of Heroic to be even contesting if they want the Kit. They wanted a little bit of a vertical push here, but it seems like they're just going to have to go in guns blazing. And if there's any team in the MPL you would count on being able to do that, it would be them. But Noah is waiting next to the door. Gorgona will drop down and trade it back. Seconds left. He's got one of the LMGs, not the Finka one. He's going to try and start planting. Divided, low on HP as well. Can you spray through the wall here? Can you get there close enough? Gorgona will actually go off the fuse, the fuse even, sorry, and let that round go over to Coalesce, and Coalesce. I think this might be the first time that Heroic has lost a half in the all of MPL this season.
Might be. I mean, it's a funny round. It's like 20 seconds in. 20 seconds in, you've got Benja inside the site, and still you lose on time.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's funny how life goes sometimes.
It is. That is pretty much what describes that previous round. It's funny how life goes. You know, you think you have it, and then you don't.
Imagine if Coalesce are the first team to take points, or like.
I mean, don't. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to potentially jinx it. Because there's usually always like an upset when it comes to like the Nordic casting, like in the Nordic Championship. I mean, we had teams like Chaos and stuff playing in the tournament. We had like teams that like, oh yeah, like no one's going to be able to beat them. There was always one team minimum that were able to beat them at least once. I think Ambush actually were able to beat Chaos at one season, if I remember correctly. So, there's always
they beat them in the playoffs.
That's also true. So there is always the potential for an upset here. It's just that Heroic have been looking so much stronger than every other team. And like, if you want to play tier 3 as well, like Benja and Sloth and Gorgona have all looked so dominant in terms of the just like shooting. You know, just like shooting, they look so much better. And in tier 3, that's usually what can win you around against a better team, is that you're capable of shooting back. And now it seems Coalesce are doing just that. They are thus far, with the exception of TENSTAR, and but that was also unbanked, by the way, that pushed Heroic all the way. So I do say, and I do like saying that Benja is a beast on bank, but the few times we've seen Heroic bleed, it seems, has been on bank. So just saying.
It's a funny map.
It is. It's a great map.
Yeah, it's a great map. I think what's interesting about this matchup is that like Heroic, any player from Heroic you'd place on any other team and they'd be like a superstar fragger.
Yeah.
And they are not
that includes
like
Grizzly
that here.
Yeah. I probably mention Grizzly the least whenever I talk about Heroic, and I feel bad about that, but it's just he rarely needs to step up in terms of kills, but he's also an absolute fragger. Like,
yeah, he's just a Stonewall consistent.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Like, if you ever have... Oh, Coalesce! Wow, it was verticality in there, and Noah's just like, don't you even dare think that I'm going to fall for that. He just keeps shooting at Unos' corpse for ages. It's just like, yep, you're dead. And it's like, he might have been able to try and go for the canister at the same time there or something, I don't know, because the verticality was there, and it was a mirror wall, if I remember correctly, or a window. Anywho, opening pick goes over to Coalesce, and it's a great start for them.
Yeah. It's not every day you see stuff like that, especially just the opening kill. That is a great wallbang. In Noah, it seems like a whole another player this second split.
He really does. He really does. And although I do believe it was like through a vertical in the floor that they might have opened it. I don't know if it was pre-opened by Heroic or if it was Coalesce. I do believe it was through the wall, but still, doesn't matter. Noah is holding this angle here through the hatch, which is a dreaded one when you're attacking in towards the kitchen, and Gorgona being sprayed down as well because they know that he had to force back down there, and now the Nate's going to be able to confirm the kill, and all of a sudden, Coalesce with a 2-man advantage. As I say that, Grizzly, we mentioned it before, will be able to take down Noah. A little bit of a zero cam there, just to make sure that they can see when he's coming up from server, because they know that he's not on site, so perhaps the push can come towards site here for Coalesce, as Benja takes down Zeus. Still number advantage, as I say that, Benja, he's now on the side of the cubicles, it seems like, as he will get a triple kill with the C4, and all of a sudden, what looked amazing for the side of Coalesce is turned into a 1v2. 15 seconds left on the clock. Nixon does have the kit. The cubicles, will they be able to back up Benja this time? Or will they be his dreaded nemesis this one more time? Nixon is worried about the rotation, which means that he has to face another direction, and Benja, with the characteristic flip side charm, will be able to get the round back on the side for Heroic.
Those cubicles are doing some hair lifting this game. But it swapped sides now.
Let's see.
That is...
Yeah, it is open, isn't it? That's open before.
Yeah, it might be open.
Yeah, I do think I saw that. But and it's such a shame. It's such a almost anticlimactic, I was going to say, for Coalesce, considering the great opening that they had to that round.
Yeah,
like
it was looking really good until it didn't.
It was looking really good until Benja decided to have a little bit of a peace talk conference there with the cubicles and be like, hey guys, I know that we didn't really get off on the right foot, but could you guys help me out this time around? And yeah. And of course, giving a C4 and you have a little bit extra to go with, so.
Yeah. Still, Coalesce still in the lead.
They are.
Still all to play for. Nothing's lost just yet. You're seeing a fairly similar operator lineup as we saw a couple of times from Coalesce, now coming out from Heroic. We get the Castle, we got the Wamai, we got the Melusi, we got the Azami, and the Mute. It's a nice bank lineup, I'd say. Fairly universal, you can swing it on a couple of sides. We got a lot of soft destruction required for the attack to open up some of those lines of sights that the defenders are trying to block you from having.
There you go. Look at him. Look at the boy, the man, the young man that has grown into it. It feels like I'm gonna have to pat my own back. I mean, me and Ubros, we've followed Benja for years, literally years, as he's been moving up through the Nordic region, and it is incredible the player that he's turned into. Like I think we spoke of this before, like in the previous week, how to me. Because there was a question in the debrief, like, okay, who's the better ranked player? And I think me and Demo were like, well, someone. I think he said Spoit and I said Benja, and it's like if you asked me 3 years ago, Benja was, in my opinion, by far the more one-dimensional player. He was really good at fragging, but that was pretty much it. Whereas, Spoit was a little bit more versatile. And I actually feel like Benja has really made a lot of work the last couple of years to really make up for that weakness that he had, and it just makes him such a more versatile player, and it just an overall fragging machine here. And Sloth taking up the opening kill on the Zeus as well. Good, there's the good night coming right back at him, and it's to say that he gets naded. So I mean that's karma for his Zeus if you see the opportunity. There you go, stuff time. Hey, there you go. I was waiting for it. Oh man, just Zeus things. I mean, he needed a little bit of help from Divided, but you know the saying about the last laugh and all that stuff. Let's see who it turns out to be.
Oh, you get the nice shot though. There's still some love. It's not all lost.
Tough love, maybe.
Yeah. Uno's playing with his life.
He's playing with his life.
He just had a sneaky peek there.
Yep.
And got away with it. He lost some HP, but that's like...
Oh. There we go. Benja's swinging as well. I mean, when you hear Uno dropping, it's just like, well, okay, he's off, and Uno's just gonna rotate back up. It's like, hey, I dropped too soon. I didn't mean to. And Benja's gonna clean up Kane as well. And now we've got two attackers on the windows that are just playing, and it's like shooting at flying targets, I was gonna say, for Benja and Uno, and they will clean this up. And all of a sudden, Heroic is kind of starting to put the pedal to the metal here on the defense, and kind of turn the game back on towards Coalesce, because that's the thing about Bang. Like, it can be a massive benefit for the defenders to play over such a big area. You can play a little bit more risky. You can get for these gunfights. You can, I was going to say, force these gunfights, and Coalesce benefited from that in several rounds in the previous half. But right now, Heroic is 2 for 2 on the defense here, and this is where the concern comes in for the side of Coalesce. You said maybe Coalesce could be the first team to take some points off of Heroic, but this is the crucial half for them on the attack.
Yeah, and it's the harder half.
Absolutely.
Usually on Bang. I'd say even in this matchup so far we've seen, defense has won 6 out of the 8 rounds. So,
yep.
Yeah.
Which is not a good stat for Coalesce.
Yeah. You gotta turn the stat around real quick if you want to take the points.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's 1-4K and they are nearing match point. Anything can happen.
True. I mean,
it is more close than I would have given it credit for. Like, before the game, if you told me that Coalesce are gonna be having 4 rounds before, like, on the first half.
That's true. And if they were gonna lead the first half. And I'd probably be like, well, then it's probably because Heroic are trolling. But like, I'm not saying Heroic play their best. I'm never gonna suggest that in the MPL. But the Coalesce, let's just say they were able to win some gunfights. Oh my, no! Please don't fall for this. Don't Don't fall for this, please. Like the rappel outside the window, Benja playing on a vigil, and you can hear them rappelling. And no one, it seems, is watching the ATMs. So now Noah's a bit aware of it. Kane is perhaps joining in, hopefully here to go through the ATMs. There we go. They might have picked him out now, or at least know that someone's playing in the area. There we go. The Dukaebi calls, and there you go. I was worried, but the Dukaebi, of course, comes through huge for Noah and the rest of Coalesce, and that's Benja taken off the board.
Noah's been lethal. That is like... How many entry pick he has now?
I haven't been able to make notes of all of them, but at least there's a couple, that's for sure. Yeah. The late reinforcement, I like that.
At least on 2 rounds now, out of 3 attack rounds so far.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is something you love to see if your play gets that kind of rating.
Indeed, and it might be good for the rest of the season for Coalesce as well, because keep that in mind, Coalesce might not be expecting themselves to win this game, but it's good practice, it's good experience for the rest of the season. They are, like I mentioned earlier, they are kind of in a little bit of a rivalry now. If you look at the league standings against MNM Academy, they want to secure themselves that playoff spot, and it's MNM Academy who's currently their gatekeeper. I was going to say that they're going to have to try and get past, and if they can just get to play, even if they don't get all the points against Heroic, even if it's not just about the rounds, it's also about just getting that cohesiveness together as a team, being able to beat other teams. If you get 5 rounds even from Heroic, it proves that, well, you are capable of you should at least, in theory, be capable of taking games off of these other teams.
We could have a real close end of the season on our hands, especially if the games keep going as close as they have been today, for example. We saw a great match just before this between the 2 bottom teams fighting for relegation, and the fight for playoffs is gonna be even spicier.
Would have to agree with that, my friend, as the hatches have been opened here. Keep in mind, it's Coalesce on the attack here. 5v4 because of the Benjamin being taken down earlier. Now, Warden is actually ironically going to be stunned here because the glasses are not on. But of course, with the glasses, you can now just turn them on. You're completely unflashed anymore if they haven't removed that change. I can't even remember. Gorgona, however, is very flashing. Grizzly, that is the Warden we spoke of earlier. We'll be able to take down Divider, but look at these drops down inside the CCTV. A little bit of pressure being applied. There's Unos over by Elevator, and Gorgona's playing inside a garage. There's someone in main stairs who's still not dead on the side of the attacker. Sloth is going to have to use the echo though, but look at the positioning, but it gets shot down. The plan will go down as a post-plan situation. Una's trying to clear it up with the 2 kills here. Gorgona coming in from the garage will also be able to clean one up, and all of a sudden it's Noah left in a 1v2. It is a post-plant though. He does have the verticality. You did speak of Noah earlier and how good he's been, but this means that one player will be able to contest there, and this is going to be the risky partner for Noah. He knows that someone is going to come swinging for him. They might have the intel on him, but Gorgona's going to go all the way up to the top hatch. He's going to get some pings and know exactly which hatch is playing on, but it's still reinforced. He's hoping the verticality will be able to save him, but no, Noah is playing deep enough, but he will be able to hold this now. Una's going to try and force this. Win the gunfight! Win the clutch! It's an amazing clutch by Noah, who's going to have to change the verticality just after each other, and he's so smart. And Coalesce up to 5 rounds against Heroic.
That is absolutely massive from Noah. A second huge clutch in this game to take the lead back. I can't believe, like, how is he getting away with it so many times this game? He's just on fire today. That is the Noah we've been missing since the start of the season. Like, we knew he's good, we knew he's super talented, super good aimer. It's just been a bit quiet up until this point, and now he's like woken up all of a sudden. That is just fantastic. I mean, now it's literally 1 4K away from getting points.
I mean, it depends if the 4K means that they're actually going to win the round, but I see what you mean. But yeah, sorry.
We've gotten some of those. That one was like at least a 3K, I think.
Yeah. That is...
It might have been a 4K, that one too.
Yeah. I mean, I was just gonna say, I'm seeing in the Discord here now with a talent chat, and I'm seeing they're asking, like, okay, how many timeouts have Heroic actually called over the course of the season? And I don't think we can track that stat for everyone right now, but I was just gonna say, like, I don't think there's many times that we've seen Heroic having the need to call a timeout this far in the MPL. So shout out to Novi, Jerry, and of course Ginny for probably talking about this back stage and bringing this talking point up. Because even if we can't track the stat, I'm pretty sure they haven't called a lot of timeouts to say the least.
Yeah, they are really making Heroic sweat for this. This
They
isn't
are.
like an easy game. They aren't like throwing these away by just playing poorly or anything. They are like bringing their stuff. Like, it's super impressive what Coalesce have been able to do here today. Even if this is the end and they don't get any more rounds, like still taking it to max like regulation at the very least.
It sends a signal to the other teams in the MPL that you should not underestimate Coalesce anymore.
Yeah, it sends a signal to MNM, like, we're coming for that playoff spot.
Noah has awakened, reactivated. I mean, Kane has proved that he can have a life game, and now Noah is well on his way to prove that as well, and against Heroic as well. That's the kind of opposition that you want to really step up against here.
It's not just the pure like amount of kills he's getting, it's just the like impact those kills have had.
Yes, absolutely.
Huge clutch rounds.
And the brains as well. I mean, he might have gotten a little bit of help from his teammates in terms of the comm calls there, but just knowing how to play in those situations and be able to win those gunfights, crucial. Now, Una's going to be playing from below this time, again with the pulse this time, so he has the pulse device with the potential of the C4 being thrown down here. The floor has been opened just a little bit because Noah's trying a little bit what they tried earlier in terms of getting that swing. Sorry, on towards the verticality there, as we see other players are closing up here on his position, but they are playing up close Benja with a shotgun inside a janitor. You don't really want to contest that. Mute jammers and 2 AAs as well. Someone's on the barbed wire. He wants to swing it. There's the C4 from the pulse. But Eriksen is actually going to win that fight. I do believe he had a shotgun of his own. And Kane, even though the initial kill went to Uno, Kane is just on sight. I was going to say, trying to get some kill. That's a double kill for Kane. They're just tearing through Towers and Archives right now. It's, of course, not the site. It's open. But all the heavy play from the Heroic was over the side of CEO. Oh, look at Gorgona.
No.
He was so patient, but he didn't get the shot. Luckily for him, it does get it through the wall, and that could have been crucial. Having a 4v2, Gorgona missing those shots. He was patience of an angel, I was going to say, but luckily for him, he's able to finish that one off because that was also close, and all of a sudden Coalesce is really giving us a run for the money here, I was going to say. Listen a minute. Still numbers advantage for the side of Coalesce, but crucial pick by Gorgona there.
That's the lifeline that they had to have. Going 4v2 into the execute would have been way harder. This equals it up a bit because you still have quite a little time left in the rounds of Gorgona there on the knife's edge, and Nixon actually finds him, get the headshot there. It's all on Gorgona now. He's gonna have to pull something out of his hat or they're gonna drop points. It's not the end of the world. And Kane, they took points off of Heroic right here.
Yeah, wow. Sorry, yeah, I'm sorry, I can't repeat what you said right there, but wow, Coalesce, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm not saying that this means, I'm not saying that all of our predictions are going to go down the drain, because they could still technically lose on the side of Coalesce, but Coalesce is now one out of, I think, tops 2 teams who have been able to take points off of Heroic this far this season. And again, I know what people will say. Come on, Heroic is not playing the way that Heroic would usually do. Heroic is not taking this seriously. They're just trolling, yada, yada, yada. Yet, Coalesce are able to punish him, and the way that some of these kills are coming through just proves that Coalesce are able to shoot back. They are punishing Heroic for struggling. We have seen teams that have been far stronger than Coalesce thus far this season perform worse against Heroic when Heroic has even played with stand-ins. And no disrespect to Mr. Officer and Shatta, of course, both legends in their own unique way, but they've been able to stand in and still take games off of teams in the season. And Coalesce, we talked about it. Coalesce are looking stronger this far in the season after the transfer window, and they are just currently increasingly taking points. Taking a point off of Heroic might be what they need in order to close the gap. And if they take all 3 points, Uberos, they could, after tonight, be past MNM, depending on how that game goes against Victus. That is insane to me.
This is essentially a 6-point game, because you're not gonna see MNM take points off of Heroic, I don't think. I say that, but anything could happen, especially after this one, but like...
They're 1 round away.
I just don't see it happening. And I
That's
think
true.
This is like what we said in the first game, that was TENSTAR beating out, living crap out of Ambush, if I say so.
Yeah.
That was the kind of TENSTAR that we were waiting to see from the start of the season, and now this is the kind of Coalesce that we wanted to see. This is like, we know they are super good gunners. They are talented players. They just, something wasn't clicking. And now they have found their jazz.
I mean, Coalesce had a lot of confidence coming into the season. I mean, I remember talking to Zeus, and he was like, I mean, we're just going to prove that we're by far the best team to represent the Nordic in this tournament, and just Ambush just made them look like, well, you're just going to have to eat those words, because Ambush has thus, like, been the only team almost stepping up from the Nordic region through almost the first half of the season. Coalesce was really, really struggling, alongside MNM, arguably one of the most disappointing teams to watch in terms of the expectations beforehand. I mean, we could include TENSTAR there as well, because they were really hyped up, but now TENSTAR is on their way back. And Coalesce all of a sudden seems to be finding the stride as well, and they could be one of the definite two-form teams in the second half of the season. Not necessarily in terms of winning points, but in the complete difference in terms of how they look as a team in terms of the second half, and might be enough for them to close at a playoff spot at the end of the season.
It's the Nixon revenge tour in full swing.
I'd love to see it.
Yep. Isn't that been a bit of a theme on the previous Yukin seasons? It isn't the first time he's on a tear on a revenge tour.
That is true.
Man, I'm just happy to be witnessing it live.
That's very true. Oh man, Nixon taking the role as Batman, I was going to say, in this game. 2 minutes, though, into the round, and no lives have yet been lost. And it just goes to show a little bit as well, you would say, of Heroic and Coalesce. Perhaps, at least, Coalesce starting to feel nerves a little bit here now. Someone is still playing inside of Kanto. That's Grizzly, but he's watching the elevator hatch. Kane and the rest are just walking up. And Gona's holding from the main stairs. They did not expect that, with Grizzly shooting the second player from the elevator or from Kanto. This is certainly looking like an Heroic round. And here we go. I'm just tripping up my words here, because all of a sudden Heroic is just turning up the heat here. Now, keep in mind, even though if Coalesce loses this round, which surely they will, unless we get an ace clutch in the play of the season from the side of Divided, of course, less than 15 seconds, he's not going to be able to take it, but a tactical timeout. Keep them at Coalesce. Still have the tactical timeout. Now, I was going to say, even if they lose this round, they still have one round to go before... one round away, before taking potentially the 3 points. So even if they lose that round, they had a little bit of a buffer. Now, the downside of this, of Coalesce calling the timeout now as opposed to the previous round, is that this also gives Heroic on the defense a tactical timeout in the pivotal final round of the relegation. No, sorry, of the regular time, sorry. Yeah,
regulation.
It is regulation. I thought I said relegation. Yeah, my bad. Did I say relegation or did I say regulation?
You're asking difficult questions, my friend.
Yeah, it's like I'm assuming that people are actually listening to what I say. Oof.
I am just having real battle, trying to keep following the game in the heat.
I'm teasing. I know it's boiling hot in Finland right now, and it's boiling hot on the server here as well. Coalesce.
Yeah, the good guys in Coalesce calling me a breather, letting me sip some water.
That's good. It's good for them. And everyone stay hydrated in the summer that we currently are in. Get your water in, especially if you're in Finland or the Nordics right now, because I don't know what it's like with Sweden, Denmark, and Iceland, but we've been hitting the 30 degrees Celsius temperatures lately, and it's not the best for someone who likes to stay inside playing video games. But hey, you take them when you get them. Tactical timeout has now been completed for both teams, of course. Does give, I would argue, a little bit of an advantage to Heroic, because they get to do a tactical timeout on the defense there, but of course it's lockers. It's not going to be like a massive sort of like, oh, this is a strategy that we're going to set up for, we're going to do all these things differently. It might just be like a little bit of a mental reset, whereas for Coalesce, also, it's a final round. It could be nice to have that tactical timeout on the overtime, but of course, when you're this close to the 3 points, and I would say one way you've already won, because you got a point from Heroic, which is something almost no teams have this season. So why not use a tactical timeout now, even if it might come back to haunt you?
The only ones previous are TENSTAR, who brought Heroic to overtime on this very map, right?
Yes, that's true. So imagine, like in terms of total points tally, Coalesce are now equal, or equal with TENSTAR, so...
Yeah, from this matchup at least.
Yep. So I'm going to say the tactical timeout. It's risky, but it could be one that could potentially land them an extra 2 points against Heroic and rocket jump them past MNM Academy on the leaderboard for the first time since the season started, I do believe.
Risky biscuits, as an unnamed member of the talent would say.
Man, don't get me hungry. Every time this person casts, I get hungry. I get peckish.
It's divided here, taking a bit of a fight to the Warden, playing the top of the staircase. Server stairs. Grizzly holding it down with the shotgun and the SMG-12. Let's see if Noah can bring out some more magic on the sledge in this round. They really need it if they want all of the 3 points. Now's the time to do something special.
You see, you wanna... I don't know, but it just feels like Heroic has just been playing so much more conservatively the last 2 rounds. They just, like, everyone's saying, like, oh, yeah, they're trolling, and they're just playing for fun, and blah, blah, blah. They are competitive players. They do not like to lose. They know what it means to lose games. They don't like to lose games. So you want a mentality, you want a habit of winning games regardless of who your opposition are. So even the fact that they're playing way more carefully now, playing to the strengths of the site, just means that finally, I mean, they probably did earlier as well, but they're playing now with a lot more respect towards the side of Coalesce. They want to make this overtime. They want to be able to take the win and go like, yeah, you know, we trolled a little bit too much, and then all of a sudden they were running away with it and we had to get a grip together. But that's the narrative that you can sometimes hear, but if they aren't careful here, Coalesce might be able to take it all away. But I say that soon, only 30 seconds left for the execute here. Coalesce have been able to do absolutely nothing with Grizzly inside of blue. The execute is going to have to come through here with all guns still alive on the side of Heroic. You would, of course, give the benefit over to Heroic. The C4 is coming through for Benja. Oh, and the timing, the smoke's coming out. Rune's taking a little bit of damage on the smoke here. The drop's coming down, and a little bit of a miscalculated play by Uno. It's divided with the entry, with the double. Gorgona will take down Zeus, but still number advantage. Good time though, 5 seconds. It is on the floor. It's all full chaos. 6 with the team kill. Soft will get another one though. Time's running out. Gorgona's getting the kill. And Kane's going to be able to get the plant down, but there we go. They see him. They can take him down, and it was all too close for comfort. But we will be heading to overtime.
It's a match that never ends.
Imagine saying that about Heroic Coalesce.
It's been so down to the wire so many times. Like, yeah, we've seen 2 rounds that weren't like down to 2v2s, 1v1s in the end.
Man.
This is a crazy game, and it's getting even crazier. Now we're here to overtime, and it's sudden death all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, now the 3 points are out of reach for Coalesce, and I do think it's a little bit of a. It's unfortunate for them to get the attack on the overtime here, because they did well on the defense. They got a 4 and 2 half, if I remember correctly. Yes.
Yep.
And so obviously they would have wanted to get the defense here on the overtime, but it is going to be Heroic. However, they have they been successful? They have been successful in one Locker's attack, if my notes are correct. But CEO has been 100% Heroic thus far. So
yes.
They would have to win at least. I mean, they did win Lockers earlier on the attacker, Coalesce, that was Noah's amazing clutch show, and you can't rely on him to, like, I mean, sorry, you can't expect him, that's what I meant to say. You can't expect him to do that, like, twice. So you would realistically have
on different sides, but he's done the
That's true. But I don't want to go into like the game thinking like, yeah, Noah's just gonna be able to clutch it, so it's all good. Like, so that's my point. I'm not saying he's not capable. I'm just saying you don't want that to be your game plan. But my point was originally that they will have to win one site that they haven't won yet if they're going to be able to take this. They're going to have to win. Well, I say that they did win Lockers, so never mind. I'm just okay. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just flabbergasted that we're at this point. Okay, so please excuse me if I'm a little bit weirded out here in terms of how I speak English.
Yeah, hands up, everybody in the audience who thought we're gonna see overtime in Coalesce versus Heroic.
Thank you. Oof. Oh,
not to take anything away from Coalesce. They have played fantastically, but it's not the outcome that anybody would have guessed, seeing how dominant Heroic have been thus far in the season. And they are even playing with their full lineup. They've looked more dominant when they played with Mr. Officer. Maybe that's the secret sauce.
That's true. Oh, Mr. Officer's always the secret sauce. You know it. Murat loves himself a little bit of cheeky plays here.
Really, and it's not secret he's saucy, but let's not get into it too much.
let's not dive into that rabbit hole, shall we? Oh, into the wall onto Benja. A little bit of luck. I was going to say they have some intel. He's getting the sprays through, and Benja's just sitting there. And this is the downside of playing a bit more defensive. Noah's actually going to repel in. They should have enough intel that he's not close because they know the castle's not close. That Sloth taking up the board as well. All of a sudden, a 2-man advantage, making a 3-man advantage as Nixon gets a kill as well. Una will trade one back. 4 and 2. Plenty of time on the side of the attacker. So the kit is actually on the site. They just need a little bit more intel so they can try and get the plant down. There we go. Smoke it off. Get some plant. They have Divided playing inside of Laundry. And Janitor Kane is on the window as well. Grizzly gets a kill onto Divided though, but the plant is down. And so all of a sudden, a post-plant situation on CEO. Kane can just hang and swing at this window all the time in the world. And Zeus will win the fight against Grizzly as well. It's all down to Uno in a 1v3 post-plant with the player on the window as well. It's going to be very, very difficult for him. 30 seconds left. Keep in mind, 7 seconds for the defuse as well. He's going to have to swing a lot here. C4, go fishing. He will actually line it up to Nixon. That is good, but still another player on side of the window. And with only 10 seconds left to find these 2 kills, surely not. This won't be the thing for Uno because he's all the way in the wrong place looking for it. The payments are coming through for Coalesce, and Coalesce will be able to go up to overtime match point as Kane shuts the deal. And they're 1 round away from taking 2 points against Heroic.
Second time they're on match point this time. Let's see if they can close it out. They get the defense. It's the fairy tale in the making.
Yeah. It's a potential. I mean, there's no other way of putting it. If they get this win, it is by far the upset of the season. And I don't care whatever people want to say about Heroic and their performance and all that stuff. It doesn't matter because even when Heroic is played a little bit poorly or like a bit off foot, trolling, as to quote Sloth himself, they have still been able to win games, and they've only, like, even with stand-ins, they were still able to beat TENSTAR, who had a really good game here on back against them, in a game that arguably TENSTAR should have won, but Benja was just playing out of his mind. And now Coalesce against the full lineup of the EUL team, and we've seen in some of these defensive rounds as well that Heroic has all of a sudden started playing with a lot more respect in terms of not taking unnecessary risks here. But Coalesce, They have answered the call. They have been able to take some of these challenges, risen to the challenge, shown absolute disrespect to Heroic, erase the names out of their memory and thinking this is as much a game as anyone else. And if they can take 2 points and take a win against Heroic, they can theoretically beat any team in the league. I mean, I don't know if that's realistic.
Yeah, if they play like this, like any game's gonna be a close game with them.
Yeah,
they're playing fantastic. They have the individuals firing up. They have great adaptations going for them. They are playing smart. They are playing good siege. Fundamentally, they are like hitting all the boxes. And the greatest thing to me to see here is that when we see the rounds go down to the wire, even those rounds they are like confident in.
Yeah,
they are just looking way better than they did ever on the first half. They are more complete as a team. I feel like I'm repeating the same talking points as from the TENSTAR game, but it's kind of similar in the trajectories that these teams have had.
I just love the way that they're just protecting these castle barricades because they have the ADS as the castle barricades. This is the second or third time that Una has tried to fuse. Like the first ones will always miss, right? But you could argue that he's now just clearing away their Runegates in the ADSs so that Zofia can just open them. So it doesn't really matter who it is, but it's just stalling time. And okay, Uno is actually gonna get a kill. There was a jump out. No, there was a jump out for Noah.
That's jumping the gun a bit.
That's jumping the gun. He probably did expect Uno to be on the rappel because they should have known the fuse was there because of the fuse charges, the hockey pucks. And of course they heard the Zofia afterwards, so he might have assumed that both of them were on the rappel. But that was a little bit too much disrespect, and that has actually given the advantage, I mean, literally just thrown out the window. So this means that Coalesce is going to have to play with a man disadvantage, and Noah has been massive for them. That's a smoke as well. Jumping out with the SMG on the smoke, I do believe it was. And you're losing a smoke canisters on Teller's Archives. So, not sure about that one, Chief. Could be an example of how nerves can get to you, but still, a play that if he had managed to pull it off would have been amazing, of course, and probably one of the plays of the season, so hindsight 2020 and all that stuff, but still.
Yeah, a play that they were successful with earlier on in the game, but maybe trying it the second time with the smoke, bit eager. Over eager,
especially when you should know that there are 2 players there because you just heard the fuse canisters. I would assume that they did at least, but anyway. Let's see though. Tellers and Fuse is going to show his strengths again, of course. He can work with the verticality here, because even if you don't get kills, you can clear out so much utility and just open up so much here. But Grizzly is just going to open up the heads, I was going to say, and Sloth as well on the side of Coalesce. And this round is already looking dire for Coalesce defense, which was definitely their strongest side here in the previously. It's just now looking like it's just a match point potentially being thrown out in the window here. As Una's going to go for the plant. Sloth gets a kill. Zeus, though, is going to have to ace Clutch. He's going to try and drop and get the planter, but Benja is there ready to back up his teammate Zeus and take down Zeus. And we're going all 15 rounds in the match between Heroic and Coalesce.
Man, how many days did it take from the start of NPL for us to even get an overtime? It was like a lot of play days, and now it feels like every other play day we've got a couple of them.
I mean, it took a while to get us starting, but we got there.
Yeah, it's just been like heating up all the way.
Yeah, if you can hold the fort just a little bit, I'll have a quick little peek. It was actually Playday 5, Ambush versus Victus. That was our first ever overtime, so that took us, well, literally 5 play days. So yeah.
Yeah. Which is a lot, considering how close the table is at this point still.
Yeah. I agree. Because we were getting a lot of 7-5s. I think we had a 7-5. Yeah, we had a 7-5 every week, sometimes even 2. But we never got like a... we didn't get an overtime until played number 5. And if you look at the... Like you said now, if you look at the table and look at the middle of it and see how many of these games, like how close some of these teams are, it's kind of surprising. What's even more surprising, though, is Coalesce going all 15 rounds against Heroic. I would never have expected that. I know the Coalesce have looked stronger after the transfer window, but I know that Kane has had an amazing performance previously, but I just never, in my wildest dreams, would have imagined Coalesce to actually put the knife to the throat of Heroic.
Yeah. They've had 3 match points.
Yeah. The final one's going to hurt the most if they lose this one, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but I think judging by how they're playing, they're going to be confident going forward. They're going to be happy they took the point off of Heroic. That's more than any other team except for TENSTAR can say so far. There's overwhelming amount of positives to go for.
Oh, 100%.
And even if you took the 2 points, that's like cherry on top.
I mean, if you take the 2 points on top of that, that's I mean, massive. That's huge.
Yeah, that's the biggest cherry I've ever seen.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the 2 point. That's like 2 bonus points, literally, because no other team has taken points except for TENSTAR off of Heroic, and so it's like you're almost like counting, like, oh, it's Heroic, so we might not be able to take those points, but again, it's just crucial for Coalesce, and like I said, it's regardless of what happens this final round, they have so many positives to work with here, and they have so much confidence to go forward, and I doubt we'll see any other team take them on to bank through the rest of the season. I would be very surprised, with the exception of perhaps TENSTAR.
Of course, we are on the bottom side in this round.
Of course.
For the Decider, where we saw a super close round to end up regulation.
Ooh, I like this adaptation.
Yeah. It's looking a bit better, what we are seeing from Coalesce. They're making a bit better time. They're not so rushed this time.
I like the idea there. With a little bit of swing of after floor, but I just think the second floor drone should be... Oh, Grizzly swings it still! Is he going to be able to go down? No, it will take him down, and the shield will be taken off as well. But Grizzly, still, credit for him to be able to take at least one player there, but a lot better from Coalesce. We're actually trying to take down the Warden this time around. The Goyer shields that we're seeing here, highlighted by Medic.
Nixon died on the Thermite, and they still haven't opened up the server wall. They're going to have to rotate the kit, or it's gonna be a lot harder. They have to push deep. They have to get some picks if they want to make the swing.
That is a very good point, and Medic highlighted a little bit as well of all what's left here. Flores, I was gonna say I like the adaptation coming into blue here. Like the Flores drone being played out, trying to force players away from A. But like I said, the rotation might have to come here for Coalesce. You're setting up for the execute here now. No's going to try and get some nades down here, but this is, of course, the power position. Oh, Benja, lucky to stay alive there. But this is the power position that you want to play from when you're playing in basement, because look how deep Sloth is. He's not playing from red. He's playing from B. He's playing from deep inside of lockers to be able to try and deny this. So he would potentially want to have some rotations coming out the back here, but because of the Thermite being down, there's a limited amount of number. Benja's going to take the first, but no, with a huge double. It might be it, and Kane getting it as well. It's only only left up to Sloth here. Time's running out. It won't be too Sloth will be able. No, it will be Zeus. And Zeus and Coalesce will take 2 points off of Heroic in the upset of the season.
It's the Nordics who did it, baby. It's the Nordics who did it.
I mean, I'm absolutely speechless. I'm absolutely speechless. 2 points to Coalesce, 2 points to Gryffindor, 2 points taken away from Heroic, and they will leapfrog up equal. That is Coalesce alongside MNM in terms of points before MNM has even played or game tonight. That's true, but closing the gap in a matchup against Heroic, what a performance by Coalesce.
That is one of the games of the season, just by the sheer amount of clutches and crazy rounds going down to the wire. Like every round, so enjoyable to watch.
Oh man. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I apologize for making people deaf, but I'm legitimately excited about this. It's great. This is the kind of games that you want to see. These are the things you want to see. There is never a season without an upset, a massive upset. I stand by that point, and Coalesce might have handed us the biggest one throughout the entire season. It proves that Heroic can bleed, and it proves that Coalesce are here to play. The first split was a bit of a whoopsie, a massive whoopsie. But Coalesce really... this one is so great. They actually get in the highlights by Sloth saying goodnight and they just instantly get baited. I'm sorry.
It's the Nixon Revenge Tour.
It's the Nixon Revenge Tour, baby! And... man... yeah, look at this. This is just... wow. I don't know, man. It's just... I mean, yes... there are going to be, of course, there are going to be things for Heroic to fix there. Of course, there are going to be things that they're not going to be happy with. They're an EUL team, for crying out loud. But I always keep saying it doesn't matter if good teams make mistakes if the other teams don't punch him for it. And Coalesce did just that day. And Noah, surely MVP tonight if this stands, just in considering who they've been playing against.
Yeah, the clutch just... one of the X's, he had like a couple. Oh man, what a game. I'm just enjoying the highlights rolling there.
Uberos is just sitting there listening to the sweet voice of our producer and just enjoying the highlights. He's just like, oh, yeah, I'm just gonna chill until we're back on screen. I'm anyone who's ever seen me and hear me cast will know that having me absolutely speechless is a bit of an achievement, but here I am.
Bamboozled. Absolutely bamboozled.
I'm bamboozled. You know what? We've been blessed with casting this game. We've been having a lot of talking points here coming through this. People know what we've been thinking throughout this game. Let's give it to the desk and let them dig into the fun as well. Ginny and the rest of you guys, take it away.
Thank you, Snura and Uberus. Oh, I don't even know
Ginny, we
what
can't hear you,
to
unfortunately.
say. I don't even know what to say. That was crazy to say the least. So, Jerry, honestly, what just happened?
I'm lost for words, but I'm gonna try. Honestly, that was just an unbelievable game. Coalesce looked incredible. Heroic, they trolled a few rounds at the start, but then they switched on.
As they like to do.
Even from that point, it was actually like such an even contest, and I can't believe that Coalesce have come away with the 2 points there. The first loss that Heroic have incurred in this whole season. Heroic have just gotten too used to EUL, right? Like they've gotten too used to the Farmers League that is EUL. They can't hang in NPL anymore. That's all it is. Coalesce, this is T3 side, have managed to rip into them and find a win against them. Like, neither of us paid Coalesce enough respect. I didn't give this game enough space in my notes. Like, my notes are a mess right now because I was trying to squeeze 15 rounds into like that much space. And yeah, oh my god. I cannot believe it.
Nervy, can you believe it? Because we even made a joke about potentially Coalesce taking Heroic to overtime, and you both were like, nah, that's not gonna happen.
No. I was being the blue sky thinker
True,
of like, oh yeah, like what if could happen, like being super optimistic, but in the back of my mind I was like, yeah, no chance. Even in that game, even right at the end, we're going, yeah, Heroic still got this, right?
Yeah. They're like, oh yeah, no, 8-6 Heroic. It'll be 8-6, and then okay, 8-7 Heroic.
8-7 Heroic. Yeah.
Oh my, holy smokes. That was a game and a half, but we can hear from the players themselves from Coalesce, because honestly, that was an incredible game. Kenneth, first of all, congratulations. How does it feel to win this one?
Great. My neighbors are not so happy to see.
The celebration, I assume, after that win must have been incredible. You guys
definitely
be heroic against all odds. I don't think anyone predicted that you guys will be walking away with the win. So walk us through it. What's happening in the comms? Why do your neighbors hate you?
I mean, passion is one word, but I mean, through the comms, we said clearly like one round at a time, and then all of a sudden we had 4-2, and it just continued from there. A really good reset as well. I think did we lose 3 rounds in a row? I'm not sure. Then we did a reset, and everyone just played to win rather than play to lose. And I think that's what happened to Heroic today. They played to lose. It's their game to lose, obviously. So we just punished them, and I'm very proud of my teammates for that.
No, you definitely should be very proud. That was an absolute incredible performance. And it really shows that you guys have definitely been building up to this. You still have a couple of games coming in the next few Playdays. So is there any other team that you're looking to beat and you're looking to play against?
We need to get points against anyone to make playoffs. So we're looking to beat every team if possible. At least get points. That's the goal.
Well, one match at a time, one game at a time. So thank you for that. But before we close out the interview, I want to ask, I know you guys are absolutely ecstatic with the win. Do you want to share any words with us?
Let's go! I don't know what to say. We're so happy. That's from all of us.
Well, thank you so much. Enjoy your celebration. You guys absolutely deserve it. I can tell that there's a lot of energy in the air. So enjoy the rest of your evening, and we will see more.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, you can just tell how happy they are to be walking away with that win. And honestly, I am so incredibly happy for them as well. Let's go, indeed.
Let's go.
Jerry, let's...
Yeah, I mean, Uberos called it like the Nixon revenge tour, right? That couldn't be more true. Like the transformation that this team have had under him, you can see now what it's delivered, right? Is the upset of the season, and it wasn't even Heroic playing like that badly for the majority of it. Coalesce had their fundamentals. They were playing fantastically. They were doing everything right, getting clutches, getting advantages, getting the early picks, playing off each other, making these quick rotates to take sites when they really needed to. There were moments when Heroic looked shook because they were up against a tough opponent for once. And it was just so entertaining. I loved that match from start to finish. Give me more.
Arvi, would you like to see more? Is there anything else from this game that really just stood out to you besides the whole game?
Weirdly enough, I'm not interested actually in any more of the Heroic games. I'm interested if Coalesce can replicate what they did. Was that a one-off where the stars align, everyone is just feeling it, and it's like a game of a lifetime? Or is this now the benchmark in which we'll measure Coalesce against? I want to see them push even harder and not just take on, they've beaten Heroic, but like, let's go against some of the other teams like 86, Victus, TENSTAR, like any of these big names, and prove that actually they're not just a team that got lucky in one game. They're a team that can bring it day in, day out.
If they play like that again, they could challenge the Challenger League, which is insane considering what our assessment of them was even coming into this split, even with the improvements. So yeah, that is a huge statement win for them.
Yeah, Coalesce definitely mentioning it themselves. They're taking it game by game, round by round, and we're going to be taking it game by game as well. We have a break coming up, and then we have the last game of the evening, MNM Academy versus Victus. So don't go anywhere, because if anything, this broadcast today has been a certified banger.
My name's Jake Sester. I'm the coach for Victus.
Hi, my name's Adam, also known as Skeptic, and I play for Victus, and I'm the IGL/support.
Today, preoccupied though, Skeptic could find himself a couple here. Picks one, finds the second, finish with the shotgun. The SMG has been drawn and it will be successful. Victus, successful once again.
I initially was just going to help them with their Rumble finals, and then I just ended up staying on because they convinced me to stay.
I joined Victus after they offered me a trial, and when I trialed, it just kind of clicked, like it worked. The chemistry was there already, and yeah, that was it.
When we made the changes before the season, we knew that we'd have a lot of very strong individuals, and we'd be able to win rounds off that. And I think that's sort of shown through in the first half of the split that, we can win a lot of rounds just off individual players making plays. However, that isn't something that we want to just be the definition of the team. It's something that we're happy to have, but we don't want it to be us as we do want to be a team first and then individual second. I think that's the big thing, in terms of our goals for this next half of the split is making sure we fulfill that as well as obviously get Challenge League.
I know sometimes in the team we joke about how the casters and how everyone says TENSTAR's the biggest UK team coming up, and it's yeah, okay, sure. When I got kicked or left or whatever, I beat them on J-Links and then I beat them here as well, and I'm still ain't lost to them, so that feels good.
I try to avoid falling into the trap of believing your own hype, but I do think we have quite high ceiling if we can get everyone on the same page and working together.
I don't think we're at anywhere where we want to be right now in terms of the consistency and level that we want to be, but we can be there. So it's just about making sure we work hard in the next upcoming break to make sure we're there.
If we can win against some of these teams off the basis of individual play, then really if we become more of a team and we add other sort of weapons to our arsenal, where is the sort of ceiling for us as a team?
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in,
and Slaughter just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blood just decimates.
Grizz steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills, all E1 DCs.
What? Oof. Oof.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the desk. Once again, I'm your host, Janiro, and this time, joining me for the final desk segment are going to be Snurra and Uberus. They had the incredible pleasure of casting last game, but let's leave that all behind us because now we're going to be looking at MNM Academy versus Victus. Uberus, how are you feeling about this one?
The ball is in MNMA's court now. They just saw how their biggest rival for the playoff spot took some points off of Heroic, so now's the time to pull some Heroics of your own, if you will.
We're starting it strongly with the puns. And Snurra, MNM Academy versus Victus. I think the majority of talent, if not every single person from talent, actually went for that Victus vote, feeling comfortable that they're going to be taking away the win. We've seen one upset. Potentially, can we see 2 upsets tonight?
I mean, theoretically, everything's possible. And having seen these games that we have, I mean, some people say that, well, the Ambush TENSTAR game wasn't that big of a... Well, actually, it was way less closer than we anticipated beforehand. So we've actually had some really close matchups. I mean, we did think that RIDDLE and SSP would be a close one, but I didn't expect it to be that close, honestly, with you. And I mean, we're not going to talk more about the previous game because we've already said all there is to say about that game. So yeah, of course, theoretically, it can happen. And I've said it before that MNM is... to me, it's like the Tottenham Hotspur of the NPL. It's you never know what you're going to get with them. They're going to lose points against teams they should be, and they're going to, all of a sudden they have a good showing against other teams that we would expect them to do worse against. So it really depends on which MNM Academy we're seeing, because Victus, they're still a really strong team, but there are weaknesses there to exploit for sure. It depends on the map, I think.
Well, we're not sure what MNM version we're going to be seeing, but we do know, in fact, that we're going to be looking at the identical roster coming out from MNM Academy. Uberus, these players, they've been doing well, but is there anyone individually or any specific part of this roster that you want to highlight?
I've always liked Erkari, of course, a fellow Finn, but I've always thought that he's been so close to getting his spot in the sunshine, so to speak, for so long. I feel like he's starting to run out of time at some point, and I'd wish him to see success as fast as possible, like a higher level of success, getting that CL consistent playtime there, maybe even pushing for an EUL spot. And the MNM Academy, that's a good track record that they have for teams doing exactly that, so I'm hopeful for his future here.
Yeah, well, again, Snurra, is there anyone else from MNM that you want to highlight yourself, or do you think, the points that were made by Uberus and highlighting Erkari is exactly what we need to be looking at this time around from MNM?
I've highlighted Erkari so many times myself, so of course I'm going to have to second that. But Relaxing has been having some really good performances as well, and Daya has had a really good shoe-in, I was going to say, into MNM Academy, and it's difficult to sort of highlight one individual player necessarily, and I'm not saying that because I'm saying like the individual players aren't good enough to carry the team or anything like that. It's just that what's missing from MNM Academy is the consistency in terms of the team performing week in and week out, and that's what's been disappointing for me when it comes to MNM. Not like that they have talent. It's just that we haven't seen them living up to that talent.
Well, they're going to be against Victus, and you said it yourself, Snurra. Victus, one of those rosters that do have a couple of weaknesses that could potentially be exploited. Any weaknesses, strengths that you want to highlight from this roster specifically?
Not in terms of the roster. When it comes to the roster, I think in like one by one, and I'm just going to be taking the NPL performances here and not anything else. One by one, I think Victus, this roster beats MNM Academy in terms of a roster. So when I was talking about weaknesses, I was referring more to like getting them onto maps that we perhaps haven't seen Victus that much on, and MNM Academy showing what they did earlier in the season on Theme Park, just being absolutely dominant in terms of map control, etc. Because when you look at Oscar, when you look at Upor after he joined the team as well, they have so many incredible shooters and gunners and entries on this team. Oscar's been consistently one of the top 5 players throughout the entire season. He's Mr. Consistency himself, and I think him and Jegs are arguably 2 of the players that are like the hottest prospects in terms of what they do for their teams for a Challenger League and above, and that's just how highly we rate Oscar right now. I'm not going to be as much of a Oscar fan as Grace is, but I'm getting there.
You're getting there, you're warming up to Oscar, but both of these teams, they've played together before. We have the stats available from that as well. They have played against each other. This time it came out on top for MNM. It took it on Chalet. Everus, are you expecting it to be swinging in MNM's favor again? And do you think that Chalet will be picked? Are there other maps that you think these teams might be considering?
I'm pretty sure this statistic is also wrong. We had a flipped result last time, but it didn't Victus beat MNMA last time they met. Yeah. So we did have that flipped. So Victus had a close win, 75, it's max regulation. And I think we're going to see quite a close contested affair again. I don't think if it's going to be that close or even closer. We just saw a game nobody saw go all the way. So we might see something even wilder. But I'd say we see something like a 7-3, 7-4.
Okay. Oscar and Echo, Snurra, were those 2 players that really stood out in this matchup last time around. Are you thinking that this would still be the case? Do you think that they will have the exact same impact, or over the weeks have the playstyles and strategies evolved that this might not be what we're seeing this time around?
I think that's very difficult to call. I mean, Oscar definitely going to be one of the... I mean, if he puts in the performances as he has, definitely going to be a power player for the side of Victus. But again, I would also like to highlight Upor. Like, yes, he hasn't played as many games, of course, because he's a new addition to the team, but he's also been very consistent since he joined the team. And with MNM Academy, I think they've had a little bit like what we've seen from Coalesce as well. They've had some players stepping up at different times, and we haven't really had like the team effort until the previous game that we just saw. So I really want to see the map veto and then take it from there, because if we get a spicy map, it can go either way, and there you go. MNM.
Say less. You ask and shall receive.
Well, it's at least a map we haven't played today, and that's nice. And I think Novi and Jerry's going to have a great time casting Villa. But taking Victus to Villa, considering the way that Victus have looked on Villa beforehand, is a little bit of a risky biscuit, as Grace would have said it.
Yeah. Well, Everus, would you agree that Villa maybe could be swinging either way? Are you surprised, if anything, by this map pick?
I'm a bit surprised MNM went there. As we know, Victus is a super strong Villa team, so at least that's what our UK compatriots have told us, and I am encouraged to believe them at this point. So I'd say it is a bit of a risky move to go there, but I think they have something special cooked up if they are willing to take Victus to Villa. So that might be something to look out for.
Well, whether or not they have anything special cooked up, we're going to be finding it out as we're going to be heading into game. This time we have Novi and Jerry on the cast. Guys, good luck.
Thank you very much, Ginny. Wonderful stuff. All right, let's get going here, Novi. So, Villa and Victus, old friends that we know very, very well. I think between me and you as well, we must have cast these guys on this map like a dozen times or so at this point. But to be fair to MNM Academy, it's not a bad site for them either. So yeah, this should be a good one. I reckon it's not going to be a blast. You know, it won't be a fast game for certain. I think we're going to at least, you know, maybe 10, 11, 12 rounds in this.
Who knows? I mean, the new season of Stranger Things have come out, and we're pretty much in the upside down at the moment with last game's result. Who knows what could happen? We could get a very quick game. MNM Academy could 7-0 Victus. I don't know. It could happen. I mean, that's what now with everything we have to preface. It could happen. Like there is a chance, but like you said, it's one of those games where, or one of those maps, where I remember where Jake Southster said it about Victus. It's one of the ones where he quite liked playing it as an IGL. It's kind of direct in the way it plays, and as a good IGL can just really grab the team by the horns and just kind of direct them. It's less sort of fluid and on the fly as say Chalet is. So it lends itself. So I feel like this is going to be a battle of the IGLs who can really step up. I know Nerf is shown time and time again that he's very, very competent in the role, but what about Victus? What can Victus do in those situations? And can MNM push them to the point where the IGLs even tested in the first place?
Yeah, it is one of those maps, like you say. It's kind of every move has to be somewhat pre-considered, predetermined, and planned out. You can't be making rapid switches on the fly. It takes a long time to rotate around this map, both on attack and defense, and you've got very narrow hallways, very narrow doorways to have to push through. Even once you've done all of your due diligence and cleared out roamers, cleared out utility, etc., it's still going to be tight right at the end, whether you're attacking or defending. So let's get going here, shall we? We've got ourselves a ban phase, and bans can have a big impact on this map. We've seen a sort of a dip away from taking quite so many hard breaches on this map, and a lot of that is to do with how defenders like to set up. They'll like to open up sight lines sometimes. You think about that triple wall inside of statuary, and quite often defenders will like to fight through that nowadays instead of locking it off completely. And then on the attacking side of things as well, you look at, like, say, attacking the AVG area, and a lot of teams, they won't even bother opening up a vault, for instance, anymore. They'll just try and force that plant down inside of Aviator with support from various throwable utilities. So it's a very different kind of meta we're living in now on Villa, and you can see all of the hard breach has made its way through the ban phase, with Flores and Thatcher being the operators of choice to remove Victus now with the final defensive ban after we see Wamai being taken out of the picture. I wouldn't be surprised to see, say, a Valkyrie here, maybe even a Cade, just to make things a little bit easier on the hard breach front, just because, you know, sometimes you do need a bit of hard breach occasionally. I know that's counter to what I was just talking about, but it is going to be that Valk. She is so prevalent, and even after a small nerf, meaning that she can't really take her cameras outside anymore, she's still seeing a lot of play.
I think one thing you said was the change on not necessarily relying on that hard breach, opening up those angles as much. And yeah, it's the throwable utility, right? This entire map is pretty much wooden floors. So at any point, a frag grenade, a well-timed yellow ping with a frag grenade from underneath can blow you apart. It doesn't matter what the operator is, where you're standing, what utility you have. It's a possibility. And that's something that teams really need to be careful of. It's something that has changed the style of defenders as we know it. You know, compare it to, say, Bank, and suddenly you get a lot of Maestro where the floor's a little more solid on a lot of the ground floor. This isn't necessarily the case, so Maestro, know, he likes to kind of sit there, use his evil eyes a little bit. You can't really get away with that as much, and so you have to be dynamic. You have to be able to move and change position quickly, and we're seeing that reflected a lot in the operator.
So before we get going, we have, you know, a couple of players here that are newer to the lineups. We've got Dyer on the side of MNM Academy. You've got Upor on Victus. And it's, I think, fair to say that in both of these teams' circumstances, these are changes that they weren't necessarily looking to make, ideally, but have been kind of happened upon them. You think about, you know, Skiddy. I feel as though MNM Academy have really felt the loss of him, and Dyer's done a decent job stepping into his shoes, but there's a reason that Skiddy's gone to the heady heights of the EUL. And similarly, you can say the same about Flexi. He was a real power player on the side of Victus, and Upor, I mean, I class him as a sub for the first few playdays that we've seen through Victus so far, because, you know, they didn't have too much time to adjust him, to incorporate him to the roster. That's showing now, because rather than fulfilling that fragging role, as you see, where you might have expected for a player subbing in for Flexi, essentially, he's been on a lot of these more support-based ops. He's been playing a bit of Thermite. He's now on this Azami. You expect him to want to live a bit longer into the round, and he's right now holding firm on these main stairs. He's got a couple of nades being sent his way, both relaxing, and the thinker of Akari looking to try and push them back. Support from Skeptic as the smoke at the top of these stairs. Dyer's got the cross. Slowly but surely, MNM Academy are forcing Victus back here. They're making good time of it too.
Well, the fire is creeping up the stairs, but it's not gonna quite tickle the defender who's waiting on the red stairs. Upor is gonna push, tags just a little bit, finally confirms the kill. Be the first one on the board for the Victus side, drawing first blood. That's Akari, that's Thinker. Quite significant in the fact that that's all those extra health boosts removed, and a second one for the new pickup for Victus. Doing an excellent job. Eventually is traded, but has done a great job in causing enough damage, and Skeptic will easily gun down relaxing. MNM Academy certainly just sort of dismantled very early on, and with a minute remaining, yes, they have a lot of time to try and come up with a new strategy, but they've got to kill 2 players per player. That's a difficult task, but that's certainly a good stepping stone.
That's your last frag grenade gone, though. You do have maybe some firebolts. I feel as though some were used on that top of main stairs area earlier, and to no real effect, so it might just be a gun game here for MNM Academy. 30 seconds left. They're both committing to the zombie push into AVG itself, or Aviators rather. Oscar hiding on 90. I don't think the Sledge expects this, and Eco will pay for it. Nerf now expecting the extra aggression, but Oscar is just that much better. Domes the player at the top of the main stairs, or red stairs rather, and collects the first round for Victus.
First round to Victus. First blood. It is defender-sided. Slightly, Villa, yeah, so it's not surprising, but it's more in the fashion, I feel. It was this sort of pseudo-aggression of taking these angles. Lesser players would, after seeing the attacker miss the shot or whatever, would back off, right? But he decides to hold that position. Upor does a great job of contesting every single attacker who tries to peek that angle. And it's a risk. 100% is a risk. Could easily back off there and just take the time advantage you gain from it. Pushes it a little bit further, and it pays off massively. Dividends all the way through.
It's not perfect play from either side, though, I have to say. There's been a couple of instances, maybe 2 or 3 in that round, where we saw a lot of over-peaking, unnecessary stuff. Even right at the end there from Oscar to win the round. I mean, sure, you have an idea of where the attackers are, but play the 3v1. You know, don't give him the opportunity to bring it down to a 2v1 and have the possibility of clutching it up. I know Oscar's a good gunner, and he thrives in his own confidence, so it's a decent time to do it, you know, first round. But, you know, a better team, like you say, will punish that sort of thing. We saw a little bit of that earlier as well. Maybe the attempted refrag up the stairs. I can't remember who it was, but it was Skeptic that gunned them down at the top of the main stairs. Completely unsupported with intel or any sort of bodies, and it's just a bit of a problem, I think, in this game. And these are 2 teams that are struggling at the moment, and I think it's that they're letting some of these fundamentals slip it from time to time. So, a bit of tightening up from both sides of the spectrum, if you ask me.
Now, where do we see MNM Academy approach from? Looking like quite a direct approach. This is a sort of a classic that we've seen Viper 86 actually pull out this kind of push. And you kind of just walk in. How on earth have they gotten away with this? Eco finds two, Relaxing follows through with another, and Victus have fallen apart, completely destroyed. And this round with 2 minutes, Jerry. 2 minutes remaining, and they're on site.
By the quick rush, and now they're going to have to try and retake. Finally, Skyty takes one down, but Nerf has already almost completed that plant, and there it will be confirmed. Relaxing finding Skyty. Now it's all up to Oscar, trying to find something up Astro stairs, but gunned down by the LMGE held by Dyer. And that's the situation that you can only describe as dire for Victus, as they are now back into square one, essentially. 1-1 the score. Nice quick rush there coming through from MNM Academy, spotting that gap, that chink in the armor inside of Astro. No one watching it, no intel for Victus, no bulletproof cams, no one on a shield inside of Astro itself. Where was it? Where was the defense from Victus?
That's not going to work a second time, right? MNM Academy can't just roll up and do the same thing twice and it'll work. Surely Victus needs to have learned from that and make any adaptation, at least not necessarily in just where their utility is, but in the positions they're playing. There was just no one covering that possibility of that fast Astro push at all. And this isn't an uncommon strategy. This is the thing I don't understand, is that isn't an uncommon strategy, because I know for a fact that Victus have taken the brunt of that from, I believe, V86.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
so
it's happened to them before, definitely.
Yeah, they've played into that strategy before, so they know what it's like. How have they not considered it might happen from another team is beyond me.
It's one of those things, right? Maybe other improvements take precedence when you have to deal with a sort of late roster change. We had the sort of intel from Jake Southster in a couple of his interviews, because Victus, despite this setback, they've still been racking up the points. Don't get me wrong, it's MNM Academy that have suffered more on the back of their roster change, if anything. But we heard from Jake Southster that, you know, they're just focusing on themselves right now. They're trying to make sure that they have that team synergy down to a point where they're satisfied again with it, because obviously it's going to take some work to get it back to the point where it was. And for a team that we were saying, you know, they've got a hand on the Challenger League spot, they're still technically sitting up there within reach of it, but the performances haven't been quite the same level that we've come to expect of them. So this is a good opportunity, an old rival. We've always used them as a measuring stick, MNM Academy, for Victus. A number of times they played against each other, and we can see now how they're faring. Victus, well, at the moment it's level pegging, so we're yet to see.
Level playing fields. This time, no fast, speedy Gonzalez rush. Not at all. It's going to be a little more standard, a little more direct.
Swap sides,
then. Yeah, I've swapped sides.
Gone for that south push.
Yeah. Taking the other way, but it's standard. It's a business as usual, where you clear through, you're trying to get that map control, reduce the chance of a late roam, and then you try and go for the... Or you just, you know, Hail Mary it and throw frag grenades through, who knows. But, you know, what works. Before going for an engagement around the corner, just about gets the spray off. That just about works. And Victus just about gets the advantage. 3-2 with a minute remaining. MNM Academy, despite getting the opener, is starting to fall slightly behind Victus.
Scans coming out from that Jackal. You put on very low HP, so it's only a 3 versus 2 just. Smokes come out to allow Dyer to hop on into Master Bedroom. They're not holding off on the pace here. They are continuing to barrel forward. Nerf wants to try and stick this diffuser planter down. Dyer with the cover, spraying across into the other side. Maybe doesn't expect the flank through Bathroom, but here's it. Reacts, but is not quick enough on the trigger. The Jaeger will slap him down. A great round from Victus, an important one to come back from that untimely rush strategy that caught them unawares the previous round.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done. Good adaptation, and MNM Academy just not able to push it. Aviator Games Room was a very solid hold, so Victus is looking to extend their lead just a little bit more, and it appears on paper, I'm trying to think back. I think the only change is maybe the Warden was a Goyo beforehand.
Yeah.
Very similar lineup to what we had last time there on the site.
Pretty much, yeah. I think this is almost exactly the same. In fact, or that one change, as you say. I do believe actually there was a Rooney, because yeah, Oscar was rocking the Roni at one point, so maybe there was an Rooney in there as well. So some slight change ups, but ultimately you've got the same kind of utility sort of just spread around with different operators. They've mixed and matched a little bit. We've also got Sky Team moving on to the Azami as well, so even role swaps going on within all of that. So we'll see if it makes any difference, but you know, honestly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That last round on this site was very convincingly won by Victus, and even with a couple of well, maybe a situation where Oscar could have thrown it at the end. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure what the reasoning is. Maybe they just want to keep MNM Academy on their toes, keep them guessing. Of course, with attacker repick in action, that's always something you want to keep doing throughout your defensive splits. So Victus being the Villa experts they are as well. Maybe they're about to show us why. Dire, though, gonna find YZN to start things off. That's some Lucy gone. Thankfully, it's one of the few operators on this lineup that doesn't have any valuable utility in hand, barring perhaps a C4. Although, I don't see any C4 on the UI at the top, so I think she was probably just carrying impact. So yeah, if you're gonna lose anyone here, it's YZN. But still a 5 versus 4, not an ideal start for Victus. Direct trade.
Okay, and that is pretty much the Jackal's job done and dusted. Both roamers removed, you know, as it stands, and MNM Academy should be, I imagine, a little more comfortable when it comes with what they're doing next. They've got time, they've managed to clear the roamers, now they can focus on getting close enough to the site where they can start pushing their execute, and you can see how quickly the Victus players have to respect the fact that MNM have the man advantage, have the map advantage as well. They have to back off to the site. Even though we're only halfway through the round, MNM Academy is now on them to realize the situation Victus is in, and it seems like Nerf is doing just that and pushing aggressively over to 90 to get control, and then they can start looking for that execute by throwing frag grenades in. There's still 6 frag grenades remaining. Well, now 4.
Find the gun barrel of that Yana and catching a couple of bullets on his tail as he tries to escape. Nakari dealing a lot of damage there, but not enough to remove the Warden. So 3 versus 3. It's like they do want to hunt down from beneath. They've got these nades, they're sending them up, but they're not finding Skeptic. Almost that one from Eco takes Skeptic down to within a single bullet's worth of HP, or a second frag grenade. That'll also do it. So a 2 versus 3 here. The time being, Oscar maybe has the opportunity to go and res Skeptic here, and it is a good call. He does have those toxic canisters in pocket, very important utility. So we're back at a 3 versus 3, but again, two of these defenders so close to death.
So close, and with 30 seconds, a quick spray could remove them, but Oscar takes the initiative, swings the corner. At least put the team slightly in a better position. You're not going to win that fight by shooting at the feet Skeptic. Unfortunately for him, he's removed. And now with a 2-on-2, slowly look at the defenders dancing around that corner. So as they come into sight, Upor's going to swing around Oscar as well, around the other corner. But Nerf is managing to stick it. Oscar gets the first, should be able to peek, but no. Nerf gets it off. Oscar now needs to be really careful. Works with the teammate, and just like that, the Victus dynamic duo win the round. Should be able to defuse the diffuser. That's a very nice 2 versus 2 demonstration by Victus. Like, the fact that they managed to pull that off with a player who's only recently joined the team speaks volumes to how this team operates.
Oh yeah, that's a big round for the mental and the sort of personal growth of this team, right? Having those two players, especially having Oscar and Upor gel together in that way, in that clutch, massive. Huge round for them. Really good stuff, and it puts a bit of daylight between Victus and their opposition now. I was crediting Victus with their ability to kind of switch things up during that round, and in terms of their defensive strategy, you know, moving things around, having different lineups for different situations. And honestly, MNM Academy, they've shown the same sort of joie de vivre, should I say, in their attacking strategies. You know, they've always had a different strat on each site that they've seen. We've seen a north and a south take for the top, for the trophy statuary. We've now seen a north and a south take for AVG. It's just a shame that that's not translating into any round wins. I feel as though, obviously, the surprise factor is something, but there are more fundamental issues at play here. So MNM Academy just need to tighten things up, and we'll see how they do on this tertiary site attack. Now we're moving down to the kitchen and dining room. We're seeing the pulse come out from Oscar, sort of mainstay of this site, if you will. You'd like to see it. It's very good at being able to read into the direction of the attacking push, keep a lock, keep a tab on the pantry and the laundry side of things, and also provide any defenders that may be roaming with a bit of intel on that top floor and help them out in that regard. You've also got a couple of C4s in pocket, not just Oscar's own, but YZN also has one on that mute, ready to deliver some nasty surprises from beneath, and no better tool at coordinating that kind of explosive delivery than a heartbeat sensor. But you've got Dire on the IQ, so potentially a hard counter coming through. No Valkyrie though, of course, because it's banned. So we'll see how much value Dire can get on this operator. It's definitely one of his favourites I seem to have noticed over the past few playdays. He really loves this IQ.
It'll be good for spotting the pulse, but pulse to me is always that has either high highs or does nothing. Like, it's not even low lows, it just doesn't really have very much impact at all. Really depends on what position the pulse plays as well. That can dictate how accurate the cardiac sense can work. Looking for accuracy themselves, but not able to find any. Zami's able to back off. Upor just about gets through with little bit of damage done to the backside, but now has that long angle towards the window into master bedroom, and Eco gets a little too aggressive and peeks it and gets punished, rightfully so.
Head gone. Great shot by Upor, and using that as Army in an interesting way to kind of recreate this top floor as much as possible, sculpt it, guard against a quick push, fall back, but got two kunais in hand now, can use this however he wants. Maybe spotted that drone, maybe not. See Dire circle round in the master bedroom. They have a pre-placed C4 here. Skyty can give the call as soon as he's pushed. And whoever Dire will hop onto that scanner and find it. It does spot a lot of utility, but not that C4. Akari, though, pushing in, finds both the kills regardless. That C4 goes off, but it's far too late. And in the meantime, another kill coming through elsewhere means that MNM Academy, with 3 in the space of a second, put themselves well ahead in this round.
A great position to be in. But we've seen this before. We've seen how attackers can kind of fumble the final play to try and get themselves across the line and score. Victus, though, look fairly calm, actually. It's the SAS duo. There we go. YZN gets the first. Now that man count, that man advantage is slowly slipping, but Akari is going to be doing the business. YZN is removed, and it's all on Skeptic, but that clock is ticking. That extra defender doesn't quite work, as it's a trade kill. I know it came from across... No, it was a trade kill. There we go. MNM Academy, they bounce back. Victus not able to extend their lead. MNM Academy within striking distance to bring this to a level playing field.
So Akari hit a 4K in that round. Massive round from him. The asterisk over that, of course, it was with the Finker LMG. So I think that only really counts as a 2K. You know, we have to half the performance of anyone wielding that gun to get a fair assessment of how well they're doing. Now, of course I'm joking. Akari did a brilliant job that round. He's really improved his stats there as well. 1 kill up until that point, and now on 5 and leading the charge for his team. So we're back here on Trophy Statuary. Victus looking to round out their defensive split with hopefully a win. And honestly, I think it's one that they need, because this is a map that they know they are comfortable on. Admittedly, MNM are the team that have brought them here, but you're looking to get a lot of defensive rounds on Villa no matter what. I know it's kind of edged slightly more towards an even footing, but this is still, along with Oregon, I'd say, and maybe Theme Park, one of those maps that you expect perhaps a 4-2 split on. At the very least, anywhere away from the very, very top level of Siege. So they're opting for that triple wall reinforcement this time round. They're not opening up the wall. They've got the Cade. They want to lock it out completely. And with no Thatcher on board, if MNM Academy want to open up that triple wall, it's going to have to involve some sort of play from beneath. And we can see right now, MNM Academy, they are entering into that middle floor straight away. They want to clear across laterally. May not involve the bedroom clear then, because it looks like they want to go for this south push again. But the first thing they're going to come across is, well, either SkyT on the top floor, playing alongside a player inside Vault, or Oscar down here inside the living room, being a bit of a rat.
Don't call him that. That's mean. Nah,
oh, come on. He knows it.
Yeah, he's playing the rat role. He 100% is playing it. Look at him. Look at that little rat sneaking around, relaxing. He might be the first victim, the first piece of cheese? Is that, or is that mice? I don't know. I presume rats might like cheese as well. Picky. Oh, yeah, they're not picky. Oscar's not going to get picky either. He's actually going to back straight off, retreat into the basement, down to the sewers, and escape. But has caused a little bit of contention on that bottom floor, but it doesn't matter. Akari onto SkyT, blows him away. Dyer follows through as well. MNM Academy have just woken up. They've arisen, and this is a far better showing than we've seen in the previous rounds.
I'm still recovering, so he just got deleted. That was disgusting. 2 versus 4. A pair of C4s, but Oscar's going to send this one out blind. The timing might be on. I don't think we do have the intel. In fact, no, you have a couple of dead players on these bulletproofs. I think we're about to get a surprise here. Nasty one for MNM Academy if they happen to step over that C4. Here we go. Eco is in the splash zone. Just pull the trigger. Come on, Oscar. Where is this intel? It's not there. Akari now in the splash zone. Will he be falling? No. Oh, come on. This is just too much. Is it going to happen? I don't think it's going to happen. No. I think they just missed their opportunity.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Missed the opportunity, but Oscar, the rat man is back. And it doesn't work out. Relaxing is the exterminator. And it's all up to Skeptic. Sole survivor. Holding this angle from master bedroom towards the trophy snatcher side. But come on, 20 seconds. MNM Academy, no, he even backs off. He doesn't contest it. Oh, no. No. He's going to go for the C4, but he's not even close enough, I think. Where is he going? Maybe he just wants to go up Astro. Surely they've heard him. Yeah,
I think he was driving intel.
Yeah, this round's gone. I think, yeah, Skeptic knows 100%. He's just going to try and get some kills. Ooh, nice. No, not going to be enough. Nerf follows it through, and MNM, nicely done. 3-3 scoreline, not too shabby.
What a weird round. I feel like Victus had a win con there, and it was the C4 from beneath, but they just didn't have the intel on the site, it would seem, and you know, I feel like in that sort of situation, you have the bulletproof cam inside of, was it Trophy, right? There was definitely a bulletproof cam there. Maybe it got taken out in the time that we went downstairs and were watching Skeptic move around, but either way, you've got to just guess that he's in one of the default plant spots on Trophy, right? Or on Statue instead, rather. Not Trophy. Yeah. Not much you could do though, to be fair. 1 versus 4. We can't rag on him too much, really. The round was won, done and dusted before that. Akari just putting on a clinic with that Finker LMG and making a bit of a difference. It was 3-1 at one point to Victus. That gap has been closed. A nice solid 3-3 split on the attacking half for MNM Academy. Now let's see what they can do on the defense.
All right, MNM Academy. What are you going to bring? Well, it looks like a very similar lineup to what we've seen before. Zami, the double SAS, Jaeger, the Melusi, very standard stuff. The AVG defense, nothing too spicy. Likewise, on the attacking side, it's pretty much business as usual. It's almost like both teams are playing from the same playbook at the moment. There's very little difference between the styles. I guess that means, Jerry, it's going to come down to execution.
A bit of drone work coming through here from Victus. Timing, making sure that they cross their I's, dot their T's. Don't want to get caught out by any ratty Oscar-like plays, for instance. Newport will be the first player to gain a kill in this round, finding Dyer. On that Nomad, taking out the Azami so early on. A massive pickup there. You know the strength of the Azami, and it seems a lot of teams just haven't got the memo. You've got to keep her alive to get that value. You know, send Relaxing out on their own. Maybe have Dire supporting in a slightly more backline position, able to send out those kunais if you really want to play them that aggressively, but that to me is a dead pick, playing the Azami like that.
A little bit. It's like wasted opportunity, right?
Yeah.
Like it's just not the best utilization, and yeah, but well, too late. Dire's dead. Nothing they can do about it now. It's up to the rest of MNM Academy to try and pick up the pieces and see where they can maybe level the playing field a little bit more and have a better go of it. Oh, that is I think, okay, that drone got spotted, but I was going to say that's a very cheeky drone. So they know someone's on that red stairs. They should be aware. And likewise, they managed to take him out, but Akari from beneath. It's always Akari, man. It's always Akari finding these kills, trying to get these trades going. And he's the one really keeping MNM in this game.
He's having a big game. Really big game from the Finn. I mean, how much can we avoid the Nordic supremacy in this league, Novi? I feel like every time I'm here with Snur and Uberos on the desk, it's like every single Nordic player just activates. It's scary. 3 versus 4 in favor of Victus on this attack, and they are taking their time. They are making sure that they get things done, but you think about how MNM Academy would be feeling right now if it weren't for that singular C4. They'd have that 2-man deficit. It'd be very difficult for them to survive, even with this small amount of time remaining. Toxic gas canisters come out, and there is one more left in the pocket of Nerf, and it looks as though this execute is going to come through from both Study and Zombie. The swing comes through, Skeptic takes out the Nerf, that's a smoke down. Akari refrags, but Oscar trades him out all up to Eco now. The 1 versus 3. Skeptic confirms that plant. He hears some gunfire in the distance, but can't react quickly enough to deliver anything in response. And now this is an almost impossible task for the Jaeger. Needs to step into the firing line here. Takes a lot of damage there. Falls back to fight another few seconds, but really, what is it worth? He's hoping that they'll peek him, but he can't get the angle. Skyty closes it out, and there we have Victus again putting some daylight between themselves and MNM.
Increasing the gap just slightly, pushing ahead, but MNM Academy has done a good job so far at reining them in. Moving to trophy statuary instead. So giving up on the AVG hold, opting for the other side of the map. Now, we saw very different styles of attack onto this site by M&M Academy themselves. Let's see what Victus brings to the table. Are they going to go for that fast play through Astro and onto the master bathroom and showers, or are they going to take the south side push, sweep their way through, clearing both bottom and top floor, and then going for the execute? It feels like teams either do one of the two. They rarely do a mixture of both.
Again, the pulse coming through here for M&M Academy this time, but of course, we saw it last on Victus for their kitchen defense here. This is a trophy defense, and, you know, they want to read into whatever push is coming. They want to maybe hamper the push that comes into master bedroom. You see that very forward setup with the shields and the holes inside a closet. They want to make sure that it's challenging to set foot inside a master bedroom. We'll see what Victus want to do. Their spawning would indicate that they want to tackle this head on. They want to try and dismantle this setup. We're going to see a lot of utility traded back and forth. This is the kind of situation where an early pick onto, say, a Finca or a Yana could be the determining factor. And equally, an early pick onto someone like the Azami that we've seen Dire on, you know, for instance, and falling on in the last round could make a massive difference too. So I feel as though the opening pick is going to make a huge impact here, no matter what way it goes.
I feel like this round's also kind of rests for M&M Academy on Dire. How much time can that one player waste? And the more pressure that they can draw from Victus gives more opportunities for the pulse underneath to then get away with something, right? Because the more it's like a magic trick by a magician, right? If they're looking at the hands, you missed everything else. And it's again Akari to get the opening. Ilpo has been doing a great job, but this time isn't able to win it out, and that's the Nomad taking off. So I'll be interested to see if the Nomad was able to use the air jazz beforehand. If not, that is a huge loss in terms of trying to remove any flank potential. But speaking of flanks, Oscar, I was about to do a rat noise, but I don't know what a rat noise would be.
It's a squeak, right? Oscar, there we go. Squeaks his way through, finds that opener onto relaxing, or the refrag, a delayed refrag, onto Pulse. A big pick. That's going to allow that entry beneath or onto the site rather, onto Master Bedroom, with a lot more security. And that is that misdirection you were talking about there, Novi. Like, just being able to occupy your opponent for long enough that you have that opportunity to sneak in. And SkyT has snuck his way all the way into sight, takes out Nerf. Akari with the refrag, a much needed one. How have they let that slip? There's still another player inside of sight. Why is it and Skeptic pick up a pair for themselves? All up to Akari. 45 seconds left. He knows that one is lurking on the side of that red stairs. Manages to take the head off Oscar. Does Skeptic stick this diffuser? He does. Surely he hears this. He's peeking the wrong angle. Finally reacts there. A quad for Akari. He needs to ace clutch here. Diffuser down. YZN on the LMG. Holding from inside a closet. Does he have the knowledge? Akari skirting round. Sending some danger shots. Some warning shots. Takes out a drone or two. 28 seconds. Still plenty of time to work with here. But he's doing it dry. He has no idea where YZN is. He'll push his way in. Still plenty of time to do this. Goes to the reload. She's in the bathroom. Spots ahead. Can't react. YZN takes down Akari. And there we have another Victus round. 5-3. They push themselves on.
And a tactical timeout being called. In reaction, Nerf, the IGL for MNM Academy, makes the call. And I feel that's sorely needed after that round, because you can look at it two ways, right? You can look at it in terms of, oh, they came that close, in a situation they shouldn't have been in, and they still almost won it. Then on the flip side, you can look at it and say, they came that close and they didn't win it. Man, that's got us hurt. You don't know how it will affect the players. For some players, it will hype them up. Others, they'll just be destroyed at the fact that they came so close yet so far to clutching out that round. But Akari was a player that Ubros actually highlighted beforehand. He said, this is a player I want to see step up because, players have a shelf life. They have a best before date, to put it bluntly. And if you don't get to a certain point where you can prove yourself, the chances that you're going to be able to make it and get to Pro League or get to Challenger League, it goes down exponentially. It does. So he's a player that Ubros wants to see because the time he spent in and the talent that the player's got. And this is the game that I feel like we've kind of been waiting for from Akari. Even with that performance, MNM Academy are still 2 rounds behind.
This is a great game. I was just lost for words for a second there. I was just thinking, this really is a great game. That Victus attack, right? Let's just talk about that for a second, because they do not pull that off if they don't find that pick on the pulse. Right? Yeah. They just found their way into sight. Very sneaky beaky like. And if that pulse is still lurking beneath, there's no way they get away with that. MNM Academy read into it, and you don't get away with the 2k, the 3k, and it came close. It came right down to the wire, but realistically, that was Victus's round to lose from that point on. It was a very close round when it came down to it. The near clutch coming through there, but again, not to be. And this is the difference right now between MNM and Victus, is that I feel Victus just have a little bit more pizzazz, a little bit more of that surprise factor and the fragging potential to just make those plays. And we saw one from MNM Academy in their attacking split, but it's only that one time. The number of times we've seen Victus in this game just slip in and find a cheeky kill here or there and it make a big difference is far outweighing the impact that the MNM Academy have had when they've gone for those sorts of plays.
Yeah. It's the X factor. It's like what we were saying is so dangerous about TENSTAR, right? Is because they have such good fundamentals, but then any of those players can pop off or win a clutch or do something just which unsettles the enemy and allows their team to get an advantage. Victus seems to have, I want to say, a more based understanding of the not understanding of the fundamentals, but execution of the fundamentals, alongside that X factor of Oscar. He's so unpredictable. or skeptical Skyty in the positions that those two can get in, it just sort of kind of just throws a wrench in the works, and then MNM Academy can't really react. Look at this, shock and awe, flashes go out, but it's a trade 2 for 2. Akari with the C4 from beneath manages to at least keep it even.
He keeps doing this, and also keeps doing this, sneaking in as a knock. Skyty has found his way into Vault. The Fuser, though, is in no man's land. I believe that's downstairs, and no, sorry, it is in study. Akari looking to swing on this knock. He does get a sniff of him. He just doesn't know exactly. They're sort of toying with each other here. We're a very strange stalemate. It's rare to see someone sitting inside a Vault for this long. Although I do wonder whether the Jaeger even knows about it. No, he doesn't. Eco wanders into the waiting arms of Skyty, and now that's the cue for Relaxing to try and get back and support the site, because there's no one on it right now. Relaxing needs to do something. Oscar finds Akari downstairs. Yupa holding this flank. Relaxing, he's completely lost at this point. He doesn't know that Victus don't have the diffuser. But Oscar finds that double, taking out Relaxing, and Victus, after a very tetchy round from start to finish, so tense, on a sort of tightrope for the whole thing, they come out on top again. It's match point, Novi.
Match point.
How is it match point already?
Actually, something. It just occurred to me. I want to. I'd be so interested to do like a side by side comparison on Reich and Oscar, because I feel like they play very similar, like roaming style plays, but Oscar seems to be able to more consistently get an advantage from the roll. It'd be very interesting to, from an analysis point of view, look and work out why. Why is that? Because we know Wright can hit shots. You know,
it's the kind of thing you want to delve into the replay files and just watch their every move. In like a single game.
See, at what point do they lose or win a roam? You know, and work out what makes a good roamer in essence. Why is Oscar so consistent at it? To be fair, this is a very good game for Oscar as well. He's been stats wise, apart from his entries, he's been relatively quiet. But this is a really, really good game for him.
If I were to take an educated guess at that factor, I would say it's kind of knowing when to fall off more than anything. Because that was something we noticed about Reich earlier, right? Was that he was very persistent when it came to these roams. And maybe sometimes to a fault, you know. You thought, he can have this impact, he's wasting time. But also, there's the opportunity to fall back. There's the opportunity to rebuff the site hold, right? And that's something that you see Oscar doing quite a lot on the defense, for instance. On the attack, and maybe slightly different. I feel like Oscar leans into that playstyle a bit more, and Reich a bit less so. But yeah, certainly Reich is a bit of an up-and-comer, and you know, they have those similar playstyles. So it's exciting times for that Riddle roster to see what they can produce with those players in their squad. So let's tune back into this game here, because Victus, of course, they are on match point, and an early pick here could determine the tide of things. It's going to go MNM Academy's way, but Relaxing, maybe doesn't expect the second player on that balcony. Doesn't matter, though. They're not going to follow him. So he gets the opportunity to fall back to 90. Live to fight another day. Opening frag in the way of MNM.
That's big. That's Victus. Oscar not going to be too... Well, knowing Oscar, he's probably not going to be too bothered by that one, but at least for his entries, that's not going to be too happy. Now, the Jackal's getting in a position where he can get close enough to the footsteps. It's now Skyty's turn on the Nook to see what devastation that they can cause. But half the time is gone, and Victus still seems pretty far away from the kitchen to mount any kind of pressure. This is the closest they're getting with YZN. Skyty spotted something. It's the barricade. So knows there's not a direct route through. The frag grenade goes wide, not going to clip anything. No one is standing in that position. So there's more utility being burned by Victus, more time, more importantly. But MNM Academy, they're able to rotate in a position. Look here at Nerf. Nerf is in a position where he can potentially swing this. And MNM Academy are very, very comfortable right now.
I feel as though that might have been the signal for a rush from Victus. They've got the Ying. They set that Gon 6 alight. But Skyty and Upor, they find those frags to capitalize on it. 3 versus 3. Eco trying to respond to the Nook. Skyty taken down to a smidgen of HP. YZN, though, chimes in and finds Eco. It's all up to Akari to save this game for MNM Academy in a 1 versus 3. GG's come through. YZN claims that final kill. A 7-3 victory on a dominant attacking half for Victus. 4 in a row, not a chance for MNM Academy to respond, and they keep their chase going at the top of those standings.
There we go, Victus. Well played. And it'll be very interesting to see the standings. I believe they'll pinch. Yeah, they'll pinch the spot from TENSTAR. So TENSTAR's second place is short-lived, to say the least. But Victor's going to be very happy that they can continue to win. But like I said, eminent, like right at the start is Victus. We know that they can beat teams lower down than the leaderboard, and MNM Academy is certainly a good team, but they're not Viperia level, right? They're not TENSTAR level. So I'm still waiting to see Victus truly, have their backs up against the wall with where everything is on the line and there's tons to lose. We haven't quite seen that from them yet, and I'm hungry for it, Jerry. I'm hungry.
Yeah, it's definitely something we want to see. And I mean, tomorrow they've got their game against Ambush. That could be a spicy one for certain. We know that neither team have been perfect when it comes to recent form, but I mean, I don't know how long I can keep saying that about the Victors before starting to join the Grace hype train and saying that they're playing a very good game of Siege when they get to. So yeah, it's exactly what Victus needs. It's a win that they would have hoped to have gotten, I think, against opposition that they probably see as lesser at this point. Yeah, rough times for MNM Academy. That makes it 5 losses on the trot. They're really not having the start to this second split that they would have hoped for. But, you've got to swing with the punches. Maybe they've got some easier games coming up where they can rack up some points. I'm sure they do. But, Novi, I think our time is done here. We've had a wonderful time casting these 2 games today, and we've got a wonderful analyst desk to provide you the breakdown with that game, a lovely bit of an interview, and do stick around for debrief as well, because there's some cool games coming. Ginny, take it away.
Thank you, Jerry and Novi. Absolute pleasure having you on today. And it was lovely having you on the analyst desk as well as the casting. So I hope you enjoy the rest of your evenings. Well, myself, Snur, and Uberus are going to be the ones taking over. So Snur, let's just get right into it. What are your thoughts on this game?
Victus did what I expected Victus to do as soon as I saw them going to Villa. Like, I know that historically speaking, you could argue like, oh, but this roster took this and that map away from them. But there's a reason why I personally only refer to like current form and current statistics, because at the end of the day, like, you can't relate, or you can't like rely on age old or like half-year-old stats to really say which is going to be the dominant team. Like 6 months is a long time in esports, and the Victus that we've seen this far in the season really showed up, and the MNM Academy that we've seen this far in the season, again with some good performances, really good rounds, and all of a sudden they just fell through. And I again question a little bit the map pick here coming through from MNM Academy, because these were crucial points for them to fight for. Sorry.
Yeah, well, we're going to be able to hear from Victus themselves as we have an interview ready and lined up. So hello, welcome. Congratulations, Oscar, on the win. How are you feeling after that one?
Quite relieved. I knew if we lost this game, our second place was going to be a bit scary. Like, we're going to move down a few places. So it was nice to keep in second.
You guys did it in quite a convincing fashion. Was this one of those games that you were expecting to be walking away with a win, or was a little bit of more prep going into that?
Yeah, we definitely expect to beat MNM, as they're one of the, I wouldn't say they're bad, but they're one of the lesser teams, should I say. And their map pick of Villa was a bit surprising, but they did well on the attacks. They just couldn't do well on the defense.
Yeah, speaking of the map pick specifically, you said you were surprised when you saw Villa. Was there a different map pick that you guys were expecting MNM to be taking you on?
To be honest, they like to analyze their opponents, so I thought they'd analyze our club and then try to take us to club. But they actually just banned it, so we were just surprised, really.
Okay, so counter-stratting the counter-strat, I guess, coming out from MNM, but it still worked out in your favor. You guys did incredible. Before we close out the interview and before you go off and celebrate your win here tonight, do you want to share any final words or any shout-outs?
I'd like to say to the fans, I know we're starting off a bit rocky with the new roster change, but see you in a few weeks, and we should be one of the greats in the league.
I'm loving the confidence. We'll definitely see you in a few weeks and see how you guys progress with the roster changes. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Enjoy your win, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Well, the roster changes, Uberos, mentioned by themselves, and I think regardless of these roster changes coming in from a couple of these teams, would you say that Victus might be one of the ones that have adapted quickly?
Yeah, I think it seemed business as usual for them. They were continuing on in their strong form they've had so far all the season, and no bumps in the road as far as we can see, even though they had a roster change, maybe a bit last minute even, but they seem to be handling it well, though it isn't the hardest of tests. MNM still laying on that dodgy ground between playoffs or no playoffs, and it's getting even closer now that Coalesce managed to snatch points off Heroic, so it wasn't the biggest test they are going to have all season, I think it's fair to say, but it's still, they cleared it with no issues.
Yeah, and talking about MNM, this is their 5th loss in a row, to be specific. After we came back from that break, they're really struggling to find their footing. They haven't had that opportunity yet to walk away with the win. They haven't had an opportunity to get any points. Snurra, are you worried about MNM?
Oh yeah, I have been worried for MNM quite a while, and I was hoping that the transfer window might have been their opportunity to sort of get themselves back on track. I mean, the only positive I can say right now this week is that tomorrow at least they're going to get a free win against Na'Vi, so that's something, I guess. But I understand that some people can see us as a bit critical and always focusing on the negatives and teams of stuff. But the thing is, it's difficult for me with MNM because I really like MNM. I have a long history with Arkady in terms of casting in an Nordic Championship. If there's a player I really want to see succeed, is players like him, because I know how well he's been doing in scrims and stuff and all that stuff. But it is, I am worried because we keep seeing these opportunities being snatched away from them. And now with Coalesce, MNM have almost a whole season for them to get their stuff together. And when we're seeing Coalesce starting to pick up the pace and really reach at them from behind when it comes to form, MNM should be worried. I'm sorry, but that's the honest truth. And MNM themselves know it, I'm sure.
Yeah, MNM is definitely worried, but because of the way that today has gone, obviously this has impacted the standings, but let's have a bit of a look at today specifically, what has happened. So the first game, TENSTAR against Ambush, I think there was a little bit of mixed expectations here on the desk. TENSTAR, the ones walking away with the win very convincingly. Coalesce versus Heroic, dare I say, the game of the split. That I don't think anyone expected that to happen. You can call us all out on Twitter. Coalesce absolutely do that because no one was rooting for Coalesce to be taking the win, but they did it, and they looked so good doing it. We had SSP versus RIDDLE. SSP walking away with the win, which does kind of, put RIDDLE in a bit of an awkward position in regards of getting that relegation thrown their way. And then again, the final game of today, MNM versus Victus, and not going in favor of MNM, which is very worrying considering they've lost a couple of games in a row now. But Victus, they're securing those points. They're looking to sit comfortably at least in one of those top 6 spots so that they can get themselves a spot at playoffs. Heroic versus Coalesce, I think, Uros, that was definitely the game that we could be highlighting. But other than that one, other than the incredible upset that occurred, is there another game in particular or another player maybe that really stood out to you today and you're like, that's not what I expected?
I don't think anything else was super unexpected. Maybe Ambush getting blown out of the water like they did against TENSTAR. The game that we coined as the closest game of the day ended up being the furthest from there.
Yeah, we're all wrong today.
So shows how much we know. We're getting paid for. I think Sissi State Punks versus RIDDLE, that was another close game, and that was entertaining in its own right. It wasn't the highest level of siege we are going to see in the NPL, but it was the relegation struggle against those two teams playing against each other. So they have had a show and trying to find out which one of them is going to end up auto-relegated and which one is going to have a chance to battle for their life in the NPL on the coming seasons.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct with that. Relegation dangling above Riddle's head, and it's something that eventually they're going to have to be dealing with. But the outcomes of today's matches did impact the standings, and Coalesce kind of securing themselves a couple of points, giving them an opportunity to move forward, whereas MNM, not really the case for them. Snurra, looking at how the standings are at the moment, with Ambush being on 5th, is this what you expected? Is this maybe a bit of a shocker?
Well, specifically with Ambush being 5th after the transfer window, you could probably say that, considering the form that Ambush had prior to the transfer window. But the transfers that TENSTAR and Viperio made during the transfer window and the form that they've had after said transfer window, it's not really that shocking. And Ambush, I mean, I keep saying that there's always, every team's going to have a slump at some point in the season. The teams that do best are the teams that have the shortest slump over the course of the season. And I think this is just Ambush's little slump. And we could probably talk at length about how Ambush, we could revive the meme that they're hiding some stress. Like, I'm pretty sure that Ambush are happy with not playing as many maps. They share a lot of the favorite maps as we've seen thus far from TENSTAR. I think Ambush, of course, they would have liked to have held on to that 2nd place, but I think they're going to be happy with just getting to the playoffs and get a best of 3. But looking at Victus, TENSTAR, and Viperio and how rejuvenated they are after the transfer window, with perhaps TENSTAR and Viperio really sticking out there, ignoring the bottom half of the table, that is. It can be a bit tricky for Ambush if they don't start picking up some points again soon.
Can I just say, with all the doom and gloom going on about Ambush and how they've fallen off and in a slump,
no,
they are still within 3 points from TENSTAR and Viperio, and they are yet to play the freebies, so quote unquote, of Sissi, State Punch, and Riddle.
I know. I'm not. The only reason why it's all doom and gloom is just because it's in comparison to how they did in the first half. You know me, Uberos. You know I'm the biggest Ambush shrill of everyone. Like, you're the one betting against them. I'm always betting for Ambush. What do you mean?
Always betting on the winner.
Yeah, Uberos just wants those points. But Uberos, considering so far, if I am correct, you are the only person with the most amount of points and the most correct prediction. So I guess you know exactly what you're doing, unlike some of us. What were your thoughts on this Playday? Besides the word explosive and banger.
Unexpected results. I'd say, like, having the upset of the season qualifies us for that, even though the rest of the games went as most of us predicted. But having just the one game that nobody would have predicted to go other ways, like on some of the other games, every other game I was like a bit on the edge if I want to go for the whatever I didn't end up going for. I was like, especially the SSP versus Riddle game, I was like going back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah,
I think
Coalesce never saw that coming.
To make Uberos sound less like a 200 IQ guy, I think Uberos would be the first one to admit that almost any of the maps, like games today, were 50-50s, with the exception of Coalesce, Heroic, and probably MNM Victus. He just had a lucky one. No,
he just had it can't
just
be
like every other week so
far. I'm just saying that because I keep the thing about me and Uberos is, like, I allow Uberos to go and like do his predictions so he can win, so we get in some Nordic pride, and I'll be like, I'll stick it up for Ambush, don't worry, I'll always vote for Ambush. Because if Uberos is like, I want to support the Nordic guys, but I also want to win. So
he missed a whole week of predictions and he's still winning. Okay, Snurra,
that's true.
It can't be luck. It cannot.
I'm not saying he's not just lucky. I'm just saying he's a little bit lucky.
Okay, maybe not 200 IQ, but 199 IQ.
And a half, yeah.
And a half. Okay, we'll give you that one. Well, thank you guys so much for watching. That's it in terms of the post show, but we still have something quite incredible and entertaining coming your way. But we're going to be heading off to a quick break. So don't go anywhere, except if you want to go grab some snacks, because we're going to be back very shortly.
My name's Will. I'm a C4 tetraplegic following a cycling accident in July 2012. I got back into gaming in 2013 when I found out about Special Effect. The first time I came, I really didn't know what to expect. I've been playing a lot of games prior to my accident, and of that, FIFA was one of the main games I had played, and literally within half an hour we had the shoulder switches and had FIFA set up. I've got movement of the shoulders, but limited hand movement. So I've got 2 shoulder switches. They can be set up for whichever trigger button you need them for. For example, you've got X on one shoulder, circle on the other. So for FIFA that's 2 button modes and chin control, like the one I use for my chair, on the analog stick to control the ball. I was quite fortunate that after I'd been to visit Special Effect the first time, I took all the equipment home with me, and it gave me a couple of months to actually get to grips with, whether it's something that I was going to enjoy and something that was going to be suitable for my needs, and it certainly was. And then got the links to purchasing the right equipment. Games are another aspect of the life that I had prior to my accident, and a real social occasion. Great to be competitive with friends or just to pass time myself. When I was in hospital, I was seeking advice as to what would still be possible, and I had been told that I wouldn't be able to play games like FIFA again. I'm just really grateful I managed to find out about Special Effect, that I've had this opportunity to get back into gaming, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without Special Effect. And I would recommend it to anyone else in a similar position.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
To try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills, all E1 DCs.
What?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the debrief. I know you guys are expecting some big brain Rainbow Six Siege analysis, but that's not going to be the case, because instead we're going to test these analysts and see how smart they actually are IRL,
Whoa.
not just in game. We know that Eurus is 199.5 IQ when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege, but how smart is he when it comes to countries, when it comes to fruits, when it comes to different Siege maps? To be fair, that's still R6, so he can still get away with that. But we got a game coming your way. I'm Janiro, the host for this game specifically, and I'm gonna be very much enjoying my time. We got Snur and Uberus as well on the desk, and they're gonna be the ones participating. So let's start off. The first question, Snur and Uberus, is gonna be.
Shouldn't we explain?
Oh, let's explain it. Yes, we're gonna be explaining what we're doing. I'm just too excited. I want to head right into it. But it's gonna be a game where we're gonna be giving these smart analysts a topic, and they're then gonna have to name as many words as they can in 30 seconds. They have to first claim how many words they can name. So if Snura says they can claim 8 words, Uberus is gonna have to call their bluff and either agree that they can, name more than those, or they're gonna have to be like, nah, it's okay, Snurra can take this W. If Uberus does call the bluff, then he's actually gonna have to name every single one, up to the amount of words that he said he could mention. If he fails to do so, it goes to Snurra, and he gets a try, and you get a point for every single one that you got correct.
Can I come with a caveat that Uberos was the one who suggested this game, so I feel like he's been given an unfair advantage?
He's done some
I have
research.
no clue about the topics that we're going to get, so it's an even playing ground.
It's an even playing ground.
I mean, at least you played it before. I haven't.
I haven't. I've just seen it being played.
Oh, okay. Are you guys ready? Thumbs up if you're ready, thumbs down if you're not. Let me know how we're feeling. Medium. Okay. We're going to be starting it off with the first topic here. NPL players.
I knew this was coming.
Who wants to go first?
So now we're okay, so we're
Snurra,
suggesting
how many can you name in 30 seconds?
In 30 seconds? 15.
15. Okay, Uberus, can you name more than 15 in 30 seconds?
16.
16? Oh, okay. Uberus?
No, wait, so is it like we're going like up and down, or like
Yeah,
until
you
one
can,
of us?
you can go up.
Yeah.
You can one up me.
You can keep going.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just thinking. Sorry.
No, you can't be thinking about the names. You have to say.
No, I'm not thinking about the names. Sorry. 17. Sorry.
17. Uberus. Going once. Going
I'm
twice.
gonna have to call your bluff. I think saying 18 names in 30 seconds is gonna be a hard one. So.
Okay.
No,
so,
wait. Why are you doing this to me? Okay.
17 names sold to Snurra.
I just want to say that my mouth is quicker than my brain, so this is going to be bad. This is going to be bad.
Okay. Countdown. Can we have a timer?
Okay, let me know when I'm starting.
3, 2, 1, go.
South Park, Faro, Ketarl, oh god, already. Erikati, already? This is, okay. Oscar, Sloth, Gorgona, Uno, Benja, Mr. Officer technically, because he played Anarchic, I think. Noah, Zeus. This is hard. No.
Fail.
You know the bad part is that it's just like, if I just thought about teams and just went for like player for player, I would probably be able to do it. And I just started mixing up, and I was, it's terrible.
So now I get to attempt to one-up you?
Do you want to steal the 10
go
points?
for it.
Okay, let's go.
You can just mention all I did, +1.
Okay.
Rody, Diffele, Curious, Nick, South Park, Varo, Reaxis, Kozik, Dio, Relaxing, Oscar, YZN, Skyty, Yonka, Hungry, and I got it.
One more?
Did I get it? I thought I only needed to one up you. Oh.
I mean, see, you still got one more than me, but I forgot the entirety of the ambush roster, which I've been pushing the entire season, which annoys me because I would have been at 19, and it's just.
Fake
can you
fans.
please? Yeah, I know, right? Can you please confirm that it's much harder when you have pressure like that?
It's hard because like I was running blanks there for the last 3 seconds because I was like, did I not do it already?
To be fair, Uberus walked away with most points, which proves that he's still 199.5 IQ.
One more, and they did the
It's
entire
all
ambush
needed.
roster,
baby.
Well,
okay.
You now get to choose, Uberus, how many you can name in 30 seconds when it comes to different fruits.
Different fruits. 7.
7. Snera, take it or leave it.
You know what? I have to. I'm. This is not entertaining, but I have to leave it because I'm terrible with fruits and vegetables and stuff, and I'd probably be calling out more vegetables than fruits. So
Okay.
I'm actually gonna give you middles to 7.
You need 7, and you'll be walking away with the points.
Yep.
Just tell
Okay.
me when to start.
3, 2, 1.
Orange, apple, banana, pineapple, mango, peach. Tomatoes are fruits, right?
It has seeds, so yeah.
One more.
Apricot.
There we go. You got it.
He got it. He didn't even need the whole 30 seconds. He's just like,
I should have just tried because I can't really lose anything, so I should have just tried for the sake of it. But I'm just like, nah, fruits of me are like, I'm like the snacks and Coke guy. I was gonna say like Coke, like fizzy drinks. So,
unfortunately, that's not a category. But the next
Of course
category, Uberus, again, you get the first dibs. It's gonna be
why?
Because he wins.
Because I keep winning.
He keeps winning. It's operator gadgets.
Operator gadgets. I'm terrible with the gadget names.
Oh
This
no!
is gonna
An analyst doesn't know the gadget names.
be 5.
How many can you name in 30 seconds?
Yeah, let's start with 5. Let's start one
5.
up from there.
Okay,
You know
Snurra.
what? I'm gonna
5
make up. I'm gonna make up for myself. I'm gonna say 10.
Oh my. Okay, Uberus, 10.
I don't know if I can name 10 in 10 minutes.
Okay, you taking this L?
Because I just keep calling them like call-out names.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to let you go for the 10 then.
Okay, Snurra, you ready?
Why?
You can't be thinking.
Okay. I mean, I can't be ready. You just give it to me. Give it.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Kiba barriers, active defense systems, evil eye, mine. Razor bloom. Armor pack, technically speaking. Stim pistol. Oh god. Gersmot mines. Gersmot mines. Come on. There's more. No. Smoke canisters, evil babes or whatever you call them, and no.
That's it. You got it.
No. I said it was the same name, so it's 9.
Name. Oh.
They were beauties.
Evil beauty. I can't remember because it's just a nickname. I think. What's the official name of them really? Like when you actually have them in the loadout.
Smoke canister, I think.
Yeah, because I think I called it smoke canister. I could have just called it the...
Smoke himself calls them his beauties, but evil is evil eye on Meister.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Meister, yeah.
When you try your best, but you don't succeed.
It was still 4 more. I should have just said 9 or 8. I should have doubled it. When Uberos is so unsure when he even gets 5, I should have just gone for like 7.
When you get a little too
I didn't think like Stim
greedy.
Pistol and all of those cheap. I was thinking like the named ones, like Selma charges and stuff.
Yeah, but the Stim Pistol is named. It is literally a Stim Pistol. It's literally a name.
Uberus.
It's cheap. It is what it is.
Yeah, Uberus.
Yoink your
you
stuff.
can to try and do it. What? If you want to try and hit 10, yeah.
Do I want to risk it for the biscuit?
Risk it for the biscuit.
I secure my 5 points.
You want to? Let's go.
Selma charger. The Selma charge, I mean, exothermic charge, stim pistol, armor pack, active defense system. Let's get the easy ones out of the way. That's 5, right?
Look at me, I'm
I know, Snurra, you're so salty right now. Oh, I love it.
That's a seasoning.
That is a seasoning. That's not a condiment. You heard it here first, everybody. Well, the next one, Uberus, is countries in Europe. How many can you name in 30 seconds?
Oh, wow.
No, Snurra.
I won that one?
You did name more.
So he just did the 5 to get 5 points. He didn't do it to win that one.
Well, Snurra,
okay, now
countries. How many?
Oh, countries. Let's start low. 8.
Okay.
10.
Bruce? Oh.
12.
13.
Okay.
14.
15.
16.
Can you even say 16
It's
words?
starting to get hard at
Can you
this
say
point.
16 words in 30
it is
seconds?
hard. It's 30 seconds as well, so we have to keep that in mind.
I'm gonna let you have to go for it again.
Okay, but real quickly, can I check with production if that's okay? Are abbreviations accepted? If it's for one country, I mean, not like a union.
Request denied.
Yeah, let's. Never mind. It doesn't matter because
Request denied.
Well, I mean, if it's for a union, it's for several countries, and that would be cheating, wouldn't it? Anyway. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good. Never mind. Just forget that I asked. It was a super question.
Let's go.
Okay. I'm ready. Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Russia, Estonia, Lithuania, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, Republic of Ireland, Germany, France, Belgium, Netherlands. Yeah,
you're
there
done.
we go.
You're done.
Is Russia?
Russia's a country. It's a country in Europe, and so is Turkey. I mean, there's a part.
Continent.
There's all the major cities in Russia are in Europe.
Yeah, then the continent, not the European
Yeah, and like
Union.
if I said Turkey, it will be yes, it's both European, but it's also an Asian country.
5-head.
I mean, I could use the extra 10 seconds for one more country if you like.
Well, yeah, we did a couple more at the
I
end.
was just
but
wondering if we.
that means
Like, I'm not saying that you wouldn't get 16. I was just wondering if that's gonna count.
All the major Russian cities are in Europe, and they are playing in the EUL. So, blah.
Okay, geography class on the NPL stream, but we're now going to be heading into Uber's turn. If you think you can beat Snurra.
Sure.
Yeah, let's go.
I did stop myself at 16.
Finland, Denmark, Norway, Iceland, Sweden, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Germany, France, Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, Austria, Czechia,
English.
Serbia, Slovakia, Slovenia, Belarus, Portugal, Spain. Have I blitzed it already?
I think you're okay.
I stopped myself when you said you completed it, so I don't know. It's like, is the point just making the goal, or is it you get as high as possible anyway?
I don't know, I wasn't told to stop. I wasn't keeping count myself. I have no idea how many is it.
Well, Ubers gets his 15 points as well. But Snur, you walk away with the W. How's it feel?
Apparently, I have to say this for the audience, since they don't hear production. Apparently, I was named the winner because I called I was going to name more, and that's why I won.
And that's why you won. You know your limits. Well, Snurra, you know what that
I don't
means?
know about that one.
You get to choose first dibs. How many NPL talents or staff can you name? Oh!
Purely broadcast talent.
Only.
Okay, 1.
1, okay.
Now I can start with
Euros, how many can you name?
3.
3! Let's go!
Five, no,
you guys
no, no,
already
no,
forgot
no,
about the casters we had today.
6!
Okay.
7.
Euros? 7.
Because screen names count, right? We're not talking real names, right?
That's screen
Oh
names.
God, I hope no.
I wouldn't
okay.
expect anyone
Okay.
to know my real name, to be honest, so it's all good.
8.
8?
8, as in 8, as in...
Eight.
Because he said 7, right?
Yeah, you did.
9.
Euros? 9, okay.
Do we even have more than 9 talents? 10, I think we have.
Okay.
Yes.
There's staff.
Oh, that's true.
No.
That's true. We got staff as well. Sorry.
Who's screaming in your ear?
Yeah. I said 10.
Snurra
He said 9.
10.
I said 10.
Ubers, you want to go over 10? Gonna risk it for the biscuit?
11.
Oh! Okay. Snurra, you're in hot water now.
You seem so confident with a smile. That's the annoying thing with Uber.
He's always smiling. You never know.
I have terrible poker face. I'm always smiling.
Well, if you're always smiling, it's a great poker face. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it bluff.
Okay.
Can I peek over to the Discord?
No,
He
that
said-
is
he
cheating.
specifically
That's
said, "Don't
cheating.
pick it
Can't
up."
do that.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
Start the
calling it.
timer. Yes. Genie, Snurra, Ube, Demo, X. Oh God. Jake. Dino, Grace, Novi, Jerry.
Damn it. One more.
Sam. Does that count?
Yeah. You did it.
Yeah.
You did it. Woo! Well, Snurra, you want to secure your 10 points?
Yes.
Let's go.
Okay.
Woo!
Ginny, Snurreleif, Uberos, Extroika, Temo, Sam, Medic, Jakey, Grace, Novi, Whippet, Gibson, because he's joined now.
Oh, you good?
Yep. Okay. Good.
You still had 15
we had
seconds.
loads of talent. We had like 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We have tons of talent. Like, if we're gonna have production, I was gonna say Affy as well.
You guys played it very safe.
Like, we could have probably said like 20, and we would get like, because the production is like massive, like behind the scenes.
Ubers won, so now Ubers gets to choose how many you can name other Ubisoft games. Oh!
Okay.
Snur's face.
The hard part is that they are like long to pronounce.
Yeah. Think
It's
about
like,
your
why
time
does Ubi
wisely.
need these complicated long names?
Do I have to say Tom Clancy's before everyone?
No, you don't.
Tom Clancy's this, Tom Clancy's that, Tom
Yeah,
Clancy's this.
We forgive you.
10. I go for 10.
Okay.
Whoa, okay.
Snurra. Do you even know that many?
That's a good question. 11.
Oh.
12.
He's attempting a poker face now. You
Yeah,
see
he
how
is.
he's deliberately trying not to
he's
smile.
very much trying. Yeah. Yeah. This is poker.
13, but that's as high as I can go. 13.
13. Take it or leave
That's as
it.
high as I can go.
14.
Oh.
Okay.
The poker face is activated. Okay, you first go for it.
I mean, no. Okay, yeah. Okay, I said take it or leave it.
When the timer starts, I go.
Okay.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Ghost Recon Wild Dance, Ghost Recon Breakpoint, Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed 3,
Exactly.
Assassin's Creed Black Flag, Assassin's Creed Origins, Assassin's Creed Syndicate, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Far Cry 1, Far Cry 3, Far Cry 2, Far Cry 4, Far Cry 5, Far Cry Primal.
I mean, that's the thing I was gonna ask, but I didn't want to give it away. But I knew Ubidos was gonna do this as well, because I'm like, the thing is like, okay, I can say 20, and like 2 of them will be from the same series. Like 20 of them will be from the same
I
series.
mean, he did it. Yeah, fair enough. 5-head. Nah, built diff, honestly. This man's brain is built diff. Snurra,
Yeah.
you wanna get your 13 points here?
I'm gonna try and spice it up a little bit. Okay. Let's go. Okay, go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Raiding Rabbits, Roller Champions, and then Monopoly, because they have a version of it. Assassin's Creed 1, 2, 3, 4, Assassin's Creed Black Flag, Splinter Cell Conviction, Splinter Cell, never mind that one. Chaos Theory? It's the Chaos Theory. Far Cry 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. I should have said 20.
Easier than we thought. Well, Yavros, you get the win again, so you get to choose how many siege maps can you name in 30 seconds.
Oh.
That's a tough one, though.
Thank you. Okay. So
22
we
total.
just got, we got confirmed production.
I can name 8.
It's 22 total. 8? That's not even the entire pro pool.
He's playing it slow, you know.
Right
Like,
at the beginning, we're gonna build it up, Snurra.
Yeah, you
it's
gotta build it up.
entertainment.
Is
got it.
this the part where I say 22? No, just kidding. Okay, 9,
9, okay.
11,
11.
12,
13.
14.
Oh, I see. I saw that. I saw that.
The thing is, I always have to up him now. If I'm gonna have any chance of beating him, I always have to up him. So
Ooh, you're in a bit of a rough spot. 15.
15.
Okay.
I have to be quick because he's thinking while I'm doing this. So I'm gonna call him on it. 15. I'm gonna call him on it.
Okay, bluff. Go. 3, 2, 1.
Canal, Outback, Theme Park, Skyscraper, Cafe, Oregon, Clubhouse, Villa, Chalet, Hereford, Yacht, Border. Did I say Villa already?
Yeah.
Yep. Oh my god, this is actually...
It is hard!
I can't even get all the Pro League.
Oh, fail. Well, Snurra, there
This
you
is
go.
my chance.
You don't
This is
have
my
to
chance.
one-up him, you just have to do you.
Once you stop, you're done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have to get 15 now or just more than?
Just
Yeah.
14.
Okay. Beat 11. Okay. Go.
Time.
Yep. House, canal, favela, yacht, Cafe Dostoevsky, Outback, Fortress, clubhouse, chalet, villa, Oregon, bank, theme park, skyscraper. That's it, right? Yeah.
Yes. You know what that means? The final segment scenario that we have. The one that's gonna decide it all. Types of ball.
What?
How many can you name in 30 seconds?
Did I hear like types of BALL?
Yes. No, you can't. No, production. Stop naming them. Stop naming them, production. Scenario. It's your time to shine.
I don't even.
You only watch esports. You don't watch normal sports.
But they're all balls. What kind of names are we gonna give them?
You can name them.
No.
We can do
want different
condiments.
topics. No, let's not do condiments. We're gonna have like an
Spices?
existential crisis. Let's do balls. Three balls I can mention.
3. Okay, that's
5. Like, how often can we say this with and be taken out of context and we still get paid to do this? So I can mention 6 balls.
7.
You may attempt at naming the balls, good sir. I don't think I can up 7.
Okay. Uberus, you ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
Football, tennis ball, pingis ball, or like a table tennis ball, ball pairing, basketball, baseball. One more. I still got plenty of time. Badminton ball, does it count for a ball?
It's not a ball.
No.
The ball Snurre has on his head.
Wow!
You want one more?
Wow!
Rugby ball?
Oh, he did it on purpose! He did it on purpose!
I did it on purpose.
He did it on purpose. Well, Snurre, you want to get your 6 points at least?
Fine. Right. Rubber ball, football, baseball, basketball, ball bearing. Did I say rugby ball? American football ball?
There you go.
That's my 6. Yay.
No one said volleyball.
That's true. I should have said volleyball. Volleyball's like how do you
beach volleyball?
Volleyball,
like,
beach volleyball,
winter volleyball,
netball.
I mean, imagine that we're thinking of ball bearing before volleyball. That's kind of
interesting. Well, do we have a total of the amount of points of the analysts? Sure. Oh, attempted. Yours 1 point. No.
How did I get 70.5 correct?
And he got 72. Aww. If you don't hit the point total, you get half a point. Well, Uberus once again proving the superiority of the analyst desk. Guys, it was an absolute pleasure.
You know what the sorry. You know what the annoying point of this is? Yes. If I'd known it was this many topics, I could have just said like 6 fruits and I would have won.
True. It's really unlucky. But you know, for next time.
Let this be a lesson to anyone else who's attempting this game. Just have a go, have a stab. Just 2 points, because you're gonna lose by 1.5 points to the worst poker face in the Nordic countries.
Well, the worst poker face in a Nordic country walked away with a W. Also, getting the most predictions correct. But that's it from us.
Thus far. Yeah, predictions. I mean, sorry.
Predictions. Yep. Well, at least you got them correct. Okay, we can't say the same. We can't argue with it. He got it correct.
No. I'm not saying that. Yeah. Sorry, go on. Wrap it up.
Snurre, did you enjoy the game?
Yes, it was fun. Thank you, Bros, for the suggestion. It was fun.
Uberus, did you enjoy the game?
I hate losing, but it was fun.
Every time you can get one over old Snurre here, it's a wonderful time.
It's getting a little personal. Well, that's it for
We're
us.
going to see you in the major. Say that to my face.
Oh, now it's getting really personal. I don't think we're going to wrap this up. I think we're going to let this go for a little longer to see how far these analysts are going to push.
Production wants to go home and it's 1 o'clock in Finland.
Because Snur asked, I will decide to wrap this up. Thank you guys so much for being here this evening. We're going to be back tomorrow with even more banger games. Standings once again will be impacted. So if you want to find out whether or not Uberus is going to get his predictions correct tomorrow, don't forget to tune in. We'll be here same time, same place, and we'll see you then. Have a good evening.
One look at the patience. He just has to send away to the lineup. 1, 2. Oh, Doki! What a play! That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now.
Now adapt and he can swing this with the Ella striker, and they're not ready for with the Ella SMG. Yeah, he's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires. Hang on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He got a huge slam. Picks up two.
That's surprising that no didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Ryan has just walked his way through. He gets 2.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but with his back against Unica, Rothka's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there. That's huge.